The Sea Was Wet as Wet Could Be, by Gahan Wilson. Having drawn 9 years' worth of Playboy cartoons depicting witches, werewolves, mad scientists, unearthly monsters, haunted houses, torture chambers, and other sinister subjects, transmuting them all into objects of morbid mirth, Gahan Wilson is eminently qualified to do a switch. Take a charming little Lewis Carroll poem for children and fashion it into a tale of vampirism. Or is it cannibalism? Take your choice. I felt we made an embarrassing contrast to the open serenity of the scene around us. The pure blue of the sky was unmarked by a single cloud or bird, and nothing stirred on the vast stretch of beach except ourselves. The sea, sparkling under the freshness of the early morning sun, looked invitingly clean. I wanted to wade into it and wash myself, but I was afraid I would contaminate it. We are a contamination here, I thought. We're like a group of sticky bugs crawling in an ugly little crowd over polished marble. If I were God and looked down and saw us lugging our baskets and our silly bright blankets, I would step on us and squash us with my foot. We should have been lubbers or monks in such a place, but we were only a crowd of bored and boring drunks. You were always drunk when you were with Carl. Good old, mean old Carl was the greatest little drink pourer in the world. He used drinks like other types of sadists use whips. He kept beating you with them until you dropped or sobbed or went mad, and he enjoyed every step of the process. We'd been drinking all night, and when the morning came, somebody, I think it was Mandy, got the great idea that we should all go out on a picnic. Naturally, we thought it was an inspiration. We were nothing if not real sports, and so we'd packed some goodies, not forgetting the liquor, and we'd piled into the car, and there we were, weaving across the beach, looking for a place to spread our tacky banquet. We located a broad, low rock, decided it was served for our table, and loaded it with the latest in plastic chinaware, a haphazard collection of food, and a quantity of bottles. Someone had packed a tin of Spam among the other offerings, and when I saw it, I was suddenly overwhelmed with an absurd feeling of nostalgia. It reminded me of the war and of myself soldier-boying up through Italy. It also reminded me of how long ago the whole thing had been, and how little I'd done of what I dreamed I'd do back then. I opened the Spam and sat down to be alone with it in my memories, but it wasn't to be for long. The kind of people who run with people like Carl don't like to be alone, ever, especially with their memories, and they can't imagine anyone else might, at least now and then, have a taste for it. My rescuer was Irene. Irene was particularly sensitive about seeing people alone, because being alone had several times nearly produced fatal results for her. Being alone and taking pills to end the being alone. "What's wrong, Phil?" she asked. "Nothing's wrong," I said, holding up a forkful of the pink Spam in the sunlight. "It tastes just like it always did. They haven't lost their touch." She sat down on the sand beside me very carefully so as to avoid spilling the least drop of what must have been her millionth scotch. "Phil," she said, "I'm worried about Mandy. I really am. She looks so unhappy." I glanced over at Mandy. She had her head thrown back, and she was laughing uproariously at some joke Carl had just made. Carl was smiling at her with his teeth glistening and his eyes, deep down, dead as ever. "Why should Mandy be happy?" I asked. "What in God's name has she got to be happy about?" "Oh, Phil," said Irene, "you pretend to be such an awful cynic. She's alive, isn't she?" I looked at her and wondered what such a statement meant, coming from someone who tried to do herself in as earnestly and as frequently as Irene. I decided that I did not know, and that I would probably never know. I also decided I didn't want any more of the Spam. I turned to throw it away, doing my bit to litter up the beach, and then I saw them. They were far away, barely bigger than 2 dots, but you could tell there was something odd about them even then. "They've got company," I said. Irene peered in the direction of my point. "Look, everybody," she cried. "We've got company." Everybody looked just as she had asked them to. "What the hell is this?" asked Carl. "Don't they know this is my private property?" And then he laughed. Carl had fantasies about owning things and having power. Now and then he got drunk enough to have little flashes of believing he was king of the world. "You tell 'em, Carl," said Horace. Horace had sparkling quips like that for almost every occasion. He was tall and bald, and he had a huge Adam's apple, and like myself, he worked for Carl. I would have felt sorrier for Horace than I did if I hadn't had a sneaky suspicion that he was really happier when groveling. He lifted one scrawny fist and shook it in the direction of the distant pair. "You guys better beat it," he shouted. "This is private property." "Will you shut up and stop being such an ass?" Mandy asked him. "It's not polite to yell at strangers, dear, and this may damn well be their beach for all you know." And Mandy happens to be Horace's wife. Horace's children treat him about the same way. He busied himself with zipping up his windbreaker because it was getting cold and because he had received an order to be quiet. I watched the two approaching figures. The one was tall and bulky, and he moved with a peculiar swaying gait. The other was short and hunched into himself, and he walked in a fretful zigzag line beside his towering companion. "They're heading straight for us," I said. The combination of the cool wind that had come up and the approach of the two strangers had put a damper on our little group. We sat quietly and watched them coming closer. The nearer they got, the odder they looked. "For heaven's sake," said Irene, "the little one's wearing a square hat." "I think it's made of paper," said Mandy, squinting. "Folded newspaper." "Will you look at that mustache on the big bastard?" asked Carl. "I don't think I've ever seen a bigger bush in my life." "They remind me of something," I said. The others turned to look at me. "The walrus and the carpenter." "They remind me of the walrus and the carpenter," I said. "The who?" asked Mandy. "Don't tell me you never heard of the walrus and the carpenter," asked Carl. "Never once," said Mandy. "Disgusting," said Carl. "You're an uncultured bitch. The walrus and the carpenter are probably two of the most famous characters in literature. They're in a poem by Lewis Carroll in one of the Alice books." "In Through the Looking-Glass," I said, and then I recited their introduction. The walrus and the carpenter were walking close at hand. They wept like anything to see such quantities of sand. Mandy shrugged. "Well, you'll just have to excuse my ignorance and concentrate on my charm," she said. "I don't know how to break this to you all," said Irene, "but the little one does have a handkerchief." We stared at them. The little one did indeed have a handkerchief, a huge handkerchief, and he was using it to dab at his eyes. "Is the little one supposed to be the carpenter?" asked Mandy. "Yes," I said. "It's all right," she said, "because he's the one that's carrying the saw." "He is, so help me God," said Carl. "And to make the whole thing perfect, he's even wearing an apron." "So the carpenter in the poem has to wear an apron, right?" asked Mandy. "Carol doesn't say whether he does or not," I said, "but the illustrations by Tenniel show him wearing one. It also shows him with the same square jaw and the same big nose this guy's got." "They're goddamn doubles," said Carl. "The only thing wrong is that the walrus isn't a walrus. He just looks like one." "You watch," said Mandy. "Any minute now he's going to sprout fur all over and grow long fangs." Then, for the first time, the approaching pair noticed us. It seemed to give them quite a start. They stood and gaped at us, and the little one furtively stuffed his handkerchief out of sight. "We can't be as surprising as all that," whispered Irene. The big one began moving forward then, in a hesitant, tentative kind of shuffle. The little one edged ahead too, but he was careful to keep the bulk of his companion between himself and us. "First contact with aliens," said Mandy, and Irene and Horace giggled nervously. I didn't respond. I had come to the decision that I was going to quit working for Carl, that I didn't like any of these people about me, except maybe Irene, and that these two strangers gave me the honest creeps. Then the big one smiled, and everything changed. I'd worked in the entertainment field, in advertising, and in public relations. This means I have come in contact with some of the prime charm boys and girls in our proud land. I have become, therefore, not only a connoisseur of smiles, I am a being equipped with numerous automatic safeguards against them. When a talcum smoothie comes at me with his brilliant ivories exposed, it only shows he's got something he can bite me with, that's all. But the smile of the walrus was something else. The smile of the walrus did what a smile hasn't done for me in years. It melted my heart. I used the cornball phrase very much on purpose. When I saw his smile, I knew I could trust him. I felt in my marrow that he was gentle and sweet and had nothing but the best intentions. His resemblance to the walrus in the poem ceased being vaguely chilling and became warmly comical. I loved him as I had loved the teddy bear of my childhood. "Oh, I say," he said, and his voice was an embarrassed boom. "I do hope we're not intruding."
"I dare say we are,"
squeaked the carpenter, peeping out from behind his companion.
"The fact is,"
boomed the walrus,
"we didn't even notice you till just back then, you see."
"We were talking, is what?" said the carpenter.
They wept like anything to see such quantities of sand. "About the sand?" I asked. The walrus looked at me with a startled air.
"We were, actually, now you come to mention it."
He lifted one huge foot and shook it so that a little trickle of sand spilled out of his shoe.
"The stuff's impossible," he said. "Gets in your clothes, tracks up the carpet."
"Ought to be swept away, it ought,"
said the carpenter. If 7 maids with 7 mops swept it for half a year, do you suppose, the walrus said, that they could get it clear?
"It's too much," said Carl. "Yes, indeed," said the walrus,
eyeing the sand around him with vague disapproval.
"Altogether too much."
Then he turned to us again, and we all basked in that smile.
"Permit me to introduce my companion and myself," he said.
"You'll have to excuse George," said the carpenter, "as he's a bit of a stuffed shirt, don't you know."
"Be that as it may,"
said the walrus, patting the carpenter on the flat top of his paper hat.
"This is Edward Farr, and I am George Tweedy, both at your service. We are, both a trifle drunk, I'm afraid."
"We are indeed, we are that."
"As we have just come from a really delightful party, to which we shall soon return."
"Once we've found the fuel, that is,"
said Farr, waving his saw in the air. By now he had found the courage to come out and face us directly.
"Which brings me to the question," said Tweedy. "Have you seen any driftwood lying about the premises? We've been looking high and low, and we can't seem to find any of the blasted stuff."
"Thought there'd be piles of it,"
said Farr.
"But all there is sand, don't you see?"
"I could have sworn you were looking for oysters," said Carl. Again Tweedy appeared startled. "O oysters, come and walk with us," the walrus did beseech.
"Oysters?" he asked. "Oh, no, we've got the oysters. All we lack is the means to cook 'em."
"Of course, we could always use a few more,"
said Farr, looking at his companion.
"I suppose we could, at that," said Tweedy thoughtfully.
"I'm afraid we can't help you fellows with the driftwood problem," said Carl, "but you're more than welcome to a drink." There was something unfamiliar about the tone of Carl's voice that made my ears perk up. I turned to look at him, and then had difficulty covering up my astonishment. It was his eyes. For once, for the first time, they were really friendly. I'm not saying Carl had fishy eyes, blank eyes, not at all. On the surface, that is. On the surface, with his eyes, with his face, with the handling of his entire body, Carl was a master of animation and expression. From sympathetic, heartfelt warmth all the way to icy rage, and on every stop in between, Carl was completely convincing. But only on the surface. Once you got to know Carl, and it took a while, you realized that none of it was really happening. That was because Carl had died or been killed long ago, possibly in childhood. Possibly he had been born dead. So under the actor's warmth and rage, the eyes were always the eyes of a corpse. But now it was different. The friendliness here was genuine, I was sure of it. The smile of Tweedy, of the walrus, had performed a miracle. Carl had risen from his tomb. I was in honest awe.
"Delighted, old chap," said Tweedy.
They accepted their drinks with obvious pleasure, and we completed the introductions as they sat down to join us. I detected a strong smell of fish when Tweedy sat down beside me, but oddly I didn't find it offensive in the least. I was glad he'd chosen me to sit by. He turned and smiled at me, and my heart melted a little more. It soon turned out that the drinking we'd done before had only scratched the surface. Tweedy and Farr were magnificent boozers, and their gusto encouraged us all to follow suit. We drank absurd toasts, and were delighted to discover that Tweedy was an incredible raconteur. His specialty was outrageous fantasy, wild tales involving incongruous objects, events, and characters. His invention was endless.
"The time has come," the walrus said, "to talk of many things, of shoes and ships and sealing-wax, of cabbages and kings, and why the sea is boiling hot, and whether pigs have wings."
We laughed and drank and drank and laughed, and I began to wonder why in hell I'd spent my life being such a gloomy, moody son of a bitch, been such a distrustful and suspicious bastard, when the whole secret of everything, the whole core secret, was simply to enjoy it, to take it as it came. I looked around and grinned, and I didn't care if it was a foolish grin. Everybody looked all right. Everybody looked swell. Everybody looked better than I'd ever seen them look before. Irene looked happy, honestly and truly happy. She, too, had found the secret. No more pills for Irene, I thought. Now that she knows the secret, now that she's met Tweedy, who's given her the secret, she'll have no more need of those goddamn pills. And I couldn't believe Horace and Mandy. They had their arms around each other, and their bodies were pressed close together, and they rocked as one being when they laughed at Tweedy's wonderful stories. No more nagging for Mandy, I thought, and no more cringing for Horace. Now they've learned the secret. And then I looked at Carl, laughing and relaxed and absolutely free of care, absolutely unchilled, finally, at last, after years of... And then I looked at Carl again. And then I looked down at my drink, and then I looked at my knees, and then I looked out at the sea, sparkling, clean, remote, and impersonal. And then I realized it had grown cold, quite cold, that there wasn't a bird or a cloud in the sky. The sea was wet as wet could be. The sands were dry as dry. You could not see a cloud because no cloud was in the sky. No birds were flying overhead. There were no birds to fly. That part of the poem was, after all, a perfect description of a lifeless earth. It sounded beautiful at first. It sounded benign. But then you read it again and you realized that Carol was describing barrenness and desolation. Suddenly, Carl's voice broke through, and I heard him say, "Hey, that's a hell of an idea, Tweedy. By God, we'd love to. Wouldn't we, gang?" The others broke out in an affirmative chorus, and they all started scrambling to their feet around me. I looked up at them like someone who's been awakened from sleep in a strange place, and they grinned down at me like loons. "Come on, Phil," cried Irene. Her eyes were bright and shining, but it wasn't with happiness. I could see that now. "It seems a shame," the walrus said, "to play them such a trick." I blinked my eyes and stared at them one after the other. "Old Phil's had a little too much to drink," cried Mandy, laughing. "Come on, old Phil. Come on and join the party." "What party?" I asked. I couldn't seem to get located. Everything seemed disoriented and grotesque. "For Christ's sake, Phil," said Carl, "Tweedy and Farr here have invited us to join their party. There are no more drinks left, and they've got plenty." I set my plastic cup down carefully on the sand. If they would just shut up for a moment, I thought, I might be able to get the fuzz out of my head.
"Come along, sir," boomed Tweedy jovially. "It's only a pleasant walk."
"O oysters, come and walk with us," the walrus did beseech. "A pleasant walk, a pleasant talk, along the briny beach."
He was smiling at me, but the smile didn't work any more. "You cannot do with more than 4, I told him.
What's that?"
"We cannot do with more than 4, and give a hand to each."
I said, "You cannot do with more than 4.
"He's right, you know,"
said Farr, the carpenter.
"Well, then," said the walrus, "if you feel you really can't come, old chap."
"What in Christ's name are you all talking about?" asked Mandy. "He's hung up on that goddamn poem," said Carl. "Lewis Carroll's got the yellow bastard scared." "Don't be such a party pooper, Phil," said Mandy. "To hell with him," said Carl, and he started off, and all the others followed him, except Irene. "Are you sure you really don't want to come, Phil?" she asked. She looked frail and thin against the sunlight. I realized there really wasn't much of her, and that what there was had taken a terrible beating. "No," I said, "I don't. Are you sure you want to go?" "Of course I do, Phil." I thought of the pills. "I suppose you do," I said. "I suppose there's really no stopping you." "No, Phil, there isn't." And then she stooped and kissed me very gently, and I could feel the dry, chapped surface of her lips and the faint warmth of her breath. I stood. "I wish you'd stay," I said. "I can't," she said. And then she turned and ran after the others. I watched them growing smaller and smaller on the beach, following the walrus and the carpenter. I watched them come to where the beach curved around the bluff and watched them disappear behind the bluff. I looked up at the sky, pure blue, impersonal. "What do you think of this?" I asked it. Nothing. It hadn't even noticed. "Now, if you're ready, oysters dear, we can begin to feed." "But not on us," the oysters cried, turning a little blue. "After such kindness, that would be a dismal thing to do." A dismal thing to do. I began to run up the beach toward the bluff. I stumbled now and then because I'd had too much to drink, far too much to drink. I heard small shells crack under my shoes, and the sand made whipping noises. I fell heavily and lay there gasping on the beach. My heart pounded in my chest. I was too old for this sort of footwork. I hadn't had any real exercise in years. I smoked too much and I drank too much. I did all the wrong things. I didn't do any of the right things. I pushed myself up a little, and then I let myself down again. My heart was pounding hard enough to frighten me. I could feel it in my chest, frantically pumping, squeezing blood in and spurting blood out, like an oyster pulsing in the sea. "Shall we be trotting home again?" My heart was like an oyster. I got up, fell up, and began to run again, weaving widely, my mouth open and the air burning my throat. I was coated with sweat, streaming with it, and it felt icy in the cold wind. "Shall we be trotting home again?" I rounded the bluff, and then I stopped and stood swaying, and then I dropped to my knees. The pure blue of the sky was unmarked by a single bird or cloud, and nothing stirred on the whole vast stretch of the beach. But answer there came none, and this was scarcely odd because... Nothing stirred, but there they were. Irene and Mandy and Carl and Horace were there, and 4 others, too, just around the bluff. "We cannot do with more than 4. But the walrus and the carpenter had taken 2 trips. I began to crawl toward them on my knees. My heart, my oyster heart, was pounding too hard to allow me to stand. The other 4 had had a picnic, too, very like our own. They, too, had plastic cups and plates, and they, too, had brought bottles. They had sat and waited for the return of the walrus and the carpenter. Irene was right in front of me. Her eyes were open and stared at, but did not see, the sky. The pure blue, uncluttered sky. There were a few grains of sand in her left eye. Her face was almost clear of blood. There were only a few flecks of it on her lower chin. The spray from the huge wound in her chest seemed to have traveled mainly downward and to the right. I stretched out my arm and touched her hand. "Irene," I said. But answer there came none, and this was scarcely odd because they'd eaten every one. I looked up at the others. Like Irene, they were all of them dead. The walrus and the carpenter had eaten the oysters and left the shells. The carpenter never found any firewood, and so they'd eaten them raw. You can eat oysters raw if you want to. I said her name once more, just for the record, and then I stood and turned from them and walked to the bluff. I rounded the bluff, and the beach stretched before me, vast, smooth, empty, and remote. Even as I ran upon it, away from them, it was remote. Hey, Look at Me by Jack Finney. We all crave recognition, but perhaps the creative person's craving is sharpest, most painfully felt, most keenly suffered. At any rate, Jack Finney's Hey, Look at Me is a probing exploration of a writer's desperate hunger for recognition. It was the first of several Playboy appearances by Mr. Finney, whose best-selling novels, Assault on a Queen, Good Neighbor Sam, 5 Against the House, The Body Snatchers, and The House of Numbers, were all made into same-name films, and whose short story collections, I Love Galesburg in the Springtime and The Third Level, have received the highest praise. His way with horror is quiet, gentle, and very, very haunting. About 6 months after Maxwell Kingery died, I saw his ghost walking along Miller Avenue in Mill Valley, California. It was 2:20 in the afternoon, a clear sunny day, and I saw him from a distance which I later paced off. It was less than 15 feet. There is no possibility that I was mistaken about who or what I saw, and I'll tell you why, I'm sure. My name is Peter Marks, and I'm the book editor of a San Francisco newspaper. I live in Mill Valley, a dozen miles from San Francisco, and I work at home most days from about 9 till 2 or 3 in the afternoon. My wife is likely to need something from the store by then, so I generally walk downtown, nearly always stopping in at Meyer's Bakery, which has a lunch counter. Until he died, I often had coffee there with Max Kingery, and we'd sit at the counter for half an hour and talk. He was a writer, so it was absolutely inevitable that I'd be introduced to him soon after he came to Mill Valley. A lot of writers live here, and whenever a new one arrives, people love to introduce us and then stand back to see what will happen. Nothing much ever does, though once a man denounced me right on the sidewalk in front of the Red Hill liquor store. "Peter Marks, the book critic," he said, and when I nodded, he said, "You, sir, are a puling idiot who ought to be writing news of our pets for the Carmel Pine Cone instead of criticizing the work of your betters." Then he turned and, this is the word, stalked off, while I stood staring after him, smiling. I'd panned 2 of his books. He'd been waiting for Peter Marks ever since, and was admirably ready when his moment came. But all Max Kingery said stiffly the day we were introduced was, "How do you do?" Then he stood there nodding rapidly a number of times, finally remembering to smile. And that's all I said to him. It was in the spring, downtown in front of the bank, I think, and Max was bareheaded, wearing a light brown, shabby-looking topcoat with the collar turned up. He was a black-haired, black-eyed man with heavy black-rimmed glasses, intense and quick-moving. It was hard for him to stand still there. He was young, but already stooped, his hair thinning. I could see this was a man who took himself seriously, but his name rang no bell in my mind, and we spoke politely and parted quickly. Probably forever if we hadn't kept meeting in the bakery after that. But we both came in for coffee nearly every afternoon, and after we'd met and nodded half a dozen times, we were almost forced to sit together at the counter and try to make some conversation. So we slowly became friends. He didn't have many. After I knew him, I looked up what he'd written, naturally, and found it was a first novel which I'd reviewed a year before. I'd said it showed promise, and that I thought it was possible he'd write a fine novel someday, but all in all, it was the kind of review usually called mixed, and I felt awkward about it. But I needn't have worried. I soon learned that what I or anyone else thought of his book was no importance to Max. He knew that in time I and everyone else would have to say that Maxwell Kingery was a very great writer. Right now, not many people, even here in town, knew he was a writer at all, but that was okay with Max. He wasn't ready for them to know. Someday, not only every soul in Mill Valley, but the inhabitants of remote villages in distant places would know he was one of the important writers of his time and possibly of all time. Max never said any of this, but you learned that he thought so, and that it wasn't egotism. It was just something he knew, and maybe he was right. Who knows how many Shakespeares have died prematurely, how many young geniuses we've lost in stupid accidents, illnesses, and wars. Cora, my wife, met Max presently, and because he looked thin, hungry, and forlorn, as he was, she had me ask him over for a meal, and pretty soon we were having him often. His wife had died about a year before we met him. The more I learned about Max, the more it seemed to me that he was one of those occasional people who, beyond all dispute, are plagued by simple bad luck all their lives. After his wife died and his book had failed, he moved from the city to Mill Valley, And now he lived alone, working on the novel which, with the others to follow, was going to make him famous. He lived in a mean, cheap little house he'd rented, walking downtown for meals. I never knew where he got whatever money he had. It wasn't much. So we had him over often so Cora could feed him, and once he was sure he was welcome, he'd stop in of his own accord if his work was going well. And nearly every day I saw him downtown, and we'd sit over coffee and talk. It was seldom about writing. All he'd ever say about his own work when we met was it was going well or that it was not, because he knew I was interested. Some writers don't like to talk about what they're doing, and he was one. I never even knew what his book was about. We talked about politics, the possible futures of the world, and whatever else people on the way to becoming pretty good friends talk about. Occasionally he read a book I'd reviewed, and we'd discuss it and my review. He was always polite enough about what I did, but his real attitude showed through. Some writers are belligerent about critics. Some are sullen and hostile. But Max was just contemptuous. I'm sure he believed that all writers outranked all critics. Well or badly, they actually do the deed which we only sit and carp about. And sometimes Max would listen to an opinion of mine about someone's book, then he'd shrug and say, "Well, you're not a writer," as though that severely limited my understanding. I'd say, "No, I'm a critic," which seemed a good answer to me, but Max would nod as though I'd agreed with him. He liked me, but to Max, my work made me only a hanger-on, a camp-follower, almost a parasite. That's why it was all right to accept free meals from me. I was one of the people who live off the work writers do, and I'm sure he thought it was only my duty, which I wouldn't deny, to help him get his book written. Reading it would be my reward. But, of course, I never read Max's next book, or the others that were to follow it. He died that summer, absolutely pointlessly. He caught flu or something, one of those nameless things everyone gets occasionally. But Max didn't always eat well or live sensibly, and it hung on and turned into pneumonia, though he didn't know that. He lay in that little house of his waiting to get well, and didn't. By the time he got himself to a doctor, and the doctor got him to a hospital and got some penicillin in him, it was too late. And Max died in Marin General Hospital that night. What made Max's death even more shocking to Cora and me was the way we learned about it. We were out of town on vacation 600 miles away in Utah when it happened, and didn't know about it. We've thought over and again, of course, that if only we'd been home when Max took sick, we'd have taken him to our house and he'd never have gotten pneumonia, and I'm sure it's true. Max was just an unlucky man. When we got home, not only did we learn that Max was dead, but even his funeral, over 10 days before, was already receding into the past. So there was no way for Cora and me to make ourselves realize that Max was actually gone forever. You return from a vacation and slip back into the old routine so easily. Sometimes it hardly seems you've left. It was like that now, and walking into the bakery again for coffee in the afternoons, it seemed only a day or so since I'd last seen Max here. And whenever the door opened, I'd find myself glancing up. Except for a few people who remembered seeing me around town with Max and who spoke to me about him now, shaking their heads, it didn't seem to me that Max's death was even discussed. I'm sure people had talked about it to some extent, at least, although not many had known him well or at all. But other events had replaced that one by some days. So to Cora and me, Max's absence from the town didn't seem to have left any discernible gap in it. Even visiting the cemetery didn't help. It's in San Rafael, not Mill Valley, and the grave was in a remote corner. We had to climb a steep hill to reach it. But it hardly seemed real. There was no marker, and we had to count in from the road to even locate it. Standing there in the sun with Cora, I felt a flash of resentment against his relatives, but then I knew I shouldn't. Max had a few scattered cousins or something in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. The last time he'd known any of them at all, well, they'd been children, and he hadn't corresponded with them since. Now they'd sent a minimum of money to California to pay expenses, more from family pride than for Max, I expect, and none of them had come themselves. You couldn't blame them. It was a long way and expensive, but it was sad. There'd been only 5 people at the funeral. Max had never been in or even seen this cemetery, and standing at the unmarked grave and the new grass already beginning, I couldn't get it through my head that it had anything much to do with him. He just vanished from the town, that's all. His things, a half-finished manuscript, portable typewriter, some clothes, and a half-ream of unused yellow paper, had been shipped to his relatives. And Max, with a dozen great books hidden in his brain, who had been going to become famous, was now just gone. Hardly missed and barely remembered. Time is the great healer. It makes you forget. Sometimes it makes you forget literally and with great cruelty. I knew a man whose wife ran away, and he never saw her again. He missed her so much he thought he could never for a moment forget it. A year later, reading in his living room at night, he became so absorbed in his book that when he heard a faint, familiar noise in the kitchen, he called out without looking up from his book and asked his wife to bring him a cup of tea when she came back into the room. Only when there was no answer did he look up from his complete forgetfulness. Then his loss swept over him worse than ever. About 6 months after Max died, I finished my day's work and walked downtown. This was in January, and we'd just had nearly a month of rain, fog, and wet chill. Then California did what it does several times every winter, and for which I always forgive it anything. The rain stopped, the sun came out, the sky turned an unclouded blue, and the temperature went up into the high 70s. Everything was lush from the winter rains, and there was no way to distinguish those 3 or 4 days from summer. And I walked into town in shirt-sleeves. And when I started across Miller Avenue by the bus station, heading for Meyer's Bakery across the street, and saw Max Kingery over there walking toward the corner of Throckmorton just ahead, I wasn't surprised, but just glad to see him. I think it was because this was a continuation of the summer I'd known him, the interval following it omitted, and because I'd never really had proof that he died. So I walked on, crossing the street and watching Max, thin, dark, and intense. He didn't see me. I was waiting till I got close enough to call to him, and I reached the middle of the street and even took a step or two past it before I remembered that Max Kingery was dead. Then I just stood there, my mouth hanging open, as Max, or what seemed to be Max, walked on to the corner, turned, and moved on out of sight. I went on to the bakery then and had my coffee. I had to have something. I don't know if I could have spoken, but I didn't have to. They always set a cup of coffee in front of me when I come in. My hand shook when I lifted the cup, and I spilled some. And if it had occurred to me, I'd have gone to a bar instead and had several drinks. If you ever have some such experience, you'll learn that people resist believing you as they resist nothing else. You'll resist it yourself. I got home and told Cora what had happened. We sat in the living room, and this time I did have a drink in my hand. She listened. There really wasn't much to say, I found, except that I'd seen Max Kingery walking along Miller Avenue. I couldn't blame Cora. My words sounded flat and foolish as I heard them. She nodded and said that several times she'd seen dark, preoccupied, thin young men downtown who reminded her a little of Max. It was only natural. It was where we'd so often run into him. Patiently, I said, "No. Listen to me, Cora. It's one thing to see someone who reminds you of someone else, from a distance or from the back or just as he disappears in a crowd. But you cannot possibly mistake a stranger when you see him close up and see his face in full daylight for someone you know well and saw often. With the possible exception of identical twins, there are no such resemblances between people. That was Max, Cora. Max Kingery, and no one else in the world." Cora just sat there on the davenport, continuing to look at me. She didn't know what to say. I understood and felt half sorry for her, half irritated. Finally, she had to say something. She said, "Well, what was he wearing?" I had to stop and think. Then I shrugged. "Well, just some kind of pants. I didn't notice the shoes. A dark shirt of some kind, maybe plaid, I don't know. And one of those round straw hats." "Round straw hats?" "Yeah, you know.
You see people wearing them in the summer. I think they buy them at carnivals or somewhere, with a peak, shaped like a baseball cap, only they're made of some kind of shiny yellow straw. Usually the peak is stitched around the rim with a narrow strip of red cloth or braid. This one was, and it had a red button on top, and, I remembered this suddenly, triumphantly. It had his initials on the front. Big red initials. M.K. About 3 inches high, stitched into the straw just over the peak in red thread or braid or something. Cora was nodding decisively. That proves it. Of course, No, she said irritably. It proves that it wasn't Max. It couldn't be. I don't know why we were so irritable. Fear of the unnatural, I suppose. And just how does it prove that? Oh, Pete, can you imagine Max Kingery, of all people, wearing a hat like that? You've got to be, she shrugged, hunting for the word, some kind of extrovert to wear silly hats. Of all people in the world who would not wear a straw baseball cap with a red button on the top and 3-inch-high initials on the front. She stopped, looking at me anxiously, and after a moment I had to agree. Yeah, I said slowly. He'd be the last guy in the world to wear one of those. I gave in then. There wasn't anything else to do. It must have been someone else. I probably got the initials wrong. I saw what I thought they ought to be instead of what they were. It would have to be someone else, naturally, cap or no cap. Then the memory of what I'd seen rose up in my mind again, clear as a sharply detailed photograph, and I said slowly, "But I just hope you see him sometime, that's all. Whoever he is." She saw him 10 days later. There was a movie at the Sequoia we wanted to see, so we got our sitter, then drove downtown after supper. The weather was clear and dry, but brisk temperature in the middle or high 30s. When we got to the box office, the picture was still on with 20 minutes to go yet, so we took a little walk first. Except for the theater and a bar or two, downtown Mill Valley is locked up and deserted at night. But most of the display windows are left lighted, so we strolled along Throckmorton Avenue and began looking into them, beginning with Gomez Jewelry. We were out of sight of the theater here, and as we moved slowly along from window to window, there wasn't another human being in sight, not a car moving, and our own footsteps on the walk, unusually loud, were the only sound. We were at the men's shop, looking in at a display of cufflinks, Cora urging me once more to start wearing shirts with French cuffs so I could wear links in my sleeves, when I heard footsteps turn a corner and begin approaching us on Throckmorton. And I knew it was Max. I used to say that I'd like to have some sort of psychical experience, that I'd like to see a ghost. But I was wrong. I think it must be one of the worst kinds of fear. I now believe it can drive men insane and whiten their hair, and that it has. It's a nasty fear. You're so helpless. And it began in me now, increasing steadily, and I wanted to spare Cora the worst of it. She was talking, pointing at a pair of cufflinks made from old cable car tokens. I knew she'd become aware of the footsteps in a moment and turned to see whoever was passing. I had to prepare her before she turned and saw Max full in the face without warning, and, not wanting to, I turned my head slowly. A permanent awning projects over the storefronts along here, and the light from the windows seemed to be confined under it, not reaching the outer edge of the walk beyond the awning. But there was a 3/4 moon just rising above the trees that surround the downtown area, and by that pale light I saw Max walking briskly along that outer edge of sidewalk beside the curb, only a dozen yards away now. He was bareheaded, and I saw his face sharp and clear, and it was Max beyond all doubt. There was no way to say anything else to myself. I slipped my hand under Cora's coat sleeve and began squeezing her upper arm steadily, harder and harder, till it must have approached pain, and she understood, becoming aware of the footsteps. I felt her body stiffen, and I wished she wouldn't, but knew she had to. She turned. Then we stood there as he walked steadily toward us in the moonlight.
My scalp stirred, each hair of my head moved and tried to stand. The skin all over my body chilled as the blood receded from it. Beside me, Cora stood shivering violently, and her teeth were chattering. The only time in my life I've ever heard the sound. I believe she would have fallen, except for my grip on her arm. Courage was useless, and I don't claim I had any, but it seemed to me that to save Cora from some unspeakable consequence of fear beyond ability to bear it, that I had to speak and that I had to do it casually. I can't say why I thought that, but as Max approached, his regular, steadily advancing steps, the only sound left in the world now, his white face in the moonlight not 10 feet away, I said, "Hello, Max." At first I thought he wasn't going to answer or respond in any way. He walked on, eyes straight ahead, for at least 2 more steps. Then his head turned very slowly, as though the effort were enormous, and he looked at us as he passed with a terrible sadness lying motionless in his eyes. Then just as slowly, he turned away again, eyes forward, and he was actually a pace or 2 beyond us when his voice, a dead monotone, the effort tremendous, said, "Hello." And it was the voice of despair, absolute and hopeless. The street curves just ahead. He would disappear around its bend in a moment, and as I stared after him in spite of the fear and sorrow for Max, I was astounded at what I saw now. There is a kind of jacket which, rightly or wrongly, I associate with a certain kind of slouching, thumbs-hooked-in-the-belt juvenile exhibitionist. They are made of some sort of shiny, sateen-like cloth, always in 2 bright and violently contrasting colors. The sleeves yellow, the body a chemical green, for example, and usually a name of some sort is lettered across the back. Teenage gangs wear them, or used to. Max wore one now. It was hard to tell the colors in the moonlight, but I think they were orange and red sleeves, and stitched on the back in a great flowing script that nearly covered it was, "Max K." Then he was gone, around the corner, his fading footsteps continuing 2, 3, 4, or 5 more times as they dwindled into silence. I had to support Cora, and her feet stumbled as we walked to the car. In the car she began to cry, rocking back and forth, her hands over her face. She told me later that she'd cried from grief at feeling such fear of Max. But it helped her, and I drove us to lights and people then, to a crowded bar away from Mill Valley in Sausalito, a few miles away. We sat and drank then, several brandies each, and talked and wondered and asked each other the same questions, but had no answers. I think other people saw Max in Mill Valley during those days. One of the local cab drivers who parked by the bus station walked up to me one day. Actually, he strolled, hands in pockets, making a point of seeming very casual. He said, "Say, that friend of yours, that young guy used to be around town that died?" There was caution in his voice, and he stood watching me closely as I answered. I nodded and said yeah, to show that I understood who he meant. "Well, did he have a brother or something?" the driver said, and I shook my head and said not that I knew of. He nodded, but was unsatisfied, still watching my face and waiting for me to offer something more, but I didn't. And I knew he'd seen Max. I'm sure others saw him and knew who it was, as Cora and I did. It isn't something you mention casually, and I suppose there were those who saw him and merely recognized him vaguely as someone they'd seen around town before. I walked over to Max's old house a day or so after we'd seen him. By that time, of course, I knew why he'd come back. The real estate office that had it listed for rental again would have let me have the key if I'd asked. They knew me. But I didn't know what I could tell them as a reason for going in. It was an old house, run down, too small for most people, not the kind that rents quickly or that anyone bothers guarding too diligently. I felt sure I could get in somewhere, and on the tiny back porch, shielded from view, I tried the kitchen window, and it opened, and I climbed in. The few scraps of furniture that had come with the place were still there, in the silence. A wooden table and 2 chairs in the tiny kitchen, which Max had hardly used. The iron single bed in the bedroom, The worn-out, musty-smelling Davenport and matching chair in the living room, and the rickety card table beside the front windows where Max had worked. What little I found lying on the floor beside the table. 2 crumpled-up wads of the yellow copy paper Max had used. I opened them up, but it's hard to describe what was written on them. There were single words and what seemed to be parts of words, and fragments of sentences and completely unreadable scribblings, all written in pencil. There was a word that might have been forest or foreign. The final letters degenerated into a scrawl, as though the hand holding the pencil had begun to fall away from the paper before it could finish. There was an unfinished sentence beginning, "She ran too," and the stroke crossing the T wavered on part way across and then down the sheet till it ran off the bottom. There is no use describing in detail what is on those 2 crumpled sheets. There's no sense to be made of it, though I've often tried. It looks, I imagine, like the scrawlings of a man weak from fever and in delirium, as though every squiggle and wobbly line were made with almost impossible effort. And I'm sure they were. It is true that they might be notes jotted down months earlier when Max was alive and which no one bothered to pick up and remove. But I know they aren't. They're the reason Max came back. They're what he tried to do and failed. I don't know what ghosts are or why, in rare instances, they appear. Maybe all human beings have the power, if they have the will, to reappear as Max and a few others have done occasionally down through the centuries. But I believe that to do so takes some kind of terrible and unimaginable expenditure of psychic energy. I think it takes such a fearful effort of will that it is beyond our imagining, and that only very rarely is such an incredible effort made. I think a Shakespeare killed before Hamlet, Othello, and Macbeth were written might have put forth such effort and returned. And I know that Max Kingery did. But there was almost nothing left over to do what he came back for. Those meaningless fragments were the utmost he could accomplish. His appearances were at the cost of tremendous effort, and I think that to even turn his head and look at us in addition, as he did the night we saw him, and then to actually pronounce an audible word besides, were efforts no one alive can understand. It was beyond him. He could not return and then write the books that were to have made the name of Max Kingery what he'd been certain it was destined to be. And so he had to give up. We never saw Max again, though we saw 2 more places he'd been. Cora and I were driving to San Rafael over the county road. You can get there on a 6-lane highway now, 101, that slices straight through the hills. But this was once part of the only road between the 2 towns, and it winds a lot around and between the Marin County hills under the trees. It's a pleasant, narrow little 2-lane road, and we like to take it once in a while. I believe it's still the shortest route to San Rafael, winding though it is. This was the end of January, or early in February, I don't remember. It was early in the week. I'd taken the day off, and Cora wanted something at Penny's, so we drove over. 20 or 30 feet up on the side of a hill about a mile outside Mill Valley, there's an outcropping of smooth-faced rock facing the road. And Cora glanced at it, exclaimed, and pointed, and I jammed on the brakes and looked up where she was pointing. There, on the rock, facing the public road, painted in great 4-foot letters, was Max, K.I. The lines crude and uneven, driblets of paint running down past the bottoms of the letters, the final stroke continuing on down the face of the rock until the paint, or oil on the brush, or stick, had run thin and faded away. We knew Max had painted it. His name, or as much of it as he could manage. And staring up at it now, I understood the loud jacket with Max K on its back, and the carnival straw hat with the big red initials. For who are the people who paint their names or initials in public places and on the rocks that face our highways? Driving from San Francisco to Reno through the Donner Pass, you see them by the hundreds, some painted so high that the rocks must have been scaled dangerously to do it. I used to puzzle over them. To paint your name or initials up there in the mountains wasn't impulse. It took planning. You'd have to drive over 100 miles with the can of paint on the floor of the car. Now, who would do that? And who would wear the caps stitched with initials and the jackets with names on their backs? It was plain to me now. They are the people, of course, who feel that they have no identity, and who are fighting for one. They are unknown, nearly invisible, so they feel, and their names or initials, held up to the uninterested eyes of the world, are silent shouts of, "Hey, look at me!" Children shouted incessantly while acquiring their identities, and if they never acquire one, maybe they never stop shouting, because the things they do must always leave them with a feeling of emptiness. Initials on their caps, names on their jackets, or even painted high on a cliff, visible for miles, they must always feel their failure to leave a real mark, and so they repeat it again and again. And Max, who had to be someone, who had to be, did as they did, finally, from desperation. To have never been anyone and to be forgotten completely was not to be borne. At whatever cost, he, too, had to try to leave his name behind him, even if he were reduced to painting it on a rock. I visited the cemetery once more that spring, plodding up the hill, eyes on the ground. Nearing the crest, I looked up, then stopped in my tracks, astounded. There, at the head of Max's grave, stood an enormous gray stone, the biggest by far of any in sight, and it was made not of concrete or pressed stone, but of the finest granite. It would last 1,000 years, and cut deeply into its face in big letters was Maxwell Kingery, author. Down in his shop outside the gates, I talked to the middle-aged stone-cutter in the little office at the front of the building. He was wearing a work apron and cap. He said, "Yes, certainly I remember the man who ordered it. Black hair and eyes, heavy glasses. He told me what it should say, and I wrote it down. Your name's Peter Marks, isn't it?" I said it was, and he nodded as though he knew it. "Yes, he told me you'd be here, and I knew you would. Hard for him to talk. Had some speech impediment, but I understood him." He turned to a littered desk, leafed through a little stack of papers, then found the one he wanted and slid it across the counter to me. "He said you'd be in and pay for it. Here's the bill. It's expensive, but worth it. A fine stone, and the only one here I know of for an author." For several moments I just stood there, staring at the paper in my hand. Then I did the only thing left to do, and got out one of the checks I carry in my wallet. Waiting while I wrote it, the stone-cutter said politely, "And what do you do, Mr. Marks? You an author, too?" "No," I said, signing the check. Then I looked up, smiling. "I'm just a critic." For the Rich, They Sing, Sometimes, by Ken W. Purdy. Prior to becoming Playboy's most prolific contributing editor, Ken W. Purdy held the highest editorial posts at True and Argosy. He is a respected authority on the men and machines of the automotive world. His books on that world include Bright Wheels Rolling, Kings of the Road, Wonderful World of the Automobile, Motor Cars of the Golden Past, and All But My Life, a volume of conversations with Sterling Moss, and a 3-time winner of Playboy Awards, once for fiction, twice for nonfiction. Purdy does not often dip into the world of the fantastic and inexplicable, but when he does, the result is always of superior quality. For example, the following story of a beautiful girl with a gift for precognition. Someone said of one of the great merchant barons, many times a millionaire before he was 30, "He had the cunning of the very rich, who are hunted all their lives." And so had Miles Flynn. Miles had native cunning, not to be confused with intelligence, and the cunning aforesaid, even less to be confused with intelligence. And in addition, he'd been conditioned. He was married the first time 5 days after his 18th birthday. One Charles Courtney Batt, chief of the legal hierarchy that managed the Flynn estate, had the marriage annulled, which was easy. But first Miles had to be convinced, and that was hard. He was stubborn. Even after they'd shown him the girl's record, he wanted to keep her. The marriage lasted 5 months and 16 days. His second wife was Tara Louise Trott. She was pedigreed, beautiful, certified by the best American and Swiss schools, loved by one and all. Miles was 23 when he and Tara were married, and 19 months older when she divorced him. Tara hadn't been able to stand the sight of him, ever, an aberration which rather distinctly set her apart from the herd. She had been in there for the sole purpose of looting the vaults, and she did very well. The settlement for her and the baby had been over $500,000 in cash, and the alimony agreement stipulated no cutoff in case of remarriage. It went on forever. Her lawyers felt that she was a brave girl and deserved all of it. To get the pictures of Miles knocking her down, for example, she had to make him fighting drunk, he was not a big drinker, and bring him to the climax of weeks of goading. He might very well have hurt her, or even have killed her. As it was, he loosened 2 lower teeth when he hit her, but that was an advantage. Her dentist was her most effective witness. Miles Flynn was elusive for a couple of years after Tara Louise. He said he felt like the mechanical rabbit at a dog track. It was probably true that every woman in the country over the age of 16 had at one time or another allowed herself a fantasy that included marrying Miles Flynn. His picture had been in the papers so much that everyone knew what he looked like. And then there was the money. Coming into the 1950s, the estate had been worth around $50 million, and even if the executors had been idiots, it would have been doubled by 1960. Miles had a kind of Lady Mary Docker attitude toward money. He wasn't ashamed of it, and he never allowed the possibility of attendant publicity to influence a decision about spending. He lived it up, but the first thing a girl got on the second date was his heartfelt assurance that he would never marry her, not under any circumstances, conceivable or inconceivable. "I wouldn't for the world offend you, dear heart," he'd say. "It's just that I want you to know how it is with me. It's like the stuff they print on plane tickets, the conditions of the contract, and so on. If you don't like the ticket, you don't have to get on the airplane." Most of them got on anyway. Miles met Mary Kennedy on a real airplane. She was a stewardess on a Pan Am 707 he took from Paris one day in May. She was pretty, what else? And she had a pretty figure, what else? She was a standard stewardess, type 89T, for tall. Her eyes were blue and hadn't missed by a great deal being violet. She was first girl on the aeroplane, and she should have been. She wasn't diffident, and she wasn't forward. She had authority and firmness, and she was sweet and comforting and all woman. None of this would have got her a look from Miles Flynn, but she had something else. 3 hours out of New York, she leaned over Miles' seat, looked out his window, and said, "It's miserable out there, isn't it? But the sun will be shining in New York." "The captain was on the horn a couple of minutes ago. Didn't you hear him?" Miles said. "He said it would be pouring rain when we land." Miss Kennedy smiled. "I have better information than he can get," she said, and she went away and didn't come back. When they started letting down for Idlewild, the weather looked like New York November, wet, thick, cold, and horrid. They broke out into a light rain at about 7,500 feet. The stuff was moving off under a driving wind when they landed, and just as the plane hauled up to the ramp, the sun came out bright and hot. Miss Kennedy had the door, and when Miles Flynn came by, she smiled and inclined her head charmingly and said, "You see, I told you." A month later, he decided to go to Stockholm to see the raising of the Vasa, and he drew Mary Kennedy again. He remembered her. "Tell me," he said, "how's it going to be in Paris 6 hours from now?" "I don't know," she said. "I haven't thought about it." "My view is it's always nice in Paris." Halfway over, she brought him a radiogram. It was short. "Sorry, cannot meet you, Lise." Miles was annoyed.
It hadn't been any last-minute date. He'd phoned the girl 3 days in advance. He didn't like it that the message gave no reason and cited no alternative. He wadded it and stuffed it into the ashtray on the seat arm. Miss Kennedy came down the aisle. From his point of view, her legs looked longer than they should be, and the rest of her, up to her breasts, looked flat and iron-hard. She smiled at him. "Of course I will," she said. For a second he thought of playing it dumb, but he was basically an honest man. He didn't say anything. "You were going to ask me to have dinner with you, weren't you?" she said. He nodded. "Are you still?" she said. He nodded again. "That's some little radar you've got there, or whatever," he said. She laughed. She had a big, merry laugh. She was a big, merry, generous girl. She had a 2-day layover in Paris, and he canceled his Stockholm flight. When he came back to New York, he intended phoning her, and he would have within a week or so, but as it turned out, there was no need. He had dined with a playbroker one night. He left the man at the restaurant door, and for no reason he could remember afterward, he decided to walk to his flat instead of taking a cab. He met Mary Kennedy at Park and 56th Street. She was walking aimlessly and slowly, looking into the Mercedes-Benz showroom. "I thought you'd never get here," she said softly. "What delayed you?" He felt distinctly spooked. He had intended to be home by 11 because he had half promised to catch a television show. He and his friend had had a lot of laughs during dinner, and he'd quite forgotten about it. There was no way for her to know this. "What are you doing wandering around in the middle of the night?" he said. "Where are you going?" "I was waiting for you," she said. "And I'm going wherever you want me to, I hope." He didn't ask her anything more. She had been enchanting in Paris. In New York, he really couldn't bear to go to sleep. There was no magic about it. She made him believe that he mattered and that nothing else did. When she screamed, he somehow felt she was not giving vent to her own ecstasy, but crying her pride in him. When she was in possession of herself, she held him lightly in her arms, and her hands moved questingly over him, searching out every reaction. In the dawn, he sent her across the room to open a curtain so that he could watch her as she walked. She moved like a queen, but she bent to his crooked finger. They left the bed at noon and had champagne for orange juice. They had a shower and more champagne, a careful amount, and went to a Hungarian place in the 80s for a big lunch. "Now tell me," Miles said, "how did you know I was going to come along Park Avenue last night?" "I don't know how I knew," she said. "It was the same as it had been the first 2 times, when I knew it was going to be sunny in New York and that you were going to ask me to dinner." "You're not the 7th daughter of a 7th daughter," Miles said. "I'm not even Irish," she said. "If I were, I could give you a windy tale. But as it is, I have to say that I seem to come by things oddly every once in a while, and there's no doubt some kind of extrasensory perception. All I know is that there's a certain amount of emotion involved. It hasn't happened often." She didn't tell him more, and he began to think she didn't know more. He kept on seeing her. He went to some pains to convince himself that bed was all of it, and he waited apprehensively for passion's inevitable decline. He could detect no sign, and the weeks wore merrily on. If anything, the canvas on which she painted seemed to enlarge. She did not indulge him in anything so mundane as a fuller repertory. She was not expert. She was selfless. When he understood this, he began to be moved. When the very rich are moved, they think of gift-giving. Rather, when the rich are very moved, they think of gift-giving. Miles Flynn was sufficiently moved to buy a small golden brooch for Mary Kennedy, and he was sufficiently sentimental to choose one in the shape of an aeroplane. It was not junk. The running lights were represented by a diamond and a ruby, small but fine. It was, by his standards, a modest, if not trifling, gift at $265 plus tax. Mary wouldn't take it. "I don't want anything from you that has anything to do with money," she said. "It's too corny. You've given little presents like this to more girls than you could lay end to end from here to Central Park. I don't want anything from you that has anything to do with money. If you didn't insist on eating in places like this, I wouldn't even let you buy me a lunch. It's just too dreary, you and your money." She put the top on the box and pushed it across the tablecloth. "But it was dear of you to think of it." A little red flare of anger burned brightly in Miles, but only briefly. He'd seen this gambit before, and he knew the counter. A 20-carat zircon set in white gold in a Cartier box. He had once had even that refused, but the girl had lost on the next move. A phony deed to a cooperative flat on Sutton Place. "If you're thinking, and you are," Mary said, "that I'm turning this little iron bird down so that you raise the ante, you can just stop. Because you couldn't give me a prefab Taj Mahal or a first mortgage on Monaco or anything else that costs money." "Okay," he said. "I, on the other hand, can give you some material token of my affection, of value up to, say, half a week's salary, because money and me are on a wholly different basis. You can understand that, can't you?" "Okay," Miles said. "I can understand, but, don't do it." "Are you hungry?" she said. "You know I'm not," he said. "Let's get out of here." The concept of heterosexual, romantic love was repugnant to Miles Flynn. He didn't like even the word, love, but he began to wonder what other term to use in thinking about Mary Kennedy. When he admitted this to himself, he was frightened. This was the fat-headed emotion that had led him to pledge formal, lifelong free access to his soul, body, and worldly goods to, first, a dedicated blackmailer, and second, a hatchet-hearted bitch who should have been put into a bucket of warm water at birth. And both had been most dear to him early on. Every 30 days, Miles was reminded of these lapses in judgment when he met with Charles Courtney Batt. Batt was thin, gray, all Brooks, and 18 inches wide. He had made his own money, and a lot of it, by pure intellectual effort. "I am told, Miles," he said, "that you have not been much in the gossip columns of late. Have you turned to celibacy in your, middle years?" He lined up the edges of the July financial folders, his eyes cast down. Miles smiled broadly to show that he knew a joke when he heard it. "Oh, no," he said, "not that." And hating himself for it, he began to tell Batt about Mary Kennedy, emphasizing what was easiest to emphasize, her apparent prescience. "Dear me," Charles Courtney Batt said, "a most enterprising young lady. Rather dangerously so, I should think. Of course, you saw through her modus operandi, I'm sure. In the first instance, she merely gambled, knowing that a weather front was going through New York. She bet it would have cleared Idlewild when you got in. If she'd lost, it wouldn't have mattered, but winning, she won a lot. She impressed you. On the trip to Paris, naturally, she read the radio message from Lisa Givenchy. If the radio operator had sealed it before he gave it to her, she persuaded him to let her read it and give her another envelope. Knowing that you would be angry at Miss Givenchy, she knew, if she picked the right moment to walk provocatively toward you, that you would contemplate her seduction in anger at Miss Givenchy, and that, being a gentleman, you would naturally preface seduction with dinner. Nothing could be simpler than that." "Perhaps," Miles said, "but what about the time on Park Avenue?" Batt smiled. "Nothing extraordinary. She made an arrangement with someone in your apartment. Or more likely, she happened to see you go into the restaurant and simply waited for you." "You make it seem very simple," Miles said. "No," Batt said. "It is very simple." "I'm not sure," Miles said. "There are so many times when she seems to know absolutely what I'm thinking." "You are in love," Batt said. "That's no answer," Miles said. "Yes, it is. You are in love, and it's affecting your judgment." "Oh, balls," Miles said. "Don't talk nonsense. There is such a thing as prescience. Telepathy has been demonstrated. Extrasensory perception of all kinds has been demonstrated." "Not to me," Batt said. The office of Charles Courtney Batt was almost perfectly quiet.
The barest sibilance from the air-conditioning duct was the only sound. Charles Bat affected a Sheraton game table as a desk. He was not one to allow papers to pile up, and the mahogany of it glinted warm and red in the sunlight. They were on the 39th floor, and Miles could see the Battery below and the harbor beyond it. "Maybe it should be demonstrated to you," Miles said. Bat smiled. "By all means," he said. "Extrasensory perception? I am willing." "For a small side bet," Miles said. "I never gamble, as I think you know," Bat said. "However, this is not gambling, since the outcome is not really in doubt. We'll arrange some little test, and if Miss Kennedy passes it, I'll buy you a rather nicer birthday present than usual. Say a new boat?" "All right," Miles said, "a new boat. Let's say a 20-foot jet." "I think the test can be simple," Charles Bat said. "If, as you say, Miss Kennedy is perceptive in an extrasensory fashion, she should be able to determine one number of 2 digits without seeing it. Anything simpler than that would hardly be fair, I think. And since these people always claim, as you have said Miss Kennedy claims, that their ability is emotionally linked, let us take a number with which you are intimately connected. I have one in mind. I'll put it on a piece of paper, fold it, you can initial it here, we'll seal it up in this envelope, and have my secretary put it in the safe. Satisfactory?" "Great," Miles said. "I'll bring Miss Kennedy around sometime soon." "Splendid," Bat said. "Good day, Miles." "You son of a bitch," Mary said. "In some ways you're the dearest man in the world, but I'm going to write you out of my life as if you'd never been near me. You have just died. You are a non-existent creep." "Steady," Miles said. "If you're not careful, you'll say something mean." "In the first place," Mary said, "I'm not a witch. I can't see through a cement wall on command. And I'm not a trained SEAL, and nobody, by God, is going to win anything betting how many times I can jump through a hoop. And in the third place, or the fourth place, or whatever the hell it is, why do you have to prove anything to this damned lawyer? What business is it of his if I know who's going to win the World Series in 1982? What do you care? Does he have to certify everybody you sleep with? Well, does he?" "Naturally not," Miles said. "And for Christ's sake, what are you so sore about? I just made a little bet trying to take Bat down a peg. I don't see any mortal insult to you in that." "Well, I do," Mary said, "because as far as the bet's concerned, you don't care if you win it or lose it. What you really want to know is, how did I know you were going to ask me for dinner, and how did I happen to meet you on Park Avenue that night? Did I have your apartment wired for sound, or did I just know you were coming down the street? That's what you want to find out, and this big bet nonsense is just a gimmick your suspicious, nasty, cloak-and-dagger type mind figured out for it. Right?" "Right." "No." "Close enough," Mary said. "This is a hell of a place to have a screaming argument," Miles said. "Don't worry," Mary said. "As soon as I can summon the energy to get up and get dressed, the argument will be over permanently. But just to finish everything up nicely, tell me, is this Bat your friend? Does he want things to be nice for you? Does he want you to be happy and all that?" "What does he know about happy?" Miles said. "He thinks God appointed him chairman of the board, Gurley Flynn Associates." "Could you fire him?" Mary said. "I guess so," Miles said. "It wouldn't be easy, but I could." "This number," Mary said, 2 digits, and intimately connected with your life?" "That's right." "Do you want me to tell you I see it floating in the air, outlined in purple fire? Or do you want me to tell you how I really see it?" "Without the fireworks," Miles said. "Bat is a giant brain, you say, and all he really thinks about is money, and the biggest thing in his life is that he's chairman of the board. All right. How old were you when your father died and Bat got to be Mr. Big?" "I was 14, Miles said. "Call up Mr. Bat," Mary said, "and tell him I told you the number is 41. "Not 14, Miles said. "No, 41. Because he's a crook at heart, and he'd want a little insurance against my being right." "I'll call him," Miles said. But not with you way over there. All right. Matt was still in his office when Miles did phone. Mary lay looking at the distant ceiling, dégagé, and listened indifferently until Miles hung up and turned back to her. "You were wrong, Pat," he said. "It was 22, the number of corporations we control." Mary looked at him, her eyes slitting down. "Why didn't you say, 'Bat says you're wrong, Pet'? Why didn't you say, 'Bat says the number was 22'? Tell me that." "'Cause I don't think he'd actually lie about it," Miles said. "Maybe not," Mary said. "Doesn't matter. He's just less of a crook or more of a crook than I thought, that's all. But doesn't matter. What matters is that you're mixed up with him. He's important to you, and the reason he's important to you is money again. It's the whole dreary business of you and money." "Should I burn it?" Miles asked. "You're a dear boy," Mary said, "and anybody who wouldn't rather be in bed with you just doesn't know. But don't call me any more. I'm going to put in for the Hong Kong run, and I'll have to live in San Francisco." He didn't believe her until he tried 3 days later, when she should have been back from Paris, and he didn't see her until late in September. He and Bat were at Idlewild, on their way to London to pick up a few 100,000 guineas. They'd had seats assigned, and they were standing together looking through the heavy glass at the fat cylindrical body of the aircraft, when Mary materialized beside them and said hello to Miles. She was in civilian clothes, just in, she said, from Buenos Aires. She said nothing of Hong Kong. Miles introduced her to Bat, who smiled. "Excuse us, Charles," Miles said. "I'll be right back. Once around the newsstand," he said to Mary. "The man's a crook," she said, moving beside him and with him and against him. "Probably," Miles said, "but tell me, where are you living, and what's your phone number, and what about dinner next Thursday?" She was standing, looking backward. "Miles," she said softly, "don't get on that aeroplane." He smiled more to himself as the rich mosaic of memories unreeled like a curtain flying up, but clear for all that in his mind. "Got to," Paddy said. "Have to go to London. Big deal. But I'll be back Thursday, 5 in the afternoon, and—" "Not if you get on that aeroplane, you won't," Mary said. "Not next Thursday or any other Thursday." He looked at her. She was white, and her eyes had gone the color of ink. "Don't get on it, Miles," she said. "Please don't." He looked at the clock. There were 12 minutes to departure. He left her and walked over to Bat. "I'm not going, Charles," he said. "I haven't seen Miss Kennedy for so long, and in any case she's had one of her premonitions about this plane. I gather she thinks it's never going to get to London, and I want to humor her for possibly evil purposes of my own." "Oh, come now, Miles," Bat said. "This is ridiculous. You've got to come." "The hell you say I've got to," Miles said. "You can do it all. I was just going for the ride, really." "I'll cancel too, and we'll both go tomorrow," Bat said. "How would that be?" He smiled, electing himself a full partner in a conspiracy against Mary Kennedy's inhibitions, if any. "I won't feel any more like going in the morning," Miles said. "And besides, you forgot Warwick. He's coming from Paris just to have breakfast with you in the morning." "But I don't want to go alone," Bat said. "You know, I think you're scared," Miles said. "You don't mean to tell me that little Miss Kennedy has scared you? After all, she was wrong about the number, wasn't she?" "Don't be absurd," Bat said. Miles took his elbow and walked him across the little bridge into the aeroplane. "Nice trip," he said, and he hurried back to Mary. "You know something," he said. "He really didn't want to go." "You know something?" she said. "He had good reason not to want to go. That number really was 41. Miles laughed and grabbed her arm and hustled her out. 40 minutes later, he had her on a charter heading for Maryland. They had been Mr. and Mrs. Miles Flynn for almost 3 hours when the engineer on Bat's London flight noticed that he had 650 degrees of exhaust gas temperature in the numbers 3 and 4 engines. Both indicators had jumped out of the yellow band into the red. He hit the freon nitrogen button and cut the fuel. If he had noticed the indicators a few seconds sooner, and if both engines hadn't been on one side, he might have made it out all right. But as it was, he didn't, and everything went. For a long time, as those things go, Miles Flynn believed that his third marriage was an extraordinary success. Two things about his wife amazed him. Her indifference to his money remained absolutely constant, except as he changed it. Her material life was what it had been when she had met him, and her passion diminished not even minutely, but rather steadily grew as it fed. At first he was enchanted, but in the course of time, and we live at an accelerated rate these days, he became bored with the one and worn by the other. Still, they lived amicably together, at least he believed they did. Bat's death had made it necessary for Miles to concern himself with business, and he found that things went best if he was in the office every day. Mary always had breakfast with him during the winter before a cannel coal fire in the study of the house on 76th Street, and in the summer on a terrace overlooking the water at East Hampton. He used a helicopter to go in and out, and they had a standing gag about it. "No matter how cross you might get at me," he said, "even if you are really sore, you will tell me if that thing's going to throw a blade someday." "Of course I'll tell you, darling," she'd say, and she'd smile across the one thin piece of rye toast she gave herself for breakfast. It was possible, Miles thought, that she had the greatest body of its type in the world, and sometimes he wondered that he could now look at it so objectively. Well, he didn't want to go into that. "I tell you everything, you know that," Mary said. "For example, I had a dream about you last night. Not a very nice one, either. It distressed me." "Really?" Miles said. "You were in bed with this girl," Mary said. "She was small, very small and pretty in a way, and very, very blonde. Do you know anyone like that?" Miles laughed, and he made it sound easy and natural. "Only one," he said. That was the truth, all right. "And what were we doing, as if I don't know?" "You weren't doing anything," Mary said. "You were just lying there on your backs. She had a bullet hole between her breasts, and you had one between your eyes." Miles looked out over the pale blue water. He could just see Connecticut, and he would rather have been there. "And you?" he said. "I was just leaving," she said, "and not much caring either whether anyone saw me go." It's getting very late around here, he thought. It's time to go. It's past time. "Mary," he said, "I've been thinking about you and me lately. I've been thinking that we should talk things over. Maybe we should think about—" "No," she said softly. I'm Yours, by Charles Schafhauser. Demonic possession of one kind or another has fascinated storytellers and story listeners for centuries. In his Encyclopedia of Witchcraft and Demonology, Dr. Russell Hope Robbins writes, "Unlike witchcraft, a Christian aberration restricted to Western Europe, possession and exorcism are universal, common to all religions and beliefs at all times and places. In Jewish lore, Ansky's The Dybbuk, Singer's Satan in Gore, and Chayefsky's The 10th Man all portray the torments of possession. In Catholic annals, Aldous Huxley's The Devils of Loudon, Ray Russell's The Case Against Satan, and the Polish film Joan of the Angels dramatically treat the same subject. Charles Schafhauser, in I'm Yours, eschews medieval trappings and religious rituals in favor of a new and surprising kind of possession, a disarmingly folksy rural American milieu, and a drawling naturalistic style. These, far from diluting the horror, augment it by investing the story with sharp, stinging immediacy. "I thought you were only going to take an hour," I said to Ben as he reached for the bottle for the second time in 10 minutes.
"That's right, I am," he said. "Only I'm taking this one for an hour from now." He threw it down. "And this one," he did it again, "is for the hour after that." He pushed the shot glass away from him and filled up a highball glass about halfway. "This here," Ben explained, "is for the next 5 hours or so. Thought I'd just get a little ahead. Can't tell. The time might come around and I'd forget. Where would I be then?" "You might be on your way to getting sober for a change," I pointed out. "That would be fatal," Ben said, looking at his glass. "That there's one thing I can't afford to do no more, get sober." His weathered face was slack like an empty saddlebag. There was the memory of toughness in it and strength, but the man in back of the mask seemed to be facing away from the eyes, leaving them empty and strange. Ben was no older than me, about 37, I'd say, if I remembered rightly. When I left Ashley 8 years before to go into the real estate business in Fall River, Ben had the top lumber mill in town. Now he didn't have a dime. According to what I'd been able to learn from the folks around town, he'd drunk it all up in the past year. "Look, Joe," he said, "you were always my best friend. When I get about 2 more of these inside me," he nodded toward the empty highball glass, "I think I'll be able to tell you the whole story." "You could probably tell me better if you weren't gassed up," I suggested. "No, I couldn't," Ben said. "She wouldn't let me." "Who the hell is she?" Ben filled his glass almost to the top this time. He put it down empty and stared across the table at me. The eyes seemed familiar again, and the face was vital. "You ain't gonna believe it, Joe. There ain't nobody would believe it. They wouldn't believe it about Charlie Newfield, either, when they clapped him in the loony bin." Then he asked, "How much do you think I weigh, Joe?" "Oh, somewhere around 180, what with that beard gut and all." "I weigh," Ben said quietly, 300 pounds, naked." "You're drunk." "I've been drunk," he said, "for about 14 months. Some men drink because they fail at something, like Judd Thomas when his girl threw him over, but not me. My girl didn't throw me over, God, no." He put his horny hands over his ears and just sat there like that, as if somebody was yelling at him and he didn't want to hear it. Then he reached quick for the glass. "Guess I ain't got as much of this stuff in me as I thought," he said desperately, choking on a huge swig of whiskey. Some of the tightness went out of his face, and then he settled back again. "You remember Sophie Lambert, Joe?" I remembered her as a plump little girl of 15 with big black eyes. She was beautifully developed for her age, and all of us boys used to stare at her when we went by her house up on Black Hill. But Sophie Lambert was not for any of us. Her father watched her too close, never let her out after school, never let any of us on his place. Then one day we all missed her. She didn't appear in the front yard afternoons to laugh at our capers. Her father let out the story that she had gone on a long visit to an aunt in Chicago. Ben said, "There was a lot of gossip about what happened to her. Some said she took up with a salesman and run off with him. Some say her father did away with her and buried her on the place. Sheriff Mosley sniffed around up there for a while, but couldn't find nothing. Well, she came back here to Ashley about 5 years ago. Joe, you never seen such a tasty-looking girl as she growed into. She was all eyes, and her face was shaped like a heart. She wore her hair pulled flat back on her head, and it gave her a kind of foreign look. She never wore any makeup except on her lips, painted 'em cherry red. And what a body. You've seen girls with so much up front and behind that it just made you hungry? Well, Sophie Lambert was like that. She had a waist I could nearly touch my hands around, and a pair of legs I could just stare at all day. I'm telling you, Joe, I never seen a girl I wanted so much in my life. When I'd pass her on the street, she'd kind of give me the eye, like she was hankering after me, too. I got all dressed up one night, and sharp as a tack goes to the Black Hill, to the Lambert house. Thought maybe I'd call on old man Lambert and just accidentally visit her while with Sophie. Now, this was only the third day she was back in town, so you can imagine my surprise when I find Sophie sitting in the shadows on the porch holding hands with Charlie Newfield. All of a sudden, I felt all twisted up inside. I could have swore out loud right there on the porch. But instead, I just nodded to Charlie and went inside the house. I almost fell over Lambert. He was sitting and rocking in the half-dark room, his ear propped close to the screen door so he could hear everything going on out on the porch. It was hot as the hinges of hell that night, but old man Lambert sat there all dressed up in a black suit and a white collar. And I remember thinking how young he looked sitting there. I figured he must be close to 65, but he didn't look no more than his late 30s. If he was glad to see me, he hid the fact pretty well, didn't get up or nothing, just sat there like the only thing on earth was that little hand-holding scene on the porch. "Evening, Mr. Lambert," I said real polite. He didn't say a word, just gave me a dark look and stared at me under those thick eyebrows of his. So I sat down and talked about this and that, the weather and the prices of corn and fertilizer and how hard help was to get down at the mill. He just said yes or no or maybe or some such thing, and all of a sudden I started to get a very funny idea about this guy. Now, mind you, he was big and solid-looking. His face was rugged, his hands were big and tough. But somehow I got to thinking, like, I don't know how to put it, like he wasn't real, like he might dissolve away into the shadows. I started to feel uneasy, so I got up to leave. I said good night, real nice and everything, but, Joe, I was never so glad to get out of any place in my life. When I got out on the porch, Sophie and Charlie was gone. Just as I reached the road, I could see them going hand in hand round the corner of the old house out toward the orchard. I felt pretty terrible then. Ben killed the bottle and began to peel the plastic strip from the neck of a fresh one. He filled our glasses and gripped a hold of his like he wanted to smash it. He had a real struggle getting it to his mouth, but when he did, he almost drained it in one gulp. I never saw a man drink so much before. He started talking again. "Actually, I had two good warnings," he said. "One was that night when I stood there in Lambert's parlor and got that feeling about him not being real. The other came the night I helped carry Charlie Newfield out of the Bugle Bar and Grill and load him into the nut wagon. But I wasn't listening to any warnings. I can't say I enjoyed carting Charlie off to the asylum, but I do remember kind of licking my chops when I thought how I had a clear field with Sophie. Yeah, that was a big night for me, all right, the night I sat on Charlie Newfield's chest in the bug wagon. If I'd done the thing he told me to do that night, I'd have been a happy man today. Anyway, Charlie kicked off a couple of months later. His liver, they said. His whole insides, I'll tell you." What did Charlie tell you to do that night?" I asked. "The same thing I'm going to tell you to do before this night's over," Ben answered. He closed his eyes, and I saw the jaw muscles tighten on the side of his face. He grabbed the bottle. "Well, I went after Sophie Lambert like I never went after nothing before. I'm no greenhorn about women, and right away I realized this was going to call for all my tricks. I went out and bought one of the finest chestnut mares I could find, and one day I put on the suit I bought in Chicago and one of them nylon shirts, cufflinks and all. Sophie had just got back from the big city. It was a hot summer afternoon when I walked up to the Lambert place with that mare. Just as I got to the front of the house, Sophie herself came out. I'm telling you, it was all I could do just to look at her without reaching out and grabbing. 'Sophie,' I says, 'I come up with this horse here.' 'That's nice,' Sophie says, real smart-like. 'I'm glad to see you travel around with good company.' What I meant was, I told her, I brought this mare for you and your dad. Well, she claps her hands, and those eyes of hers, they light up like big stars. I could see right away that she knew what I was after. She ran into the house and came out in a minute with her old man. He looked at the mare, and he looked at Sophie, then he looked at me. "Come up on the porch," she said, "and have some root beer." And then he took the mare and led her around to the barn. Me and Sophie sat on the porch all that afternoon, but I didn't get nowhere with her because right inside the screen door I could hear a rocking chair going back and forth, back and forth. Ben's voice was growing hoarse. He didn't look a bit drunker than when I first saw him, but a slow numbness seemed to be slipping over him. "She told me he was part deaf," Ben continued. "He could hear voices," she said, "but he couldn't make out words very well. I grabbed her and kissed her some, but she wouldn't let me do much. She said that if the old man heard the voices stop for very long, he'd hop right out on the porch quick as a flash." "She was like a ripe apple," Ben said. "Smooth and cool and sweet. Her face was tanned a little, and she had freckles on her nose. But down below the neckline of her dress, her skin was like the flesh of a new peeled apple. She made me hungry and excited. We used to sit on that porch whole long afternoons and sweat in the sun. I think I'd get most hungry for her in the deep end of the afternoon when the long shadows were creeping all around the house. She'd let me take the tip of her ear between my teeth and bite it. I wouldn't bite it hard or anything, just enough to feel my teeth sinking into the flesh while my tongue pushed under the tip and bent it a little. And all the while, on those long afternoons and again in the nights, the chair would go on rocking inside the front door. One night I couldn't stand it any more. I told her I had to have her, that she had to be mine. I told her I wanted to take her to my shooting cabin up on Eagle Mountain some night just when the sun was going down. And so I wanted to close all the shutters on the cabin and nail them up. Then I wanted to take her inside and put her on the bed in the dark and put one lighted candle on an arm of a chair by the bed and just stay there with her for about a week and never come out. And all the while I was telling her this damn rocking chair just kept going. "I'm going to stop that rocking for good some night," I told her. "I'm just going to reach the point where I can't stand it any more." She didn't say nothing, just gave me a sort of sly look out of the corner of her eye and giggled a little. I could see I was getting to her, so I made up my mind real sudden about what I was going to do. Ever since that first afternoon, I had been bringing Lambert presents when I came to see Sophie. I brung loads of food, hams and fish and fancy bread and stuff. Lambert was a lazy, no-account farmer, and I think I was just about keeping both of them. The next morning, I went down to Elmer Cooper, the lawyer, and got some papers drawn up. I always figured everything had its price, and so I was going to make a real bid for the girl I wanted. With Lambert's land going to pot and him just about dependent on the stuff I was bringing up there, I thought he'd be in no position to refuse the proposition. I was going to offer. Sure, I know it wasn't a very honorable thing to do, trying to buy my way in like that. But neither was what those two were doing to me on that porch. That very same day I took the papers up to the Lambert farm and slapped them down on the table in front of the old man. And after a lot of shouting, I finally made that deaf son of a bitch understand that if he signed the papers, he would have a 10th interest in my lumber mill. This would give him a couple of $1,000 clear each year, plus a fair-sized expense account. He just stood there, stony, cool, and unruffled, in his black suit and white collar, and he looked at me. Then he picked up the papers, shoved them at me without saying a word, and lumbered out of the room. By God, I stormed out of there mad as a hornet. Brushed right past Sophie on the front lawn. She called out asking where I was going, and I told her I was going to a cat house and wouldn't be back no more. And I meant it, too. Or I thought I did. That night I got pretty sad and lonely. I went out for a walk along Main Street looking at the women, but none of them meant a thing to me. Next morning I was a busted man. No appetite, no interest in work, no interest in nothing. Mooning around my house. I had a house then. I sort of gave up. Down I went to Elmer Cooper again and had more papers drawn up. This time the papers made Lambert a full partner in my business, equal in everything. I knew that's what he wanted, and that's what I gave him. I went up to the Lambert place that afternoon, determined to make Sophie mine. If the old man refused me this time, I was going to kill him. But that wasn't necessary. He signed the paper as soon as I laid it in front of him. Didn't even read it or nothing. Didn't even look at it. He knew what it was without looking. Next second, Sophie comes out of the kitchen all shiny and happy-looking. Her lips were painted bright red, and she was beautiful. She came over and kissed me and said, "Oh, Ben, we've been waiting for you all day. What kept you?" Right then, I sort of wondered how she knew I'd be back and how her dad knew what was on that paper without even looking at it. Yeah, I should have wondered, but I didn't. Ben hadn't drunk anything for quite some time. His eyes were wide and staring. The old man walked out of the parlor, and Sophie sat on the couch. And suddenly I knew that this was it. All the aching and hankering, all the crazy desire that had been inside of me boiled up and came to a head. I went over and gave that old rocking chair by the door a good stiff kick, knocking it over on its side. Then I grabbed her hard and dug my hands into her body, but she shoved me away. "Don't grab like that," she said. "I want to give it to you." Then she smiled and stretched out her arms to hold me. I took hold of her and squeezed her up tight so's I felt her against me from her lips all the way down to her toes almost. "Don't you want me?" she whispered. "Like nothing ever before," I whispered back and squeezed her tighter. "You're absolutely sure?" she asked. "Absolutely." "Be careful what you say," she whispered. "You gotta want only me. You gotta want all of me forever." "God damn it," I said. "You know I want you." "Say it." "I want you. I want you. Forever and ever." "I'm yours," she shouted at the top of her lungs. "I'm yours." I got my mouth over hers and smashed her up against me till it felt like her mouth was actually inside of mine. I imagined I felt her teeth behind my teeth, her lips around the roots of my tongue. She locked her arms around my back and crushed herself against me till her breast burned into my chest and I couldn't tell her ribs or thighs or belly from mine. And she kept on screaming, "I'm yours! I'm yours!" like she was out of her head with passion. For a minute everything went black. Then I came out of it and realized what a crazy thing I was doing. "Joe?" I was standing there, hugging myself. Sophie was gone. I looked all around the room, half crazy. "Sophie, Sophie," I yelled. "I'm here, dear." Her voice came back. Then she started screaming again. "I'm yours! I'm yours!" I rushed around that place like a madman. Out on the porch, out in the kitchen, up into the bedrooms. There wasn't a soul in that house, Joe. Still, I kept hearing her voice. "Where are you?" I yelled. And she answered, "I'm here, dear. Inside of you where I belong. I'm yours, all yours." Ben rose to his feet, veins standing out on his face and his neck. "That's where she is now," he croaked. "That's where she's been since that day, inside of me. And now I want you to kill us this minute while I've got her good and drunk, like Charlie Newfield asked me to do that night. Kill me and her before she sobers up and drives me stark raving mad." Ben tore a pistol out of his pocket and clapped it on the table. He stood there looking at me and yelling, "Kill us!" while the cold sweat broke out all over my body. Then he gave one last snort
and collapsed to the floor. All that booze he was drinking must have hit him at once. When I put my ear to his heart, I could hardly hear a beat. I called Doc Trotter and then went back to haul Ben over to the couch. No, I'm no weakling, but I swear I couldn't move that man. Tug as I might, he wouldn't budge. It was like he was screwed to the floor. And then I remembered what he told me about him weighing 300 pounds. I had guessed he weighed about 180. That left 120, the weight of a young girl, a well-stacked girl like Sophie Lambert. I ran out of there and drove my car like hell out of town. I planned to go back next day, but I never got quite enough nerve to do it. The other day I got a note from Jessie Armstead, Ben's ex-landlady. She said that Ben died in the state asylum 2 weeks ago, and that his lumber mill had been taken over by old man Lambert. She also mentioned that Sophie is back in town, been visiting some relatives in Chicago, she said. Double Exposure by John Reese. A Nabokovian nymphet invites a reporter to photograph her in the nude, thus beginning a chain of events that includes disaster, death, and a strange phenomenon that cannot be explained by natural law. The implications of this little story are deeply moving, for they touch upon the yearning for purity and a better world that is shared by all men, even the most cynical. John Reese, the author of Double Exposure, currently resides in Mexico, and has furnished us with a suitably supernatural tidbit of autobiography. Native of Sweetwater, Nebraska, which I hear has disappeared. The maestro was pounding on the dark-room door.
4 minutes to deadline, Wiki,
he said virtuously. Wickert closed the light-proof developing tank, started the timer, and opened the door. "I'll take 10, he said. "Tell them I think I got the flash of the blast, maybe. Hurry up, so you can come back and help me print."
"They don't like to hold the first edition."
"I don't like to work on my day off, either. Go on, tell them they better hold, and then get back here." The maestro departed, grumbling as usual at anything that upset the frantic rhythm of the paper as it neared its deadline. He was a hulking, half-foolish old man who had been with the paper 32 years. His idea of a good news picture was just 32 years behind the times, but in the darkroom he was the best. Wickert was not even sure what his name was. Everybody called him the maestro, half in respect and half in derision. Wickert, who had not even been born when the maestro went to work here, watched the timer carefully. He had an odd feeling about this roll of film, something pretty close to dread. He wished he could inspect it first alone, but it was too close to deadline for that. The maestro returned as Wickert took the long strip of film from the fast dryer.
"They're holding," he said. 3 known dead so far, and they'll be digging most of the night. An explosion, and fire."
"I know, I was there," Wickert said. "You print just the last 11 frames. The others are personal." The old man took the long strip of film.
"I know, art stuff. Nudes, with discreet shadows instead of a fig leaf. Bazooms and bottoms and belly buttons."
"No, not nudes," Wickert said savagely. The maestro, with an expression of distaste, cut off the last 11 frames, throwing the other 25 into a corner on the enlarger table. He despised 35mm cameras and film. Indeed, he despised anything that had come out in photography since the invention of the flash bulb. But his big, soft hands were as gentle as they were swift with any negative, and he never failed to bring out the best possible print in the shortest possible time. He fed the film into the enlarger. The bright lights went out. A cone of light came on under the enlarger, projecting the first of the 11 frames on the printing easel. It winked out before Wickert could get a look at the image, so fast did the old man work.
"You'll have 10 prints," said the maestro. "The first shot is a double exposure."
"A double exposure is impossible with that camera."
"Nothing's impossible with a camera, nothing. You've got a double exposure, 2 pictures on the same frame. Here."
There had been a rustle of printing paper, and the enlarger light had blinked on and off again. Wickert took the exposed paper from the maestro's hand and slid it into the tray of developer. Before the image had started to emerge on the first print, the maestro had thrust another into his hand.
How they look, Wiki?
The image on the first print materialized quickly, and Wickert caught his breath. On the button, he breathed. You can see every brick. There's a barrel flying through the air. There's a piece of machinery. Oh, my God, I think it's a human body. The maestro went on working. In 6 minutes, no record for him. The last picture was in the developer, and the first ones were in the fix. The maestro bullied Wickert out of the way to move the prints from developer to rinse to fixing solution himself. When the last one was in the fix, he turned on the bright lights.
Not bad, he conceded. That's a man flying through the air, all right, or what's left of him. He has sure got the hell mashed out of him, hasn't he?
I felt the concussion myself, said Wickert. It was unbelievable.
Too bad you ruined your first shot.
A double exposure is impossible with that camera.
Make a print, see for yourself. You have one picture superimposed on another.
The maestro rinsed the prints quickly, slapped them briefly between blotters, and trotted off with them to the city room. Wickert ran the strip of film backward through the enlarger until he came to the first frame. He turned out the lights and studied the projected image on the easel. It was a double exposure. The explosion superimposed on the face of the girl. He did not remember taking a big-head close-up of her, but she had had him so rattled that he might have. He decided to print one and see for himself. Any darkroom suggestion of the maestro's was worth taking seriously, old fool that he was. He had it printed and in the fixed by the time the maestro returned.
Lucky you, said the maestro. They're giving you a picture page. 4 more bodies. 7 dead so far. Lucky, lucky, lucky.
Maestro, said Wickert, what do you make of this? The old man leaned over the sink and picked the wet print up by a corner.
It's a dandy, all right. Explosion's perfect. Girl's perfect. Only you'll notice that one's on the top of the other. Better get that shutter and film transport checked. You know you can't depend on those miniature gadgets.
On the wall hung Wickert's coat with the camera in a pocket. Wickert took it out, removed the back, and worked the action several times. This gadget, as the maestro called it, was brand new and had cost him $505.50. It was a perfect piece of precision machining, and although a little stiff from newness, was working perfectly. Try it yourself, maestro. The old man took the empty camera and worked it again and again in silence. He handed it back to Wickert and turned to dash the wet print through the rinse water and pat it across a blotter. Both men then leaned over to study it. It showed a barrel in the air, and the same human body, a man in white overalls, apparently, that had been in the next frame of film. On that other frame, the body apparently had been descending, while in this one it was still being hurled upward by the force of the explosion. In the other one, the building had been disintegrating. In this one, it still had 4 walls and a roof, although Wickert's camera had stopped them in the act of coming apart. Bricks were yielding their grip on ancient mortar, as walls assumed a curvature that could not contain the terrible force of the blast. That blur between the bulging roof and the distorted body of the man in white overalls, that was actually a photograph of superheated air expanding so violently that nothing could stop it. He had photographed the explosion itself. But over it, perfectly framed and in perfect focus, was the girl's face. More childish than Wickert remembered it, and more beautiful, too. The eyes looked straight into his, in them a look that made him turn away guiltily and a little sorrowfully. The maestro put the picture back into the rinse. "A test of any camera," he said, "is in the pictures it takes. That's basic. Something else is basic, too. That's a double exposure." Wickert said nothing. "Very sweet face, Wicky," the maestro murmured, watching the picture that dipped and rose in the water in the rinse tank. "Not your type, I'd say. Too innocent. Jailbait, ain't she?" "About 15, I'd say." "Who is she?" "I've got her name," Wickert said. "Got some other shots of her to print, too, for her mother." "I should hope so, at her age, and with a face like that. Go ahead, print. You're a big shot around here after today. Lucky, lucky, lucky." The maestro went out. Wickert turned on the red warning light outside the door and turned off the bright ones inside the dark room. He took the strip of 25 frames that the maestro had pitched onto the corner of the table and inserted it in the enlarger. He snapped its switch, and there she was, projected on the printing easel. There was nothing sweet or innocent about her in this shot. He felt again the mixture of lawless desire, civilized fear, and the curious, aching pity that the girl herself had inspired.
The pigeons were settling back into the steeple before the last echo of the bell died away. Wickert came to a stop, his camera poised uselessly. He had visualized this picture of the pigeons scattering as the bell rang for years. It had been in his mind when he finally nerved himself to pay $505.50 for a new camera. He had on the right lens, 90 millimeters medium telephoto. The cold, heavy clouds behind the church were so good he would never see their like again. There was a lonely dullness to the lighting. There were enough white pigeons, but just enough to make them stand out dramatically from the gray and blue and brown ones. Everything was exactly right, except that the preacher had rung the bell several minutes early. "What are you going to take a picture of?" said a voice behind him. It was a child's voice. He did not turn around. "Nothing," he said shortly. "What have you got a camera for, then?" This time he turned. He judged her to be about 15. She wore lipstick and horrible green eyeshadow, and there were meager little bulges where her bosom belonged. Her face was thin and fine-boned, her skin white and flawless. Her straight, fair hair, which hung to her thin shoulders, was combed straight back. Her eyes were blue, far too big for her face, and full of far too much gutter wisdom. She had probably come out of one of the old houses nearby. 50 years ago, this had been a fashionable church, surrounded by fashionable mansions. Now those turreted, dormered, gabled, archaic, and gone-to-seed houses had been divided into light housekeeping rooms. There might be only a gas plate, 2 beds, and a furnace register, which on a day like this gave forth only clammy gusts to shake the dirty old drapes. But there were parquet floors, marble mantels, and plate-glass mirrors that had gone half-blind after reflecting a half-century of degeneration. "Nothing," he said again, and began walking. She fell into step beside him. "Take a picture of me, why don't you?" she said. "You run along," said Wickert. "Oh, come on. Take a picture of me, huh, please?" He glanced around, and this time he saw the thinness of her bare legs and the thinness of her faded blue dress, which had a collar of darker blue. She must, he thought, be half frozen. The hem of the dress came well above her knees, and he was sure she had no slip-on under it. It struck him that she might be worth photographing. Here was a girl on the verge of spoiling, a girl too pretty for her own good in this ratty slum. The blue collar framed her sharp, wistful, white face perfectly, and the lonely quality of the light was just right for her, as it had been for the pigeons. Here, he thought, was something worth saving in a picture, whether or not it would be saved in the girl herself. They were walking along beside the brick wall of a warehouse, a perfect background for her. If he could capture the dull desperation of her environment, and at the same time catch a look of pale-skinned, vulnerable innocence and beauty— "All right," he said, reaching into his pocket for pencil and paper. "What are your parents' name and address?" "What do you want that for?" she asked suspiciously. "So I can send them the pictures." No use trying to explain to this child that he would need her parents' legal release in case he did get a picture good enough to sell. "My dad ran off a long time ago. I live with my mother, Mrs. Loretta Norman, 573 Amber, apartment J," the girl said eagerly. "You really going to take my picture?" "Yes. Now, what's your name?" "Brenda. Brenda Norman." Brenda. All that style, but no coat and no underwear in a slum like this. He took a reading with his light meter and decided, luckily, to leave on the 90mm lens. He set the shutter at 1/1000th of a second, luckily. The explosion was still 10 blocks and nearly an hour away, but luckily he did all the right things to have his camera ready for it. "Okay, wipe off that lipstick and eyeshadow, Brenda." "What?" she demanded indignantly. He knew how to handle kids by now.
All right, we'll take a few your way and a few mine. Don't look straight into the camera, and none of that breathe deeply stuff. I haven't got on any bra, she said with a slight giggle. Sure, fine, but just lean against the wall there and look across the street. Put your foot against the wall and your hands behind you and sort of look down. Never mind your hair, just let it fall. Like this? No, honey, keep your head down, he said, as she tried again to thrust out her immature breasts. You called me honey, she said, with another giggle. Yeah, just hold it. Now lean against the wall more. He got several shots of her that way. She did not seem to feel the cold bricks, and no matter how hard she tried, she could not get her thin body into an ungraceful pose. It was her face that was all wrong. With all that dime-store makeup, she looked like a juvenile hustler waiting to earn a hamburger and a package of gum from the first degenerate to come along. Let's wipe off the lipstick and that green gunk around your eyes now, he suggested. He handed her the clean handkerchief from the breast pocket of his coat. She unfolded it carefully, watching him in a strange sort of silence as she rubbed off the makeup. She handed the handkerchief back. Now, what do you want me to do? Let's stand over there by the wall again. Same shot, only without the gunk. She gave him another of those bold, upward glances. What'll you give me if I let you take my picture naked? She said. It caught him by surprise, and so did the response of his own body. That he could feel desire for such a skinny, shabby child shocked him deeply. He looked around in confusion and panic. There was not a soul to be seen. They were alone in the slum where, as any newspaper man knew, these suggestions, these desires, this flouting of the law, whether in thought or act, were quite normal. We can go to my place, she said. Mama's at work. I'll go up and you come a few minutes later. Nobody will see you. You can take me in front of a mirror, huh? How much will you give me? $5? Why not, he thought. What can I know that she doesn't already know? And if I don't, someone else will. Yet he did not, nor was it fear of the law alone that made him take a quick grip on himself. The very boldness of her proposition was a kind of innocence. Virginity, after all, was a medical technicality. Even if she had lost that or was trying to lose it, there was still much, much more to lose in her before she descended to the level of her environment. And that was what he wanted to photograph. Get that out of your mind right now, Brenda, he said sternly. I'll pay your mother $10 for these pictures, and if it's all right with her, I'll give you another $5. But now do as I say. Back to the wall. She went reluctantly. She wanted the $5, yes, but she also wanted the picture of herself naked, and she wanted him to take it. She was lonely and cold. She wanted him close to her, warming her as her precocious instincts told her he could. She wanted love. He did not keep track of the shots he made. Later, having escaped, he noticed that the counter on the film transport was at 26. I could have gotten away with it, he thought, as he sat down in the lunchroom for a cup of coffee. I don't know what I got in the way of pictures, but I know what I missed. He had not, but somebody else would. He finished the coffee and started back to his car. He was climbing the steep alley steps to the high lot where it was parked when he was aware of a hard flash of brilliant light behind him. His new camera, luckily ready for anything, dangled from the strap around his neck. He turned quickly just as a hard gust knocked him down. He found himself sitting on the top step some 12 feet above the alley, watching a building blow itself to pieces on the other side of it. The concussion pressed him backward, but without thinking he fired his camera, cocked it, and fired again and again until he ran out of film. He had used up the whole roll before the debris began to fall around him. The searing heat from the flames that were roaring up in the heap of bricks across the alley made his face smart. His ears rang, and there was no other sound in them for a moment. When he stood up, his knees trembled, and he found that he had lost his sense of balance. His first thought was to call the paper, but all the nearby phones were dead. By the time he found one that worked 3 blocks away, he could hear sirens. The city desk was sending a crew, so he could hurry in and print his lucky pictures. His wits were clear enough and his hands steady enough by the time he got to the paper. And yet even in the excitement of the explosion, he could not rid himself of the memory of the girl.
and of the strange, pitiful, about-to-be-lost expression of innocence in her thin, white face. He printed the 25 pictures of her rapidly. Not one had the quality he had been seeking. These were photographs of a brash little tramp who was trying to look sexy and who was succeeding in a way she could not possibly understand. He was studying that puzzling double exposure again when the maestro returned.
9 dead so far, the old man said importantly. It was a candy factory. Somebody put a steel barrel of vegetable fat on the range without opening the bung. 8 or 10 more of them blew up before they damped out the fire, and you were right there. Lucky, lucky, lucky.
Sure, said Wickert, handing him the other 25 prints. What do you think of these, maestro? The old man merely glanced through them before returning to the double exposure.
This is still your best shot, Wiki. Too bad you screwed it up. Best of the explosion and best of the girl.
Right.
Those others, snapshot stuff. This is the face of, of an angel.
The others?
Snapshots, I said, of a little bum.
I'm not so sure.
Where's she live?
Near Grace Church, say 10 blocks from the candy factory. The maestro snorted.
In that neighborhood for $5 you could have shot her naked.
The old man did not see Wickert's guilty movement, nor the way the curiously mixed sensations of shame, regret, and pity drove the color from his face. Wickert never wanted to see the girl again, but that remark of the maestro's warned him that he must. Had anyone happened to see him taking pictures of her, or if she talked, and kids her age did talk, he could be in serious trouble. Firemen were still grubbing through the debris of the candy factory when he passed it, but the rest of the story was being covered by a fresh crew. He had had his luck for the day. He drove on and parked near the church. 573 Amber Street turned out to be a frame shingle-down of 3 stories with a turret, a ramshackle veranda, and a fanlight of colored glass over the front door. It was almost dusk, and the neighborhood looked grimmer and more depressingly disreputable than ever. There was no doorbell, and he went inside, and he found that every downstairs room had been converted into a separate light housekeeping room. They seemed to be deserted, however, although he thought he could hear the murmur of voices upstairs. By the dim light in the old-fashioned foyer, he determined that the apartments on the first floor stopped at E, and the girl and her mother lived in J. He went up the dark, shabby, but still graceful old staircase, and at the top discovered why the lower floor was empty. Everyone in the house seemed to be milling around in this hall, muttering and murmuring by the light of another small bulb. There was a smell of stale cabbage, and another, quite like it, of unwashed socks. A blousy, blonde woman saw him and approached him suspiciously, blocking his way near the top of the stairs. "Can I help you?" she said. Please. I'm looking for the apartment of Mrs. Loretta Norman, apartment J," Wickert said. "Why? Are you another reporter?" Why another? He played it safe. "No, ma'am," he said, holding out the envelope of pictures. "I just want to deliver this and talk to Mrs. Norman." "I'm afraid you can't. Give me the package. I'll see that she gets it." He had to have the child's mother's signature. He shook his head. "I'm afraid I can't. I owe her some money, too, and I have to get a receipt." "Money? Oh, that'll help. Every cent's going to count now. Her little girl's dead, you know." Wickert felt the same weak-kneed dizziness that he had felt as the debris from the explosion at the candy factory began to fall around him. "Dead," he said. "You mean Brenda, by any chance?" The woman began weeping. "Her only child. It was an explosion in the factory where Loretta worked." "Let's get this straight," Wickert said thickly. "A thin girl, about 15? 13. I guess she wanted to walk home with her mother. Loretta was out on an errand. She wasn't hurt at all. But Brenda was in the kitchen right where it happened. At least that's what they think. She never had a chance. They had to identify her by pieces of her dress." The woman had talked herself into a good cry. "A blue dress," Wickert said, "trimmed in darker blue?" "Yes, the only comfort is that she must have died instantly. She was right in the middle of it, the explosion, I mean.
That's all they found of her, pieces of her dress.
Wickert promised to return later to make his delivery, although he knew that he never would. Have the child remembered by these wanton gutter-snipe pictures? Oh, no. The sooner he destroyed them, the better he'd feel. What if he had taken her up on her proposition? Suppose he had gone home with her to photograph her naked. She wouldn't have gone to the candy factory then. She would have missed the explosion. This minute she would be alive. But then what? There were so few white pigeons here and so many gray and blue and brown ones. At least Wickert thought, she won't be waiting here for somebody who would take her up on it. The weight of the camera in his pocket reminded him of something the maestro had said. Nothing's impossible with a camera. How had this one, this foolproof gem of precision machining, made a double exposure? Or had it? He remembered something else the maestro had said. The face of an angel. Was it really a double exposure? Or had he photographed Brenda after death, in the infinitesimal instant of transfiguration, as she escaped the earth untouched by whoever would have taken her up on the next proposition? Was that it? Was it? Was it? Was it? The Taste of Fear by Hugh G. Foster. I have almost forgot the taste of fear's Macbeth big talks near the end of the play, but a few king-size jolts knocked the props out from under him soon after. In much the same way, hardened Hollywood studio cop John Pollock, who thinks he's seen everything, is beset by terror when he learns of a certain scalp-crawling evil in this story by the late Hugh G. Foster. After his death at the age of 60 on the last day of 1962, the pseudonymous Foster was revealed to have been Gordon Kahn, who during the 30s and 40s wrote many outstanding screenplays under his real name, among them All Quiet on the Western Front and Boys Town. The Foster, nom de plume, was adopted after his blacklisting by Hollywood for his political opinions. Hungarian-born, he grew up on New York's Lower East Side and was one of the first Broadway columnists, creating for the New York Mirror a column in the style of Samuel Pepys, which was to set the tone for many future columnists. The Taste of Fear, which follows, is one of two fine stories he wrote for Playboy. After coffee and Danish in the studio commissary, Pollock walked back past the sound stages in a jagged transverse to his office in the security bungalow. He sat at a desk centered between two windows in what had been once a dressing room for actors. A large makeup mirror rimmed with naked light bulbs faced the door so that anybody who entered saw his own reflection first. There was time to kill. He listened to the jets streaking from Lockheed to the Mojave testing corridor, their howl thinning to a scream that hurt like a sliver under the nail. A studio messenger girl let her bicycle fall prone to the walk and came inside with the afternoon's last mail. She wore the regulation bolero jacket, toreador pants, and Monty beret with a badge on it stamped Courier. Her hair, after the fashion of Kim Novak, was like a cask of well-rubbed pewter, and her breath heavy with juicy fruit gum. The leather pouch slung over her shoulder was branded Fairchild Films, each eye dotted with a silver star in persistent compliment to Brigadier General J. Sidney Fairchild, retired. Pollock smiled, not at the girl gone briefly ape before her own image, but at the intra-studio dispatch, which she dropped among the hieroglyphs on his desk blotter. He could still, after 7 weeks here, find diversion in these mementos of the studio's martial heyday. As Fort Fairchild, it had compounded Army training films, morality reels on the perils of contracting military gout, and other inspirational footage. For all this, its garrison became ungratefully known as, Pollock laughed quietly, the Crotch Commandos. Other relics, the caps and sarges, amused him less. Least of all the Major, who billed himself on the front door of the bungalow as Major Leonard Erickson, Chief Security Officer. The 2 bedrooms had been chopped through to make Erickson's private office, and he appropriated the sole key to the bathroom. His secretary, Miss Toussaint, occupied an alcove in the front room which otherwise was stacked with locked filing cabinets. There had developed between Pollock and Cecile Toussaint an easiness, an entente of subordinates to the insolent authority of Major Erickson. Both had access to each other's Form 215A, primary personnel record, and traded silence for silence about the data in it. Toward the end of the day, she came into Pollock's room, pausing just inside to light her cigarette with a flaring Zippo. "The Major," she said, "just phoned in from off the lot." Her finger ran down a page of her notebook, peppered with shorthand symbols. "I wish you could read this, John. It's about you." "Masonic?" "Strictly. Between the Major and me, and to go no further. So listen. Confidential memo. Do not transcribe. Is Pollock around anywhere?" "No." "Now listen. I gave him his orders about a special investigation he was to go on tonight, this date, after studio hours." No, he doesn't have to be reminded about it. What I want you to do is keep yourself busy at your desk till you know for sure if he leaves tonight at the regular time or stays on the lot like he was told. Either way, I will call you back to check. That's all." "Very good. You read that just like Joanne Woodward." "He's certainly got his needle out for you, John." "Jackknife. He's trying to whittle me down to size and stuff the shavings into his Adler elevators." Erickson's clear animus developed gradually from the cat-footed suspicion that possesses any corporation executive whose assistant is hired over his head, as Pollock had been, by the New York office. During his first week at Fairchild, he was Mr. Pollock, Deputy Chief Security Officer. Then it became, "C. Pollock, my assistant." Yesterday, both he and Cecile heard him at an open telephone. "I'll have my man Pollock check on it." Makes it sound as if I slept on a cot outside his door. So long as your take-home stays the same, John, I wouldn't mind. But what about this thing he wants you to do tonight? You know what it is? Cecile monitored the intercom every chance she got, and of course she knew. Pollock was told to search the lockers and personal effects of the girls in the stenographic pool for evidence that typewriter ribbons and carbon paper were being pilfered. A chintzy enough job, unwillingly done in the past by an old wardrobe matron. But to goad Pollock, Erickson had put a knob on it. What I'm after mainly, Pollock, is proof there's deviation around. From what, Major? There's several kinds. Do I have to give you a blueprint? You know the kind I mean. I know now. Not that it's any of my business. That's for me to decide. The girls will be out of there at 5:45, so I want you on the job no later than 6. Now, hold on a minute, Major. Cecile had to close the key at that point, and now, Pollock told her, it's a job I wouldn't put a reformed P.I. on. So? So in 5 minutes, I'm leaving the lot. From here, straight to the Finnish baths on Santa Monica, then to have my dinner in that Czech restaurant on Sunset, and from there home. And tell the Major I took great pains to inform you. Mind if I just say you left? 3 hours later, Pollock was at home and went into a Kingsley Amis novel. The building was called the Argyle Mansionette Apartments, and the same coy, Frenchy diminutive was applied to everything. Foyerette, dinette, refrigerette. He was in the kitchenette, pouring himself a glass of iced coffee when the telephone rang. It was Erickson, brisk and crackling with cheap-jack arrogance. Pollock, you seem to have ignored the orders I gave you for tonight. Any reason why they weren't carried out? Yes, I think you understood me when I told you it was nothing you'd want to move on if you put it in writing. A draft of it, at least, for the legal department to reword so that it wouldn't sound completely like invasion of privacy. Then, if you signed it as a responsible executive of the studio... Erickson abandoned his austerity to babble. I had enough from you, Pollock.
I didn't hire you to come out here. You didn't hire me at all, Erickson. And maybe I can't fire you either. Is that what you're thinking? But I promise you I'm going to work on it. His voice rasped with anger. You weren't brought out here to deliver New York Police Academy lectures at a salary 4 times what you got as a cop. Detective first grade. And I took a leave of absence. I wasn't busted down to the subway toilet detail. Pollock recovered his glass and stepped out on the terrace set, a tiny railed embrasure overlooking the electronic frenzy of Vine Street. Glass serpents, lions, rabbits, lizards, frisking among neon flora of every shape and color except those which exist on Earth. Every 6 seconds, a fire-tailed rocket burst into smithereens advertising a barroom. The cyclotron. Try our isotope stinger with gamma rays, only 2 per person. There was no sky, only the dull reflection, as in a muddied pond, of the street below. And there were no people abroad in all the shimmering light. The city was infested, engulfed by endless ranks of luminous scarabs. They moved, they halted, moved again, and finally dropped from sight into the crevasse of distance. The wind, freshening, wove through the television aerials with a long, spiraling sigh over Pollock's head. At his elbow, and from the floor below, a voice throbbed with binaural clarity. So get a jar today, and remember, ask for it by name, the cream of Sheba for ugly blackheads and blemishes. A wisp of dew flicked at his eyelids, and the breeze that carried it sucked more sounds from the open windows. Why schlep from a store to store when there's a one-stop fetch-a-tessin as near as your phone? Not one, but a combination of medically tested ingredients. We can't go on this way, hiding. Oh, Travis, how can you pretend that Gwen isn't silently mocking us with our secret? Stop it, Mercedes. Stop raising the ghost. The living ghost of that brooding figure confined to her wheelchair by mononucleosis. Hold me, then. Take me. Love me. It comes to you in a plain wrapper. The address again is Iron John, Box 2218. From the tatters of sound above, below, and around him, Pollock tried to distinguish human speech from that which leaked past loudspeaker grids. No dice. The meanings overlapped and fused, all smoky, and with the wanton balance of an asylum finger-painting. A smeary rain fell Sunday until late in the afternoon. Then, for an hour or 2, the sun levered up the lid of smog, and Hollywood was bright again. Pollock bought a newspaper, too unwieldy to read at the counter in Musso Frank's. He finished his steak and left the restaurant. It was the hour of Hollywood's Sabbath promenade. Unharnessed from their automobiles, the people walked in the thinning afterglow. From Cherokee, east on Hollywood Boulevard, Pollock found his own pace to be faster than the ambling shuffle of a community that is rarely on its feet. The stores were closed, so they had nothing to stare at but themselves mirrored in each other. They were in front of him and behind him. They pressed against his side. Their clothes touched his. Yet he could get no warmth from them, nor, conversely, the dry chill of exclusion. They were a horde whose habits, he felt, could not be described, only interpreted as with a nagging dream. That night he wrote a letter about it to his wife. You remember once asking me what spooked meant, the way it's used nowadays? Well, I can't tell you exactly yet, but it's beginning to form. Whether it's me apart or everybody else in this town but me, I haven't quite figured out. But one of these days I'll know. There was a calmer-than-usual atmosphere about the studio when Pollock arrived for work and his certain encounter with Erickson. The Major's been in and gone, Cecile explained. The funeral, Manny Cleveland, General Fairchild's brother-in-law. They all went, the executives, that is, to show respect. Then, at 3 o'clock, a courier brought him a personal, receipt-requested letter. The gummed flap was still moist when he opened the envelope, and the meat of it was in the second of 3 short paragraphs. In accordance with Article 9 of the said contract, due notice is hereby given that the studio does not elect to exercise its option on your services beyond the termination of the initial period of employment hereunder.
He calmly pocketed the letter. Glancing out, he saw that a relief girl was at Miss Toussaint's desk. She moved obligingly aside as he took the key of the personnel file cabinet from a tray in the center drawer. When he returned a few minutes later, carrying his own folder, the girl pointed to a visitor. "This gentleman wants to talk to somebody here, and I told him the major might not be in till much later." A short man in faded drill, almost invisible against the blonde furniture of the reception room, stood up. "I'm from over on stage 9, he said, "over where they're shooting this Hindu picture. My name is Clem, K-L-E-M-M. Petey, they know me as. If you don't mind, it's something I wouldn't want to mention in front of this young lady." In Pollock's room, the man waited until the door was shut, fiddling with his hat. A sun helmet made of varnished cardboard, and he was licking his lips. Clem had the mouth of a hard drinker, flaccid, and the edges rimmed with brown scale. "It's about the tigers," he said. "I want this fellow to let up on me, or there might be trouble. That's the reason I'm putting it up to you security people." Start back a little," Pollock suggested. "All right. It goes back to him slipping me a bottle of Double Eagle rye. Then he wanted me to take $10, then 20. No, and now he's offering me $50. Sounds like he might be getting near your price. For what? It ain't a bit funny. Not to me. I'm sorry, these, tigers you mentioned. There's Akbar," Clem said, and, wincing, repeated, "Oh, that Akbar. And Mogul. Not so powerful, maybe, but meaner. But just to show you how strong this Akbar is, there's a tree made out in cement for them to scratch on, 36 inches around the trunk, and branches a foot thick. Well, sir, Akbar takes one swipe at a peahen roosting and knocks that branch clean off. I take care of their feeding, regular rations of this fresh horse meat. Failing that, them tigers that'd soon eat me, as you, mister, and lick their whiskers after." "Now, just what's your complaint?" Pollock wanted to get at his folder. Just this," Clem was not elusive. He was simply unaccustomed to framing petitions. "Me, personally, I'm kinda used now to knocking them wild horses down with a 16-pound sledgehammer, slaughtering them, like they say, and quartering up the carcasses." His voice became strident. "But I'll be goddamned if for $20 or even $50 and any number of bottles of whiskey I'll go and turn a live horse into the stockade with them 2 cats. No, sir, that would make me just as bad as him. Let me tell you something, mister." He glanced backward at the door and spoke lower. "You know, there's certain people get their kicks that way." "That's their problem, Mr. Clem." "Women, too, if you want to believe that," Clem whispered moistly. "You know where our place is, over on the other side of Thousand Oaks? Well, it must have been a 3 weeks ago. One of them tall types, about 40, I'd say. Swell dressed, like them extras they use in ballroom pictures. She comes up to Brownie Snyder, that's the owner, with a proposition. She'll pay for a live goat or a pig, whatever it cost, for us to chuck it in a cage with Freckles. That's the leopard you see in all them King Solomon pictures. Well, you know what Brownie told her she can go and do. I can guess. And now comes the topper." Clem took another cautious glance at the door. "You know, Brownie keeps the place open Sundays for the public, kids and all, a quarter admission. I put on a little show with the cats and a lecture like, when all of a sudden I'm looking up and there she is again, the same dame. Now, dogs ain't allowed on the premises on account of it nerves up the animals. But she must have had this one hid under her coat, one of them skinny wire-haired terriers. Before you know it, it's inside the cage and Freckles hooks one paw. I don't have to tell you the rest. But you can imagine that, with 2 tigers and a horse, I ask you." "Well, what did you, or Brownie, do about this woman?" "Oh, she was cute. To cover up, she yelled and made out her poor little doggy jumped in there on his own. Nobody's fault, she claimed,
and started picking up her lipstick and stuff where the pup must have kicked her purse open and everything spilled out. Part of it was inside Freckles' cage, compact, and a couple of cards stuck together with a piece of tissue paper in between. Printed up with the name of a lawyer, Marshall it was, Alex something Marshall, on South Olive Street. I figure a dame like that must keep him busy.
"We veered off, Mr. Clem," Pollock said. "Your complaint had to do with some tigers the studio is renting. What's the arrangement?" Clem explained. Brownie's deal was for $250 a day, including Clem's services as handler. The script called for one tiger. Akbar was more photogenic, but Mogul was on hand, too, as a spare. The wild horses on which they were fed, they came by truck-trailers shipped by an outfit in Wyoming which had a license to round them up. Otherwise, they would be shot by government rangers. "From what you tell me, Mr. Clem, I don't see how the studio is involved. You're being propositioned to put on this show at your own place, not here on the lot. And besides, you don't want any part of it. You're right so far that I tell you that this guy keeps pestering me," Clem wailed. "He's got me so I don't know how I'm going to be able to handle Akbar. It's not the animals, it's me that's getting spooked, and it's catching like fever. And if the cats get it from me, there won't be any working with them. Scenes won't come off right, and it'll cost the studio a day, maybe 2 days retakes." "What I'd do, Mr. Clem, is take this up with the Humane Society." They don't bother with people, only animals," Clem scoffed. "They had their agent here this morning, looking to see if I was using a gooser. You know, some trainers slide a pole with 110 volts in the tip up against the animal and give him a touch with it to start him. But what I'm doing gets around that. I got a long strip of chicken wire laid along the track Akbar's supposed to move on. Onto that I hook up a series of dry cell batteries with an induction coil. If that cat gets stubborn, I hit the switch. And, brother, you begin to see action." He illustrated by leaping out of his chair. "When you come over, I'll show you how it's rigged. It's a night scene, see? The girl with the red dot on her forehead is all alone in the silk tent, and 20 feet away is Akbar, crouched down." As soon as Clem left, Pollock began working on the papers in his folder with a razor blade. It took him less than 15 minutes to finish and replace the file. The shreds of paper he had cut out were still in his pocket 20 minutes later when Major Erickson sent for him. He saw his open folder on Erickson's desk when he entered, and Erickson tapping it rhythmically with his pencil. "What this amounts to, Pollock, is stealing confidential data belonging to the corporation." "I left all I thought the corporation has a right to know about an ex-employee, Major. You're getting kind of lippy now that the creases are out of your belly, aren't you? And I'm not putting them back by bending over to kiss, that's all. Oh, and I gave orders to have your car searched nights when you leave the lot. With people on notice, I don't have a car," Pollock said. "And whatever I carry out of here is in my pocket. Now give some orders about that. I usually leave by the front gate." "Good. You can leave right now, and you don't have to bother coming back. I'd just as soon not see you around here anymore. It's mutual. But I'm not willing to pay $600 for the privilege." Erickson slapped his desk. "Well, goddammit, I am. I'll put an order through tonight, right now. You don't have to come any further in than the cashier's window in the morning. They'll hand you out an envelope. Come in here, Cecile, and bring your book." She bustled at her desk until Pollock came out. "Anything in your desk, John?" "He'll go through it," she whispered rapidly. "Corporation's desk, isn't it? What are you going to do now?" "Get a cup of coffee." Tigers were nowhere on his mind, and he had come abreast of Stage 9 when Clem caught his arm. "He's inside now. Let me give you his name. Forbes, the writer on the picture. He's sitting in there with the director." Clem drew him into the vast interior of the sound stage, guiding him over a tangle of cables to a village in Hyderabad, where 2 men sat in canvas chairs. Pollock studied the puffy face contorted over a script, the lips pouting like a burst rose, the rumpled hair, the flabbiness and pallor of the cheeks. Here, by Lombroso's standards, Pollock thought, was the face of a criminal voluptuary, most likely a talented fellow, highly paid and harassed, as now called down to repair a weak scene or revise unutterable dialogue, the tense kind, who needed, if one wanted to be charitable, the sort of recreation he asked Clem to procure. The other man was totally and wholesomely different, younger, relaxed, and leaning back with easy grace. He turned his head, saw Pollock, and smiling in tentative recognition, stood up and came toward him. "You better talk to him," Clem muttered, and slid out of sight in the weighted gloom beyond. "Hello, I'm Scotty Forbes. Did you want to see me?" For a second or two, in a protean struggle with his mistake, Pollock was unable to say anything. Then, "There's been a beef with the security office." "So, Tiger Boys smoked up?" Forbes's voice was flat with something of a drawl, but pleasant. He smiled openly. "Well, it looks as if that gag bombed. What was the story he told you?" "A long, dirty one," Pollock answered. "Here, let's find a place to sit down. I don't know your name." Pollock. But don't bother, I didn't intend to stay." "Just leaving myself. I'll walk out with you." They left the sound stage together, Forbes choosing the diagonal street leading to the main gate. "I thought you might want to ask a lot of questions, Mr. Pollock." "Not a one." "I'm disappointed, but only because the rib rolled over and died. Anyway, you must have taken that little wino's story seriously enough to come down and study me from the shadows in three-quarter profile." Pollock was able to smile. "To tell the truth, I was studying your friend, the director." "This I've got to tell him. Chuck Corbett, the repopulator of Bel Air, the begetter of 8 kids. A papal knight on top of that. Taken for a degenerate by an expert." You have to be an expert to be that far off base." Forbes pointed to a handsome redwood bungalow behind some fine shrubs. "There's my office. Come in for a minute." Pollock glanced at his watch. "I've just got time to make the 5:20 bus to Highland and Yucca. Just till I shave, and then I'll run you down," Forbes urged, and steered him over the flagstone to a side door and into the largest room of the house, furnished as a library. Looking around from a green leather armchair at the profusion of Bruegel prints on the paneled walls, Pollock said, "I thought you writers hung out in the writers' building near the other gate." "Not me. I wouldn't walk into that iron lung even to use the cigarette machine. It's in my contract. Privacy. Enough room to swing an idea." Forbes paused to plug in an electric razor. This heap of slats was put up for Katya Szabo. Remember when she came over here to make 8 pictures for Manny Cleveland?" "The, late Manny Cleveland." "I stand corrected, poor bastard. A mattress death, I hear. And I always thought he'd go out howling the other way. Almost did at that, one time when Katya cut loose at him with a pistola grande. Would have gotten him, too, if she'd had a better target than his so-called parts. Later on, his wife, Sidney Fairchild's sister, and 2 female wrestlers swooped down on her while she was giving Manny a flourish and really fixed her goulash." Swathes of tough black whisker disappeared as he spoke against the razor's hum. "And don't think Manny hadn't made work for that good squad since, if ever there was a crow-pecked lout, which reminds me." Forbes pressed the buzzer, and his secretary came in. "Helen," he said to her, "I love you like rubies. A little favor. Send a telegram to General Fairchild, care of the studio. Condolences, that sort of jazz. Say I was indisposed, sorry about his loss. Make that overcome." He turned to Pollock. "I must be on Sidney's louse list for not showing up at the Burning Gap this morning." He shuddered. "Moping along behind a corpse, having to shake hands with a widow, almost the same as touching one. Did you go?" Pollock shook his head.
I thought you might, seeing as you belong to the Fairchild household troops. That's all, Helen, for now. I've got a reminder here, the girl said, about your dental appointment at 6 o'clock. The hand holding the electric shaver went clay white. I can't tonight. Make it next week sometime. But, Scotty, Dr. Arnold told me to be sure to tell you... Trembling, Forbes all but shrieked. I don't want to know what he told you. He glared at the girl, the wings of his nose flaring out. If I do, I'll ask you. She left abruptly, her face red with shame and rage. Then, as if this passage had never taken place, the writer looked amusedly at Pollock. So, you say the poor man's Frank Buck went to Erickson, another creep, with his yarn about the tigers? No, he came direct to me. Scout's oath, Pollock. Did you believe him? It doesn't matter to me. Just the same, I owe you an explanation of the whole thing. Not officially. I don't work here anymore. Forbes unplugged the razor. So you turned in your trench coat. He wound the cord around the instrument and held it out to Pollock. Want one of these? Take it. I've got about 30 of them, all makes and models. Buy them as fast as they come out. No, thanks. I use blades. The film writer bit sharply at his upper lip. I couldn't. I mean, even handle a blade. Just taking it out of the wrapper gives me a... I just stand there and see that thin, shiny edge so close to those two veins that cross on my wrist, and I get sick. In the parking lot across from the studio, Pollock guessed wrong about the make of Forbes's car. It was not the Thunderbird, but the blue Dodge in the adjoining slot. It had been drizzling, and the tires hummed over the slick on Ventura Boulevard. There was an hour of daylight unspent and a streak of red from the vanishing rainbow that still glowed above Laurel Canyon. When Pollock remarked simply that it was a nice time of day, Forbes said, I say it's the cool of the evening when the drinking begins. How about a stimulant? Why not? It was better than a drink alone with flat soda out of the refrigerette. They sat in the Plandome Grill on Sunset Strip in the umber-lighted baronial men's lounge. Forbes' kind of place. It went with him. And with everything about him, his tactile narcissism in the feel of his own face, his naked cowardice at the reminder of an appointment with the dentist, his approach to the rim of shrieking panic at a dribble of blood, his own only. As for that of horses, knock this one back, John. Waiter, some more of the devil's lubricant here. Only 7 weeks, so you haven't begun to understand the way industry people huff and puff, thinking up ribs on each other, friend or foe all alike. You'll have them played on you, and in time you'll be planning them. Better ones, I hope, than my dud with that rum pot and his scabby tigers. He turned to the waiter. Gus, stand by to repel boarders. Another Scotch old-fashioned and a pale Gibson. Forbes's explanation sounded reasonable, a quality which distinguishes the most poisonous lies. And this is one of them, Pollock decided. The Scotty Forbeses indeed play their costly hoaxes, but on their own kind, not on the peaty Clems of Desiluland. Sure, Desiluland, or hadn't you noticed? More than half the studio facilities, Fairchild included, are leased out. DeMille has been called by the great producer, and the rest are headed for the bottom of that 21-inch electric bottle. But in between is your stomach burning up and your golden liver bile. They still need me to give the mummers some lines to gum, and you, Johnny, to keep them from getting into each other's scanties on the studio's time. Nibbling a spear of pineapple, Pollock wished for a sandwich, a slab of cake, anything absorbent. But the waiter brought 2 fresh drinks and plugged the telephone into a jack beside Forbes. A call for you. You beat me to the Amici by seconds, Forbes drawled into the phone. No, with a friend of mine from the studio. Then Forbes listened intently for a moment and resumed talking. No, Al, just the other way around. Listen. Set up the projector. I'm bringing along some footage that'll make up for everything. After dinner, start scraping the mold off 3 of your best porterhouses." He merely glanced at Pollock, as if for quick compliance, but ignored the dubious headshake and concluded, "Long about 7:30. Bye now." "Now, that was a quick shuffle," Pollock said. "Still, I can't claim to have another engagement. Could we pick up some claret to go with that steak?" "It's all there, John. That is, if you're satisfied with the best. It won't be Chateau Manischewitz." Forbes took the car over Coldwater Canyon. "Let's double back over the freeway to Flint Ridge," he said. "Give us some time to talk. Now, this job you kissed off?" "I was canned. Erickson had a longer arm than I suspected." "That snot ape nipped you off like a ripe mango, huh? What were you getting, 500?
3.
Peanuts.
Not where I come from.
Got anything lined up?"
I'm going to give San Francisco a whirl. Maybe I don't belong here in the first place.
Cut! Johnny, that's a word-for-word playback of my tape 9 years ago when I changed my flag from Chicago and came out here in the first covered Buick. Nothing belongs here in the first place. Nothing's indigenous to this chip off the Kalahari Desert except horned toads and cactus. We're all transplanted like the eucalyptus tree. But once you take hold, all those gags about Hollywood, about how it's like lying in a swimming pool of warm farina, well, they sound a lot funnier right here at the place of origin than while mushing through that fudge Sunday snow around Radio City. The car breasted Mulholland Drive and wove downward to the San Fernando Valley. Forbes silent in the dense, oily wake of a truck loaded with oranges. But Pollock wanted to hear him talk some more, on the subject of Hollywood, on anything. From the first, he had appreciated Scotty's crackling remarks, brief or extended. His locutions were not the hipster's obscure turn of phrase. They had instead a graphic clarity that illuminated both the subject and Scotty's mind with sudden streaks. That, Pollock realized, was why he had remained in this man's company. He was uncommonly stimulating, even for Hollywood. "If I decided to stay," Pollock remarked, "I'd have to get on with some aircraft or industrial security department or pick up an assignment with a private agency." "How you fix the coconuts? Got enough copra for the traders meanwhile?" "Money? I can get by nicely, thanks." "Oh, I wasn't offering any. I've got an iron rule against lending it. The last one who asked got a swift kick in the groin for his trouble. My own brother. If it's a real hardship case, up to $500, I furnish the address of the nearest blood bank." As the car swung into the Cahuenga lane from the pass, it caused a heavy object to slide and thump on the flat ledge behind the seats. "Mind holding that in your lap the rest of the way, Johnny? It might open and brim out like spun gold, because that's what that can of film is. 1,000 feet of it that I have to get back in the morning." Back to the studio?" Pollock offered. "I'll be glad to take it. I'm calling for my closing check." "No. A private source I rent these from. Comes to an arm and a leg, but it's worth it. Wait till you see." "Oh, one of those, sporting reels." Suddenly, and for once without theatricality, Forbes scowled in patent disgust at the term Pollock used. But he recovered just as quickly, and with a forgiving grin, "No, I can't bolt that swill. That's for the velvet paw trade, frat houses and beer busts in Legion cellars." "Well, don't be sorry," Pollock said. "It's not my speed, either. My error, Scotty." "Forget it, lad." Forbes slapped the film tin, continued patting it as he spoke and smoothing its glossy top. "There's 1,000 feet of UFA film in this packet, 16 frames to the foot, and every one as great in its own medium as a Dürer engraving, from the standpoint of plastic design, composition, and content." His eyes flicked often from the road and to the tin of celluloid, as if to make sure it was still there under his palm. "After 30 years, it's still as clear as optical glass. You'll see. The only thing that dates it is the printed subtitles in German. But they're not really essential. For instance, there's a medium-close shot of an officer explaining something about keeping their heads down and not struggling, but his gestures tell it pretty well. I might be able to translate, Pollock said. I did 30 months occupation duty there after Remagen. Great! That'll give it another dimension. Maybe tip us to a nuance I didn't catch when I ran it through a moviola this morning. Brilliant! In the great manner of Pabst and Murnau. Compared to the way we handled the camera for the Stryker and Ribbentrop hangings, and the way UFA did their subjects, the difference is like between Mickey Spillane and Hammett's Continental Op. With those UFA boys, you see it first, and then the lens just confirms what you're looking at. An enthusiastic eagerness that communicated itself even to the gas pedal came into his voice. Take the fade-in right after the main and credit titles. Exterior. Medium-long shot of a dirt road somewhere in China. Jiangxi province, I think it said. 2 trucks coming up in the background, and cut. After this establishing shot, the rest of it is all in camera dimensions, from close-up to medium full, and such angles as Daj Kazan never dreamed of. Sorry, Scotty, Pollock said lightly. You're leaving me in a fog on that first dirt road. You'll get it. The competence will come through as you watch, he resumed with more controlled eagerness. The trucks stop near a big ditch, and you can count them, commies or whatever they are, being helped off the trucks in a medium full so that you can count them. 28, all with the hands tied behind them. All looking pretty tacky, expressions the same, registering nothing. A rimless 0. Camera pans with them as they're marched off by the soldiers, 4 guarding each line. Now, reverse angle. The cab of the leading truck opens, and out steps another Chinese. No uniform. He lifts out 2 swords, Japanese style, this long, but heavier. And as we move into close shot, he unwraps an oily cloth from the swords, glances over toward where the prisoners are already kneeling in the background, one line behind the other, and starts rolling up his sleeves. How's that for making each frame count? He did not pause long enough for an answer, nor would Pollock have been able to give him one. He tried, however. The object, I imagine, is suspense. Good try, lad. But suspense is the wrong word. You see, there's no waiting for Chapayev and the 7th Red Cavalry. What's happening can't unhappen. So the footage builds. We go to a medium-full shot. Another Chinese with a basket under his arm. He stops behind each prisoner and smears something from the basket into his ears. What? Extreme close shot. Contents of basket. Mud. Just plain old mud to plug up the prisoner's ears. There's a title inserted there to explain why this is done. You'll be able to tell us, John. I suppose to keep him from hearing the approach of the executioner. And is he qualified for his work? Deadpan all the way through. Low angle, high-hat shot first on number 1, kneeling there, mouth drooling open. Swordsman's feet in slippers, tipped in frame to show his stance. He's working the back row first, naturally. Camera pans up in the same arc as the sword's coming down, and freezes as it connects. Silent, mind you, but I swear you'll be able to hear the thunk, and so on. The car swung east on Franklin, in the direction of the Las Feliz hills. His mouth dry, Pollock repeated, and so on. All 24? Of course not. 8, and then a lap dissolve, rather, and he comes forward to the truck to swap swords and does 5 more in the front row. Fade out. I left out the intercuts. Just as well, Pollock said, and felt suddenly desperately thirsty. How much farther do we have to go? To Vermont and then left. Now about you, John, that job. Would you go back to it under conditions where you wouldn't have to tangle Stearns with Erickson? I can go right to Sid Fairchild and put it in mesh, and that'd be only part payment on a couple of big favors he owes me. I don't know. Give yourself a couple of days to defrost. Meanwhile, I'll start cutting the buttons off that stunk major of yours. About tonight, Scotty, Pollock began. Yeah, tonight. About Al. No cracks about what's in this reel, not before dinner, or she'll want to slap it right into the projector. She? Pollock asked in casual astonishment. I had no idea at all. Is it, Alice? No, Alix, A-L-I-X, for X marks the spot, Marshall. She's my lawyer. Office downtown, South Olive Street. That's right. Then you know her. Just the name, said Pollock. It came up in some connection. His lips dried in the searing rush of blood to his face, and the cigarette in his mouth clung as if cemented there. He drew it savagely away and saw it muddied with stringy spittle. He swallowed hard to engorge the taste of fear. And it rolled back, a lump of dry ice, expanding in frigid steam upward through his trunk to his wrists and to the frontal lobes of his brain. I've got to get out, he said. Pull up at that Shell station ahead. Forbes slowed automatically, but the car rolled on in the same lane, without warping toward the yellow sign 2 blocks distant. We'll be at Al's in 4 minutes, and you can have first crack at the sandbox. Right now. Sure, if it's that urgent. Scotty pulled in beside a gas pump. I'll get some fuel meanwhile. A man about a dog situation? Pollock said yes. That's it. Dropped the can of film on the seat and got out of the car. He passed behind a wood lattice screen to the restrooms and peered out. Scotty was still in the car, fumbling with the keys to find the one for the gas tank filler spout. There was a weed-choked alley between the Shell station and the next building, a florist shop. The weedy path ran around that structure as well, and it brought Pollock across an abandoned miniature golf course to the adjoining street. 3 minutes later, he was at Vermont Avenue, where he waited in the doorway of a dry cleaner's until he saw the dome light of a vacant taxicab. When he reached the Argyle Mansionette lobby, the manager waved to him with a message slip from the switchboard. "You're just a teeny minute too late, Mr. Pollock," she announced. "A gentleman just called and hung up, for the second time." "He'll call again." "That's what I told him to do, Mr. Pollock." "I won't be in. What I mean, Mrs. Senft, is that I don't want to speak to him. Tell him I called from outside and left a message for him. Will you do that little favor for me? Here, I'll write it down." The woman read from the slip. "The man said the dog was one of those skinny, wire-haired terriers." "That's fine. Now, Mrs. Senft, I'm going to do something for you." "But you don't have to, Mr. Pollock." "It'll be a pleasure. Beginning tomorrow, anybody comes looking for an apartment, you can show them mine." "But your month isn't up till—" "Thanks very much, Mrs. Senft. I've enjoyed staying here." Upstairs, Pollock heated a family-sized can of chili con carne and ate it ravenously with a box of crackers. After carefully washing the single dish and spoon he used, he stepped out on the terracette. The night was clear, and he could see far, but the view no longer interested him. Crossing to the door, he bolted it with the chain, something he had never done before. No Such Thing as a Vampire, by Richard Matheson. Having written the screen versions of so many Poe classics, The Pit and the Pendulum, The House of Usher, and The Raven, it is not surprising that Richard Matheson should turn his attention to a familiar inhabitant of the horror and supernatural tale, the vampire. In the tradition of the vampire story, Matheson transports us all to the village of Solta, situated in the foothills of Romania's Bihor Mountains. Then he introduces us to Dr. and Madame Gueria, both of whom seem to have stepped right out of the 19th century. But as traditionally Gothic as the beginning of the story is, watch out,
for Matheson will artfully lull you into a false sense of insecurity. As for the title of this story, we'll give you a little advice. You'd better believe it. In the early autumn, Madame Alexis Guerrier awoke one morning to a sense of utmost torpor. For more than a minute she lay inertly on her back, her dark eyes staring upward. How wasted she felt. It seemed as if her limbs were sheathed in lead. Perhaps she was ill. Petre must examine her and see. Drawing in a faint breath, she pressed up slowly on an elbow. As she did, her nightdress slid, rustling, to her waist. How had it come unfastened, she wondered, looking down at herself. Quite suddenly, Madame Guerrier began to scream. In the breakfast-room, Dr. Petre Guerrier looked up, startled, from his morning paper. In an instant he had pushed his chair back, slung his napkin on the table, and was rushing for the hallway. He dashed across its carpeted breadth and mounted the staircase 2 steps at a time. It was a near hysterical Madame Guerrier he found sitting on the edge of her bed, looking down in horror at her breasts. Across the dilated whiteness of them, a smear of blood lay drying. Dr. Guerrier dismissed the upstairs maid, who stood frozen in the open doorway, gaping at her mistress. He locked the door and hurried to his wife. "Petre," she gasped. "Gently." He helped her lie back across the blood-stained pillow. "Petre, what is it?" she begged. "Lie still, my dear." His practiced hands moved in swift search over her breasts. Suddenly his breath choked off. Pressing aside her head, he stared down dumbly at the pinprick lacerations in her neck, the ribbon of tacky blood that twisted downward from them. "My throat," Alexis said. No, it's just Dr. Guerrier did not complete the sentence. He knew exactly what it was. Madame Guerrier began to tremble. "Oh, my God," she said. Dr. Guerrier rose and foundered to the wash-basin. Pouring in water, he returned to his wife and washed away the blood. The wound was clearly visible now, 2 tiny punctures close to the jugular. A grimacing Dr. Guerrier touched the mounds of inflamed tissue in which they lay. As he did, his wife groaned terribly and turned her face away. "Now listen to me," he said, his voice apparently calm. "We will not succumb immediately to superstition. Do you hear? There are any number of—" "I'm going to die," she said. "Alexis, do you hear me?" He caught her harshly by the shoulders. She turned her head and stared at him with vacant eyes. "You know what it is," she said. Dr. Guerrier swallowed. He could still taste coffee in his mouth. "I know what it appears to be," he said, "and we shall not ignore the possibility. However—" "I'm going to die," she said. "Alexis!" Dr. Guerrier took her hand and gripped it fiercely. "You shall not be taken from me," he said. Solta was a village of some 1,000 inhabitants situated in the foothills of Romania's Bihor Mountains. It was a place of dark traditions. People, hearing the baying of distant wolves, would cross themselves without a thought. Children would gather garlic buds, as other children gather flowers, bringing them home for the windows. On every door there was a painted cross, at every throat a metal one. Dread of the vampire's blighting was as normal as the dread of fatal sickness. It was always in the air. Dr. Guerrier thought about that as he bolted shut the windows of Alexis's room. Far off, molten twilight hung above the mountains. Soon it would be dark again. Soon the citizens of Solta would be barricaded in their garlic-reeking houses. He had no doubt that every soul of them knew exactly what had happened to his wife. Already the cook and upstairs maid were pleading for discharge. Only the inflexible discipline of the butler Karel kept them at their jobs. Soon even that would not suffice. Before the horror of the vampire, reason fled. He'd seen the evidence of it that very morning when he'd entered Madame's room, stripped to the walls, and searched for rodents or venomous insects. The servants had moved about the room as if on a floor of eggs. their eyes more white than pupil, their fingers twitching constantly to their crosses. They had known full well no rodents or insects would be found, and Garia had known it. Still, he raged at them for their timidity, succeeding only in frightening them further. He turned from the window with a smile. "There now," he said. "Nothing alive will ever enter this room tonight." He caught himself immediately, seeing the flare of terror in her eyes. "Nothing at all will enter," he amended. Alexis lay motionless on her bed, one pale hand at her breast, clutching at the worn silver cross she'd taken from her jewel box. She hadn't worn it since he'd given her the diamond-studded one when they were married. How typical of her village background, that in this moment of dread she should seek protection from the unadorned cross of her church. She was such a child. Garia smiled down gently at her. "You won't be needing that, my dear," he said. "You'll be safe tonight." Her fingers tightened on the crucifix. No, wear it if you will," he said. "I only meant that I'll be at your side all night." "You'll stay with me?" He sat on the bed and held her hand. "Do you think I'd leave you for a moment?" he said. 30 minutes later, she was sleeping. Dr. Garia drew a chair beside the bed and seated himself. Removing his glasses, he massaged the bridge of his nose with his thumb and forefinger of his left hand. Then, sighing, he began to watch his wife. How incredibly beautiful she was. Dr. Garia's breath grew strained. "There is no such thing as a vampire," he whispered to himself. There was a distant pounding. Dr. Garia muttered in his sleep, his fingers twitching. The pounding increased. An agitated voice came swirling from the darkness. "Doctor!" it called. Garia snapped awake. For a moment he looked confusedly toward the locked door. "Dr. Garia!" demanded Karel. What? "Is everything all right?" "Yes, everything is—" Dr. Garia cried out hoarsely, springing for the bed. Alexis's nightdress had been torn away again. A hideous dew of blood covered her chest and neck. Karel shook his head. "Bolted windows cannot hold away the creature, sir," he said. He stood tall and lean beside the kitchen table on which lay the cluster of silver he'd been polishing when Garia had entered. "The creature has the power to make of itself a vapor which can pass through any opening, however small," he said. "But the cross!" cried Garia. It was still at her throat, untouched, except by blood, he added in a sickened voice. "This I cannot understand," said Karel grimly. "The cross should have protected her." "But why did I see nothing?" "You were drugged by the mephitic presence," Karel said. "Count yourself fortunate that you were not also attacked." "I do not consider myself fortunate." Dr. Garia struck his palm, and a look of anguish was on his face. "What am I to do, Karel?" he asked. "Hang garlic," said the old man. "Hang it on the windows, at the doors. Let there be no opening unblocked by garlic." Garia nodded distractedly. "Never in my life have I seen this thing," he said brokenly. "Now my own wife—" "I have seen it," said Karel. "I have myself put to its rest one of these monsters from the grave." "The stake?" Garia looked revolted. The old man nodded slowly. Garia swallowed. "Pray God you may put this one to rest as well," he said. "Petre?" She was weaker now, her voice a toneless murmur. Garia bent over her. "Yes, my dear," he said. "It will come again tonight," she said. "No." He shook his head determinedly. "It cannot come. The garlic will repel it." "My cross didn't," she said. "You didn't." "The garlic will," he said. "And see?" He pointed at the bedside table. "I've had black coffee brought for me. I won't sleep tonight." She closed her eyes, a look of pain across her sallow features. "I don't want to die," she said. "Please don't let me die, Petre."
You won't, he said, I promise you. The monster shall be destroyed. Alexis shuddered feebly. But if there is no way, Petre, she murmured. There is always a way, he answered. Outside, the darkness, cold and heavy, pressed around the house. Dr. Garria took his place beside the bed and began to wait. Within the hour, Alexis slipped into a heavy slumber. Gently, Dr. Garria released her hand and poured himself a cup of steaming coffee. As he sipped it, hotly bitter, he looked around the room. Door locked, windows bolted, every opening sealed with garlic, the cross at Alexis's throat. He nodded slowly to himself. It will work, he thought. The monster would be thwarted. He sat there waiting, listening to his breath. Dr. Garria was at the door before the second knock. "Michael!" He embraced the younger man. "Dear Michael, I was sure you'd come." Anxiously, he ushered Dr. Varesh toward his study. Outside, darkness was just falling. "Where on earth are all the people of the village?" asked Varesh. "I swear I didn't see a soul as I rode in." "Huddling, terror-stricken in their houses," Garria said, "and all my servants with them, save for one." "Who was that?" "My butler, Karel," Garria answered. "He didn't answer the door because he's sleeping. Poor fellow, he is very old and has been doing the work of 5. He gripped Varesh's arm. "Dear Michael," he said, "you have no idea how glad I am to see you." Varesh looked at him worriedly. "I came as soon as I received your message," he said. "And I appreciate it," Garria said. "I know how long and hard a ride it is from Cluj." "What's wrong?" asked Varesh. "Your letter only said—" Quickly, Garria told him what had happened in the past week. "I tell you, Michael, I stumble at the brink of madness," he said. "Nothing works. Garlic, wolf's bane, crosses, mirrors, running water, useless. No, don't say it. This isn't superstition or imagination. This is happening. A vampire is destroying her. Each day she sinks yet deeper into that deadly torpor from which—" Garria clenched his hands. "And yet I cannot understand it," he muttered brokenly. "I simply cannot understand it." "Come, sit, sit." Dr. Varesh pressed the older man into a chair, grimacing at the pallor of him. Nervously, his fingers sought for Garria's pulse beat. "Never mind me," protested Garria. "It's Alexis we must help." He pressed a sudden trembling hand across his eyes. "Yet how?" he said. He made no resistance as the younger man undid his collar and examined his neck. "You, too," said Varesh, sickened. "What does that matter?" Garria clutched at the younger man's hand. "My friend, my dearest friend," he said, "tell me that it is not I. Do I do this hideous thing to her?" Varesh looked confounded. "You?" he said. "But, I know, said Garria. "I myself have been attacked. Yet nothing follows, Michael. What breed of horror is this which cannot be impeded? From what unholy place does it emerge? I've had the countryside examined foot by foot, every graveyard ransacked, every crypt inspected. There is no house within the village that has not been subjected to my search. I tell you, Michael, there is nothing. Yet there is something which assaults us nightly, draining us of life. The village is engulfed by terror, and I as well. I never see this creature, never hear it, yet every morning I find my beloved wife." Varesh's face was drawn and pallid now. He stared intently at the older man. "What am I to do, my friend?" pleaded Garria. "How am I to save her?" Varesh had no answer. "How long has she, been like this?" asked Varesh. He could not remove his stricken gaze from the whiteness of Alexis's face. "For days," said Garria, "the retrogression has been constant." Dr. Varesh put down Alexis's flaccid hand. "Why did you not tell me sooner?" he asked. "I thought the matter could be handled," Garria answered faintly.
I know now that it cannot. Varesh shuddered. But surely, he began. There is nothing left to be done, said Garia. Everything has been tried. Everything. He stumbled to the window and stared bleakly out into the deepening night. And now it comes again, he murmured, and we are helpless before it. Not helpless, Petre. Varesh forced a cheering smile to his lips and laid his hand upon the older man's shoulder. I will watch her tonight. It's useless. Not at all, my friend, said Varesh nervously. And now you must sleep. I will not leave her, said Garia. But you need rest. I cannot leave, said Garia. I will not be separated from her. Varesh nodded. Of course, he said. We will share the hours of watching, then. Garia sighed. We can try, he said, but there was no sound of hope in his voice. Some 20 minutes later he returned with an urn of steaming coffee, which was barely possible to smell through the heavy mist of garlic fumes which hung in the air. Trudging to the bed, Garia set down the tray. Dr. Varesh had drawn a chair up beside the bed. I'll watch first, he said. You sleep, Petre. It would do no good to try, said Garia. He held a cup beneath the spigot, and the coffee gurgled out like smoking ebony. Thank you, murmured Varesh, as the cup was handed to him. Garia nodded once and drew himself a cup before he sat. I do not know what will happen to Zolta if this creature is not destroyed, he said. The people are paralyzed by terror. Has it been elsewhere in the village? Varesh asked him. Garia sighed exhaustedly. Why need it go elsewhere, he said. It is finding all it craves within these walls. He stared despondently at Alexis. When we are gone, he said, it will go elsewhere. The people know that and are waiting for it. Varesh set down his cup and rubbed his eyes. It seems impossible, he said, that we, practitioners of a science, should be unable to— What can science effect against it, said Garia. Science will not even admit its existence. We could bring into this very room the foremost scientists of the world, and they would say, my friends, you have been deluded. There is no vampire. All is mere trickery. Garia stopped and looked intently at the younger man. He said, Michael. Varesh's breath was slow and heavy. Putting down his cup of untouched coffee, Garia stood and moved to where Varesh sat slumped in his chair. He pressed back an eyelid, looked down briefly at the sightless pupil, then withdrew his hand. The drug was quick, he thought, and most effective. Varesh would be insensible for more than time enough. Moving to the closet, Garia drew down his bag and carried it to the bed. He tore Alexis's nightdress from her upper body and within seconds had drawn another syringe full of her blood. This would be the last withdrawal, fortunately. Staunching the wound, he took the syringe to Varesh and emptied it into the young man's mouth, smearing it across his lips and teeth. That done, he strode to the door and unlocked it. Returning to Varesh, he raised and carried him into the hall. Karel would not awaken. A small amount of opiate in his food had seen to that. Garia labored down the steps beneath the weight of Varesh's body. In the darkest corner of the cellar, a wooden casket waited for the younger man. There he would lie until the following morning, when the distraught Dr. Petre Garia would, with sudden inspiration, order Karel to search the attic and cellar on the remote, nay, fantastic possibility that— 10 minutes later, Garia was back in the bedroom, checking Alexis's pulse beat. It was active enough. She would survive. The pain and torturing horror she had undergone would be punishment enough for her. As for Varesh— Dr. Garia smiled in pleasure. For the first time since Alexis and he had returned from Cluj, at the end of the summer. Dear spirits in heaven, would it not be sheer enchantment to watch old Carol drive a stake through Michael Varish's damned cuckolding heart? Virginia, by Calvin Tomkins. Time was when the denizens of horror stories were traditionally lean, emaciated, cadaverous, even skeletal figures, but nowadays the landscape of the macabre is also peopled with heavyweights. 3 stories in this book, for example, Heavyset, I'm Yours, and the present story, Virginia, involve characters of considerable mass. Again, this is a horror story that is all the more horrific for being completely believable, something that could happen to you. Nothing supernatural occurs in it. There are no bats or howling hounds or fog-enshrouded moors. It is all quite chic and modern, but the author has so successfully painted his picture of moral decay that the effect is profoundly disquieting. Calvin Tomkins is a staff writer on The New Yorker, who finds time to do considerable outside work. A novel, Intermission, 3 non-fiction books, The Bride and the Bachelors, The Lewis and Clark Trail, The World of Marcel Duchamp, and quantities of quality writing for Newsweek, Life, Harper's, McCall's, and Playboy. The McElroys were swingers. They lived on Fifth Avenue in a big new duplex full of long white sofas and pop paintings, and they adored the Beatles. But they liked the Rolling Stones even better. They gave big parties that went on and on. Sometimes Andy Warhol and his friends would come to the McElroys' parties, although the times they did not come were more numerous than the times they did. Mr. McElroy had made a bundle in Long Island real estate, and the society columnists knew him as one of the zingy new art collectors. Mrs. McElroy wore her skirts well above the knee and had her hair cut like a boy's on one side and like a girl's on the other. Nobody could believe she had an 18-year-old son by a previous marriage. She did, though. Her son's name was Paul, and he was graduating from the Archer School in June. The McElroys drove up to see him graduate. They had their jazzy dark green Jag sent around from the garage at 11 o'clock, and by 11:45 they were winging. They took the Henry Hudson and the Sawmill River and the Taconic State Parkways and several state and local routes. During the trip, they both wondered what it would be like having Paul around. For the last 5 years, Paul had been spending vacations with his own father, a psychoanalyst up in Boston. But Paul's father had recently married a 22-year-old dental technician, and now Paul was coming to live with the McElroys for a while. "The kid bugs me, to tell you the honest truth," Mrs. McElroy admitted. "He's so goddamn high-minded." "Maybe he's changed," Mr. McElroy said. He had just learned that the Archer School was coeducational. "Anyway, it's only for the summer." Mr. McElroy drove very fast and cornered skillfully, but they had not allowed enough time. When they arrived, the commencement exercises were nearly over. They missed seeing Paul receive the Good Citizen Award and the prize for the boy who has done most for Archer, but they did see him get his diploma. He looked very tall and stern in his dark suit. "Is that Paul?" Mrs. McElroy whispered. "Sure," Mr. McElroy whispered back. Following the commencement exercises, refreshments were served in the garden of the headmaster's house. Mr. and Mrs. McElroy introduced themselves to the headmaster, Mr. Cudlip, who complimented Mrs. McElroy for having a son whose outstanding moral qualities more than compensated for his C+ average. "We expect great things of Paul," Mr. Cudlip said. The McElroys thanked him and moved on. Mrs. McElroy accepted a glass of fruit punch from a small student, but refused a cupcake. They could see Paul across the garden, chatting with his father and the technician. After a while, Paul made his way over to their side, pulling behind him a big, moist girl in a white graduation gown. "Glad you could make it," Paul said, using his free hand to grind one of Mr. McElroy's. "I want you to meet Virginia," he added. Virginia was an unusually big girl, with skin blemishes and a tragic smile. Beads of perspiration glistened on her upper lip, and in the deep trough of her bosom, and fat tears brimmed in her eyes. Another girl ran up and threw her arms around Virginia, causing them both to weep aloud. Paul drew the McElroys aside. "Look," he said, "I've invited Virginia to come and stay with us for a few days. She's got a big problem at home, and, well, to be frank about it, she sort of needs me. You don't mind, I hope?" "Why, no, not at all," Mrs. McElroy said. "Do you mind, Phil?" "Fine with me," Mr. McElroy said. "Great," said Paul. Andy Warhol and his friends did not come to the McElroys' party on the Sunday following Paul and Virginia's graduation. It was a swinging party all the same. By the time Paul and Virginia got back from seeing The Sound of Music, the Rolling Stones were going full blast on the record player, and people were fruging all over the place. Paul and Virginia sat down at one end of a long sofa and discussed The Sound of Music. Mrs. McElroy tried once to get them to dance, but Paul said he thought that kind of dancing was infantile. Virginia giggled and caught Mrs. McElroy's eye. Mrs. McElroy decided she liked Virginia after all. Pretty soon Paul went to bed. Virginia stayed up until all hours and danced the jerk and the swim with a stamina that was quite surprising for someone her size. At about 1:45, Mrs. McElroy got the hiccups. She went to the kitchen for a glass of water, and hearing voices in the maid's room off the kitchen, peeked in and saw Mr. McElroy and Virginia sitting on the bed examining Mr. McElroy's left hand. "Virginia reads palms," Mr. McElroy explained when he heard his wife hiccuping behind him. "She says my life is going to undergo a change." Mrs. McElroy went back to the living room with a glass of water. As the party was breaking up, one of the guests discovered that she had lost her gold clip. The McElroys promised to look for it in the morning. The next morning, Mrs. McElroy and the cleaning woman looked under all the sofas and turned up all the cushions. They found $1.65 in change, a Zippo lighter, 2 highball glasses, a key, a lady's handkerchief, a ballpoint pen, 9 shrimp, and a nail file, but no gold clip. Later in the day, though, when Mrs. McElroy happened to pass through Virginia's room, she glanced into the partially open top drawer of the dresser and saw a gold clip sitting on a pile of extra-large bras. Right next to it was the sapphire pin that Mrs. McElroy had bought at Tiffany's in February as her anniversary present from Mr. McElroy. She mentioned this to her husband when he came home from the office that evening. "Are you sure?" he asked. "Of course I'm sure. I checked and mine's gone." "Good Lord," Mr. McElroy said. When Paul and Virginia came back from visiting the United Nations, the McElroys waited until Virginia had gone to her room and then spoke to Paul about it. "I'm afraid that is one of her symptoms," Paul said gravely. "All the kids at school were just great about it, but the trouble is, her mother gets so terrifically upset, and that makes it about 100% worse." "What a shame," Mrs. McElroy said. "Well, but at least now we know where the things are, so perhaps you'd better suggest that she give them back." "God, don't you people understand anything?" Paul said sternly. "That would be about the worst thing to do." "Oh, Pet, I'm very sorry, but—" "Look, just leave it to me, can't you?" Paul said. "Virginia and I are working on the whole problem." Mr. and Mrs. McElroy agreed to leave it to Paul. He did seem to know a lot about Virginia's problem, and anyway, they had tickets to hear the Supremes that evening at Carnegie Hall. 2 days passed. Paul said he was making good progress with Virginia's problem, but the gold clip and the sapphire pin remained in Virginia's top dresser drawer. They were joined on the 3rd day by Mrs. McElroy's diamond wristwatch. This was too much for Mrs. McElroy. She made Mr. McElroy have a talk with Virginia in her room that evening before Paul returned from leading a Boy Scout hike. Virginia screamed. When Mrs. McElroy looked in to see what was wrong, she saw Virginia standing on the bed without a stitch of clothes on, screaming her head off. Mr. McElroy was very pale. Luckily, Paul came home just then. "Now you've done it," Paul said. He sent Mr. and Mrs. McElroy out of Virginia's room, but Virginia kept on screaming. After a while, Paul opened the door and called for Mrs. McElroy. "We've got to feed her," he shouted over the screams. "Something sweet, a dessert or something." "It's the only way." Mrs. McElroy nodded and went to the kitchen. She found half a chocolate cream pie and a quart of coffee ice cream in the icebox. When she returned with these, Paul took them from her and closed the door. Gradually, Virginia's screams died down, and by 2 a.m. the apartment was quiet. Things were unsettled after that. Paul said the incident had undone all his work on Virginia's problems and that he would have to fall back temporarily on oral gratification. Virginia stayed in her room and ate quantities of sweet desserts. Whenever she saw Mr. McElroy, she started to scream. Mrs. McElroy ordered a big supply of frozen pastries and cream pies and ice cream to keep on hand in the freezer, but Virginia got up in the middle of the night and finished them all off, not even bothering to thaw the pastries. So from then on, Mrs. McElroy had to get in a fresh supply every day. As long as Virginia had something sweet in her mouth, she did not scream at Mr. McElroy, and she did not steal things. Mr. McElroy was all for sending Virginia home to Cincinnati, but Paul explained that this was out of the question. Virginia kept insisting that Mr. McElroy had tried to rape her, Paul said, and there was no telling what would happen if she left the apartment in this state of mind. The McElroys' friends all thought it was a very kicky scene. Some of them started bringing expensive desserts and pastries for Virginia when they came to parties at the McElroys' apartment, and this cheered Virginia up no end. Virginia could hardly wait to see what the guests were going to bring her next. Paul said they were undoing all his work. He was very depressed because his applications to Harvard, Columbia, and Dartmouth had all been turned down, and he did not want to go to Tufts. In July, Mr. and Mrs. McElroy moved out to Southampton for the summer, and Paul went to the Moral Rearmament Congress on Mackinac Island, Michigan. Virginia stayed in the apartment. Mrs. McElroy had tried very hard to persuade her to go home. She had even tried to telephone Virginia's mother in Cincinnati, but Virginia's mother, a prominent divorcee, was attending a birth control conference in Chandigarh, and the answering service did not know when she would be back. Anyway, Virginia still maintained that Mr. McElroy had tried to rape her, and, as Paul pointed out, this rather complicated matters. Virginia ate steadily all summer. When the McElroys returned to the city after Labor Day, she weighed close to 300 pounds and could barely get out of bed. Mrs. McElroy said, "Really, Virginia, this has got to stop." Virginia gave a particularly piercing scream. Mr. McElroy ran down to the pastry shop and brought back a dozen mocha eclairs. It seemed to be the only way. Paul came home for 2 days in September. Instead of going to college, he had decided to join the Peace Corps. He was being sent to a training camp in Arizona, after which he hoped to go on an extreme hardship post on the upper Amazon. On his last night home, Mrs. McElroy put it to him straight. "God damn it," she said. "You brought her here, now it's up to you to get her the hell out." "It might just possibly surprise you to know," Paul said, "that there are more important things in the world for me to do than attend to your personal problems." "My personal problems? Listen, you high-minded fink. This sort of discussion is futile," Paul said. "No wonder the world's in a mess. Why don't you people grow up?" Paul went upstairs to his room. The McElroys went out to a Beatles movie, which they enjoyed even more than the last time. In time, Mr. and Mrs. McElroy grew accustomed to having Virginia around. Before each party, they propped her up on one of the long white sofas in the living room, where she could receive the sugared offerings of the guests and watch the dancing, in which she was by now too immense to take part. She looked nice on the sofa, in one of the long, tent-like muslin garments that she had taken to wearing, putting down desserts and smiling her tragic smile. Andy Warhol made a movie of Virginia sitting on the sofa eating a lemon chiffon pie. He used the same close-up shot repeated over and over for 3.5 hours.
People also discovered Virginia's clairvoyance. In addition to her being able to read palms, she could sense emanations from people. Just by sensing the emanations, Virginia could tell someone what he would be doing several hours later, and sure enough, when the time came around, he would find himself doing it. Once, she told Dr. Strauss-Hooper, who lived downstairs in the same building and came to all the McElroy parties, that he was going to bed with Mrs. McElroy. Mr. McElroy had a lot to drink that night, and he never did find out whether Virginia's prediction came true, but he was bothered all the same. Soon Virginia began to receive visitors even when the McElroys were not having a party. The number of her visitors grew larger and larger. They came at all hours of the day or night, and they always brought something delicious for Virginia to eat. Virginia enjoyed her new life. She seldom screamed anymore, and when she did, it was usually just in fun. But Virginia's new life was putting more and more of a strain on Mr. and Mrs. McElroy, who had to take care of Virginia and get her in and out of bed and dressed and undressed and so forth, because they could no longer keep any servants in the house, not even a cleaning woman. Mr. and Mrs. McElroy found that they were spending all their time taking care of Virginia. Some mornings Mr. McElroy could not even get to his office. They hardly ever went out to a Beatles movie, or to other people's parties, or used their jazzy dark green Jag, or even listened to the Rolling Stones on the radio. Virginia had decided the Rolling Stones were a drag. One night, after they had put Virginia to bed, Mr. and Mrs. McElroy sat up for a long while talking. "We can't go on like this," Mrs. McElroy said. They decided to run away that very night. Each of them packed a suitcase, and very quietly they tiptoed to the front door and rang for the elevator. Just as they were getting into the elevator with their suitcases, Virginia started to scream. Luckily, the elevator was self-service. Mr. McElroy pushed the door close button, and they went down, with Virginia's screams getting fainter and fainter in their ears. The doorman flagged a taxi for them on Fifth Avenue, and they told the driver to take them to the airport. On the way out, they discussed where they would go. Mr. McElroy wanted to go to Miami, but Mrs. McElroy had her heart set on Nassau. They decided to go to Miami first, and then to Nassau. As luck would have it, there was a midnight flight to Miami. Mr. McElroy bought the tickets, and they were just going down the ramp to the plane when the police moved in. "Mr. Philip McElroy?" the lieutenant asked. Mr. McElroy nodded. "I'm afraid you're needed at home. It's your daughter." "She's not my—" "Oh, God," said Mr. McElroy. He considered making a break for it, but decided it was no use. They went back to town in the squad car. "As somebody in that kind of condition," the lieutenant said reproachfully, "you just can't go off and leave him. It's lucky that doctor got hold of us." The policeman came up in the elevator with them. Dr. Strauss-Hooper from downstairs was waiting in the apartment. He said he had given Virginia a sedative and an eclair, and that she was sleeping quietly, and it did not take the McElroys more than a moment to realize that she was sleeping quietly in their own bedroom. The McElroys thanked the policeman and Dr. Strauss-Hooper and saw them to the door. Mrs. McElroy needed something to calm her nerves. She felt sure Dr. Strauss-Hooper would have something, and to save him another trip upstairs in the middle of the night, she decided to run downstairs to his apartment. As Mr. McElroy stood in the hall wondering what to do with himself, he heard a noise in his former bedroom. It was his former bed groaning as Virginia turned over in it. Mr. McElroy tiptoed to the bedroom door and peeked inside. "Tomorrow," Virginia called out drowsily, "you're going to hear some real screaming." Black Country by Charles Beaumont. Charles Beaumont died in February 1967, just as this book was going to press. He and Playboy had been linked since the magazine's beginnings.
Black Country, his first story for us, was also his first appearance outside the pulp field. We considered the story a masterpiece when we first read it, and our opinion has not changed since then. It is among the very finest of his consistently fine work. A story of jazz musicians, its prose actually seems to have a jazz beat, a steady Dixieland wail that carries the reader along the story's not inconsiderable length, with a power and rhythm and unwavering emotional pitch that never lets up until the final note. That is, word. Though not a horror story in any of the usual senses, and perhaps more preternatural than supernatural, it tells of a special kind of demonic possession, thoroughly contemporary and compellingly believable. And its infectious, finger-popping tempo propels the tale irresistibly toward a most unexpected and macabre finale. Spoof Collins blew his brains out all right out on through the top of his head. But I don't mean with a gun, I mean with a horn, every night, slow and easy, 8-1. And that's how he died, climbing with that horn, climbing up high. For what? Hey, man, Spoof, listen, you picked the tree, now come on down. But he couldn't come down, he didn't know how, he just kept climbing higher and higher, and then he fell, or jumped. Anyway, that's the way he died. The bullet didn't kill anything. I'm talking about the one that tore up the top of his mouth. It didn't kill anything that wasn't dead already. Spoof just put in an extra note, that's all. We planted him out about 4 miles from town. Home is where you drop. Residential district, all wood construction. Rain? You know it. Bible type. Sky like a month-old bedsheet. Wind like a stepped-on cat. Cold and dark those 40 days, those 40 nights. But nice and quiet most of the time. Like Spoof. Nice and quiet, with a lot underneath that you didn't like to think about. We planted him and watched and put what was his down into the ground with him. His horn, battered, dented, nicked, right there in his hands, but not just there. I mean in position, so if he wanted to do some more climbing, all right, he could. And his music, we planted that too, because leaving it out would have been like leaving out Spoof's arms or his heart or his guts. Lux started things off with a chord from his guitar. No particular notes, only a feeling, a sound. A Spoof Collins kind of sound. Jimmy Fritch picked it up with his stick, and they talked a while. Lux got a real piano out of that git box. Then when Jimmy stopped talking and stood there waiting, Sonny Holmes stepped up and wiped his mouth and took the melody on his shiny new trumpet. It wasn't Spoof, but it came close. And it was still the Jim Jam Man, the way Spoof wrote it back when he used to write things down. Sonny got off with a high squealing blast, and no eyes came up. We knew, we remembered, the kid always had it collared. He just never talked about it. And listen to him now. He stood over there over Spoof's grave, giving it all back to the old massa, giving it right back. Broom off, white child. You got 4 sides. I want to learn from you, Mr. Collins. I want to play jazz, and you can teach me. I got things to do. I can't waste no time on a half-hit young'un. Please, Mr. Collins. You got to stop that. You got to stop calling me Mr. Collins, you hear? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. He put out real sound, like he didn't remember a thing, like he wasn't playing for that pile of dark meat in the ground, not at all. But for what the great Spoof Collins, for the man who knew and the man who did, who gave jazz spats and dressed up the blues, who did things with a trumpet that a trumpet couldn't do, and more. For the man who could blow down the walls or make a chicken cry without half trying, for the mighty Spoof, who'd once walked in music like a boy in river mud, loving it, breathing it, living it. Then Sonny quit. He wiped his mouth again and stepped back, and Mr. T took it on his trombone while I beat up the tubs. Pretty soon we had the Jim Jam Man rocking the way it used to rock, a little slow maybe.
It needed Bud Munier on the bass and a few trips on the piano, but it moved. We went through Take It From Me, and Night in the Blues, and Big Gig, and Only Us Chickens, and 40 G's. Sonny's inside came out through the horn on that one, I could tell, and Slice City's Stomp, you remember, sharp and clean like sliding down a razor, and What the Cats Dragged In, the long, the shorts, all the great Spoof Collins numbers. We wrapped them up and put them down there with him. Then it got dark, and it was time for the last one, the greatest one. Rose Ann shivered and cleared her throat. The rest of us looked around for the first time at all those rows of split-wood grave markers shining in the rain, and the trees in the coffin, dark, wet. Out by the fence a couple of farmers stood watching, just watching. 1. Roseanne opens her coat, puts hands on hips, wets her lips. 2. Freddie gets the spit out of his stick, rolls his eyes. 3. Sonny puts the trumpet to his mouth. 4. And we played Spoof's song, his last one, the one he wrote a long way ago, before the music dried out his head, before he turned mean and started climbing. Black Country. The song that said just a little of what Spoof wanted to say and couldn't. You remember, spider-slow chords crawling down, soft, easy, and then bottom and silence, and suddenly the cry of the horn, screaming in one note all the hate and sadness and loneliness, all the want and got to have. And then the note dying, quick, and Roseanne's voice, a whisper, a groan, a sigh. Black country is somewhere, Lord, that I don't want to go. Black country is somewhere that I never want to go. Rainwater drippin' on the bed and on the floor, rainwater drippin' from the ground and through the door. We all heard the piano, even though it wasn't there. Fingers moving down those minor chords, those black keys, that black country. Well, in that black country, if you ain't feeling good, they let you have an overcoat that's carved right out of wood. But way down there it gets so dark you never see a friend. Black country may not be the most, but Lord, it's sure the end. Bitter little laughing words piling up, now mad, now sad, and then an ugly blast from the horn, and Roseanne's voice screaming, crying, I never want to go there, Lord, I never want to be, I never want to lay down in that black country. And quiet, quiet, just the rain and the wind. Let's go, man, Freddie said. So we turned around and left Spoof there under the ground. Or at least, that's what I thought we did. Sonny took over for Spoof without saying a word. He didn't have to, just who was about to fuss. He was white, but he didn't play white, not these days, and he learned the hard way by unlearning. Now, he could play gut bucket, and he could play blues, stomp, and slide, name it. Sonny could play it. Funny as hell to hear, too, because he looked like everything else but a musician. Short and skinny, glasses, nose like a melted candle, head clean as the one ball, and white? Next to old Hush-Up, that cafe sunburn glowed like a flashlight. Man, who skinned you? Who dropped you in the flour barrel? But he got closer to Spoof than any of the rest of us did. He knew what to do and why, just like the schoolteacher all the time. That's good, Lux. That's awful good. Now let's play some music. Get off it, C.T. What's Lenox Avenue doing in the middle of Lexington? Come on, boys, hang on the sound, hang on it. Always using words like flavor and authentic and blood. Peering over those glasses, pounding his feet right through the floor. Stomp, stomp. That's it. We've got it now. Oh, listen. It's true. It's clean. Stomp. Stomp. Not the easiest to dig him. Nobody broke all the way through. How come, boy? What for? And every time the same answer. I want to play jazz. Like he joined the church and didn't want to argue about it. Spoof was still Spoof when Sonny started coming around. Not a lot of people with us then, but a few, enough, the long hairs and critics and connoisseurs, and some real ears, too, enough to fill a club every night, and who needs more? It was Collins and his crew, tight and neat, never a performance, always a session, lots of music, lots of fun, and a lineup that some won't forget. Jimmy Fritsch on clarinet, Honker Reese on alto sax, Charlie DeLusso on tenor, Spoof on trumpet, Henry Walker on piano, Lux Anderson on banjo, and myself, Hush Up Page, on drums. New mown hay, all right, I know, I remember. I've heard the records we cut, but the road was there. Sonny used to hang around the old Continental Club on State Street in Chicago every night listening. 8 o'clock roll round, and there he'd be, a little different, younger, skinnier, listening hard over in a corner all to himself, eyes closed like he was asleep. Once in a while he'd put in a request. Dark Town Strutter's Ball was one he liked, and some of Jelly Roll's numbers, but mostly he just sat there taking it all in, for real. And it kept up like this for 2 or 3 weeks, regular as 2-4. Now, Spoof was mean in those days, don't think he wasn't, but not blood mean. Even so, the white boy in the corner bugged old Massa after a while, and he got to making dirty cracks with his horn. Wah! Get your ass out of here. Wah! You only think you're with it. Wah! There's a little white child sitting in a chair. There's a little white child losing all his hair. It got to the kid, too, every bit of it, and that made Spoof even madder. But what can you do? Came Honker's trip to Slice City along about then. Our sax man got a neck all full of the sharpest kind of steel, so we were out one horn, and you could tell. We played a little bit too rough, and the head arrangements Collins and his crew grew up to, they needed Honker's grease in the worst way. But we'd been together for 5 years or more, and the new man just didn't play somehow. We were this one solid thing like a unit, and somebody had to cut off a piece of us, and we wouldn't grow the piece back, so we just tried to get along anyway, bleeding every night, bleeding from that wound. Then one night it bust. We'd gone through some slow walking stuff, some tricky stuff, and some loud stuff still covering up, when this kid, this white boy, got up from his chair and ankled over and tapped Spoof on the shoulder. It was break time, and Spoof was brought down about Honker, about how bad we were sounding, sitting there and sweating, those pounds of man black as coal dust soaked in oil. He was the blackest man, and those eyes beady white and small as agates. "Excuse me, Mr. Collins, I wonder if I might have a word with you." He wondered if he might have a word with Mr. Collins. Spoof swiveled in his chair and clapped a look around the kid. "I notice that you don't have a sax man anymore." "You don't mean to tell me?" "Yes, sir. I was wondering if—" "Talk up, boy, I can't hear you." The kid looked scared. Lord, he looked scared, and he was white to begin with. "Well, sir, I was just wondering if you needed a saxophone." "You know somebody plays sax?" "Yes, sir, I do." "And who might that be?" "Me." "You?" "Yes, sir." Spoof smiled a quick one, then he shrugged. "Broom off, son," he said. "Broom way off." The kid turned red. He all of a sudden didn't look scared anymore, just mad as hell, but he didn't say anything. He went on back to his table, and then it was the end of the 10. We swung into Basin Street, smooth as Charlie's tenor could make it, with Lux Anderson talking it out. Basin Street, man, it is the street where the elite, well, they gather round to eat a little. And we fooled around with the slow stuff for a while. Then Spoof lifted his horn and climbed up 2.5 and let out his trademark, that short, high screech that sounded like something dying that wasn't too happy about it. And we rocked, son. Henry taking it, Jimmy canoodling the great headwork that only Jimmy knows how to do, me slamming the skins, and it was nowhere. Without Honker to keep us all on the ground, we were just making noise. Good noise, all right, but not music. And Spoof knew it. He broke his mouth blowing to prove it. And we cussed the cat that sliced our man. Then right away, nobody could remember when it came in. Suddenly, we had us an alto sax. Smooth and sure and snaky, that sound put a knot on each of us and said, "Bust loose now, boys, I'll pull you back down." Like sweet-smelling glue, like oil in the machine, like Honker. We looked around, and there was the kid, still sore, blowing like a madman and making fine, fine music. Spoof didn't do much. Most of all, he didn't stop the number. He just let that horn play, listening. And when we slid over all the rough spots and found us backed up neat as could be, the old massa let out a grin and a nod and a "Keep blowin', young'un," and we knew that we were going to be all right. After it was over, Spoof walked up to the kid. They looked at each other, sizing it up, taking it in. Spoof says, "You did good." And the kid, he was still burned, says, "You mean I did damn good." And Spoof shakes his head. "No, that ain't what I mean." And in a second one was laughing while the other one blushed. Spoof had known all along that the kid was faking, that he'd just been lucky enough to know our style on Basin Street, up, down, and across. The old massa waited for the kid to turn and start to slink off. Then he said, "Boy, you want to go to work?" Sonny learned so fast it scared you. Spoof never held back. He turned it all over, everything it had taken us our whole lives to find out. And we had some good years. Charlie DeLusso dropped out. We took on Bud Munier, the greatest bass man of them all, and Lux threw away his banjo for an AC/DC Gitbox, and old C.T., Mr. T. Green, and his trombone joined the crew. And we kept growing and getting stronger. No million copies platter sales or stands at the Paramount. Too special. But we never ate too far down on the hog, either. In a few years, Sonny Holmes was making that sax stand on its hind legs and jump through hoops that Honker never dreamed about. Spoof left him strictly alone. When he got mad, it wasn't ever because Sonny had white skin. Spoof always was too busy to notice things like that, but only because the old massa had to get teed off at each one of us every now and then. He figured it kept us on our toes. In fact, except right at first, there never was any real blood between Spoof and Sonny until Rose Ann came along. Spoof didn't want a vocalist with the band, but the coon-shouting days were gone, alas, except for Satchmo and Calloway, who had style. None of us had style, man. We just hollered. So when push came to shove, we had to put out the net. And chickens aplenty came to crow, and plenty moved on fast, and we were about to give up when a dusky doll of 20 stepped up and let loose a hunk of the man I love, and that's all, brothers, end of the search. Rose Ann McHugh was a little like Sonny. Where she came from, she didn't know a ball of cotton from a piece of popcorn. She'd studied piano for a flock of years with a Pennsylvania long-hair, read music whip-fast, and had been pointed toward the big Steinway and the O.M.s, Chopin and Bach and all that jazz. And good? I mean, she could pull some very fancy noise out of those keys. But it wasn't the road. She'd heard a few records of Muggsy's Spaniards, a couple of Jelly Rolls, New Orleans Bump, Shreveport Stomp, old Wolverine Blues, and she just got took hold of, like it happens all the time. She knew. Spoof hired her after the first song, and we could see things in her eyes for the old massa right away fast. Bad to watch. I mean to say, she was chicken dinner, but what made it ugly was, you could tell she hadn't been in the oven very long. Anyway, most of us could tell, Sonny, for instance. But Spoof played tough to begin. He gave her the treatment all the way, to see if she'd hold up. because above everything else there was the crew, the unit, the group. It was right. It had to stay right. Gal, forget your hands. That's for the cats out front. Leave 'em alone, and pay attention to the music here. You ain't got a voice. You got an instrument, and you ain't even started to learn how to play on it. Get some sound. Bring it on out. Stop that throat stuff. You singing with the crew now. From the belly, gal. From the belly. That's where the music comes from, here. And she loved it, like Sonny did. She was with the old massa. She knew what he was talking about. Pretty soon she fit just fine, and when she did, and everybody knew she did, Spoof eased up and waited and watched the old machine click right along, 1, 2, 1, 2. That's when he began to change. Right then, with the crew growed up and in long pants at last. Like we didn't need him any more to wash our face and comb our hair and switch our behinds for being bad. Spoof began to change. He beat out time and blew his riffs, but things were different, and there wasn't anybody who didn't know that for a fact. In a hurry, all at once, he wrote down all his great arrangements quick as he could, one right after the other, and we wondered why. We'd played them 1,000,000 times. Then he grabbed up Sonny. "What, boy? Listen. You want to learn how to play trumpet?" And the blood started between them. Spoof rode on Sonny's back 24 hours, showing him lip, showing him breath. "This ain't a saxophone, boy. It's a trumpet, a music horn. Get it right. Do it again. That's lousy. Do it again. That was nowhere. Do it again. Do it again." All the time. Sonny worked hard. Anybody else, they would have told old Massa where he could put that little old horn. But the kid knew something was being given to him. He didn't know why, nobody did, but for a reason. Something that Spoof wouldn't have given anybody else. And he was grateful, so he worked. And he didn't ask any how comes either. Pretty soon he started to handle things right. Way down the road from great, but coming along. The sax had given him a hard set of lips, and he had plenty of wind. Most of all, he had the spirit, the thing that you can beat up your chops about it for 2 weeks straight and never say what it is, but if it isn't there, buddy, you may get to be president, but you'll never play music. Lord, Spoof worked that boy like a 2-ton jockey on a 10-ounce horse. Do it again. That ain't right. God damn it, do it again. Now, one more time. When Sonny knew enough to sit in with the horn on a few easy ones, old Massa would tense up and follow the kid with his eyes. I mean, it got real crawly. What for? Why was he pushing it like that? Then it quit. Spoof didn't say anything. He just grunted and quit all of a sudden, like he done with us, and Sonny went back on sax, and that was that. Which is when the real blood started. The Lord says every man has got to love something, sometime, somewhere. First choice is a chick, but there's other choices. Spoof's was a horn. He was married to a piece of brass, just as married as a man can get. Got up with it in the morning, talked with it all day long, loved it at night like no chick I ever heard of got loved. And I don't mean 1, 2, 3, I mean the slow building kind. He'd kiss it and hold it and watch out for it. Once a cat full of tea tried to put the snatch on Spoof's horn for laughs. When Spoof caught up with him, that cat gave up laughing for life. Sonny knew this. It's why he never blew his stack at all the riding. Spoof's teaching him to play trumpet, the trumpet, was like as if the old massa had said, "You want to take my wife for a few nights? You do? Then here, let me show you how to do it right. She likes it done right." For Roseanne, though, it was the worst. Every day she got that look deeper in, and in a while we turned around, and man, where is little Rosie? She was gone. That young half-fried chicken had flew the roost, and in her place was a doll that wasn't dead, a big bunch of curves and skin like a brand-new penny. Overnight, almost. Sonny noticed. Freddie and Lux and even old Mr. T noticed. I had eyes in my head, but Spoof didn't notice. He was already in love. There wasn't any more room. Roseanne kept snapping the whip, but old Massa, he wasn't about to make the trip. He'd started climbing then, and he didn't treat her any different than he treated us. Get away, gal. Broom on off. Can't you see I'm busy? Wiggle it elsewhere here. Elsewhere. Shoo! And she just loved him more for it. Every time he kicked her, she loved him more, tried to find him and see him, and sometimes when he'd stop for breath, she'd try to help, because she knew something had crawled inside Spoof, something that was eaten from the inside out that maybe he couldn't get rid of alone. Finally, one night at a 2-weeker in Dallas, it tumbled. We'd gone through Georgia Brown for the tourists, and things were kind of dull when Spoof started sweating. His eyes began to roll, and he stood up like a great big animal, like an ape or a bear, big and powerful and mean-looking, and he gave us the 2-finger signal, sky high, way before it was due, before either the audience or any of us had got wound up. Freddie frowned. You think it's time, Top? Listen, Spoof said. God damn it, who says when it's time? You or me? We went into it cold, but things warmed up pretty fast. The dancers grumbled and moved off the floor, and the place filled up with talk. I took my solo and beat hell out of those skins. Then Spoof swiped at his mouth and let go with the blast and moved it up into that squeal and stopped and started playing. It was all headwork, all new to us, new to anybody. I saw Sonny get a look in his face, and we sat still and listened while Spoof made love to that horn. Now like a scream, now like a laugh. Now we're swinging in the trees. Now the white men are coming. Now we're in the boat and chains are hanging from our ankles, and we're rowing, rowing. Spoof, what is it? Now we're sawing wood and picking cotton and serving up those cool drinks to the colonel in his chair. Well, blow, man. Now we're free, and we're strutting down Lenox Avenue and State and Madison and Pirates Alley, laughing, crying. Who said free? And we want to go back, and we don't want to go back. Play it, Spoof. God, tell us all about it. Talk to us. And we're sitting in a cellar with a comb wrapped up in paper, with a skin barrel and a tinkle box. Don't stop, Spoof. Oh, Lord, please don't stop. And we're making something. What is it? Is it jazz? Why, yes, Lord, it's jazz. Thank you, sir, and thank you, sir, we finally got it. Something that is ours. Something great that belongs to us and to us alone, that we made. And that's why it's important. And that's what it's all about. And Spoof, you can't stop now. But it was over, middle of the trip. And there was Spoof standing there facing us, and tears streaming out of those eyes and down over that coal dust face, and his body shaking and shaking. It's the first we ever saw that. It's the first we ever heard him cough, too, like a shotgun going off every 2 seconds, big raking sounds that tore up from the bottom of his belly and spilled out wet and loud. The way it tumbled was this. Roseanne went over to him and tried to get him to sit down. Spoof, honey, what's wrong? Come on and sit down. Honey, just don't stand there. Spoof stopped coughing and jerked his head around. He looked at Roseanne for a while, and whatever there was in his face, it didn't have a name. The whole room was just as quiet as it could be. Roseanne took his arm. Come on, honey, Mr. Collins. He let out one more cough then, and drew back his hand, that black-topped, pink-palmed ham of a hand, and laid it sharp across the girl's cheek. It sent her staggering. Get off my back here. Damn it, get off. Stay away from me. She got up, crying. Then you know what she did? She waltzed on back and took his arm and said, Please? Spoof was just a lot of crazy mad on 2 legs. He shouted out some words and pulled back his hand again. Can't you never learn? What I got to do, goddamn little... Then Sonny moved. All the time quiet and soft and gentle Sonny. He moved quick across the floor and stood in front of Spoof. "Keep your black hands off her," he said. Old Massa pushed Roseanne aside and planted his legs, his breath rattling fast and loose like a bull's, and he towered over the kid, Goliath and David, legs far apart on the boards and fingers curled up, bowling balls at the end of his sleeves. "You talking to me, boy?" Sonny's face was red, like I hadn't seen it since that first time at the Continental Club years back. "You've got ears, Collins. Touch her again and I'll kill you." I don't know exactly what we expected, but I know what we were afraid of. We were afraid Spoof would let go, and if he did, well, put another bed in the hospital, men. He stood there, breathing, and Sonny gave it right back, for hours, days, and nights, for a month, toe to toe. Then Spoof relaxed. He pulled back those fat lips that didn't look like lips anymore. They were so tough and leathery and showed a mouthful of white and gold, and grunted and turned and walked away. We swung into 12th Street Rag in such a hurry, and it got kicked under the sofa. But we found out something then that nobody even suspected. Sonny had it for Roseanne. He had it bad, and that ain't good. Spoof fell to pieces after that. He played day and night when we were working, when we weren't working, climbing, trying to get it said, all of it. "Listen, you can't hit heaven with a slingshot, Daddy-o." "What do you want to do, man, blow judgment?" He never let up. If he ate anything, you tell me when. Sometimes he tied on straight stuff, quick medicine type of drinking, but only after he'd been climbing and started to blow flat and ended up in those coughing fits. And it got worse. Nothing helped either. Foam or booze or tea or even indoor sports, and he tried 'em all and got worse. "Get fixed up, Mr. C, you hear? See a bone man, you in bad shape." "Get away from me. Get on away from me." "Oh!" And a big red spot on the handkerchief. "Broom off. Shoo." And gradually the old horn went sour, ugly, and bitter-sounding like Spoof himself. Hoo, Lord, the way he rode Sonny then. "Ah, you like the dark stuff, boy. You like it pretty good. Hey there, don't hold back. Rosie's fine talent, I know. Want me to tell you about it, pave the way, show you how? I taught you everything else, didn't I?" And Sonny always clamming up, his eyes doing the talking. "You were a great musician, Collins, and you still are, but that doesn't mean I've got to like you. You won't let me, and you're damn right I'm in love with Roseanne. That's the biggest reason why I'm still here, just to be close to her. Otherwise you wouldn't see me for the dust. But you're too dumb to realize she's in love with you, too dumb and stupid and mean and wrapped up with that lousy horn." What Sonny was too dumb to know was, Roseanne had cut Spoof out. She was now public domain. Anyway, Spoof got to be the meanest, dirtiest, craziest, low-talkingest man in the world, and nobody could come in. He had signs out all the time. The night that he couldn't even get a squeak out of his trumpet and went back to the hotel, alone, always alone, and put the gun in his mouth and pulled the trigger, we found out something. We found out what it was that had been eaten at the old Massa. Cancer. Roseanne took it the hardest. She had the dry weeps for a long time, saying it over and over. "Why didn't he let us know? Why didn't he tell us?" But you get over things. Even women do, especially when they've got something to take its place. We reorganized a little. Sonny cut out the sax. The saxes were getting cornball anyway, and took over on trumpet. And we decided against keeping Spoof's name. It was now Sonny Holmes and his crew. And we kept on eating high up. Nobody seemed to miss Spoof, not the cats in front at least, because Sonny blew as great a horn as anybody could want, smooth and sure, full of excitement and clean as a gnat's behind. We played across the states and back, and they loved us thanks to the kid. Called us an institution, and the disc jockeys began to pick up our stuff. We were real, they said, the only authentic jazz left, and who am I to push it? Maybe they were right. Sonny kept things in low, and then when he was sure, damn that slow way, it had been a cinch since way back when he started to pay attention to Roseanne. She played it cool the way she knew he wanted it, and let it build right up. Of course, who didn't know she would have married him this minute now, just say the word? But Sonny was a very conscientious cat indeed. We did a few stands in France about that time, listened to 'em holler, and a couple in England and Sweden, getting better, too. And after a breather, we cut out across the States again. It didn't happen fast, but it happened sure. Something was sounding flat all of a sudden, wrong in a way. During an engagement in El Paso, we had What the Cats Dragged In lined up. You all know Cats. The rhythm section still, with the horns yellin' for 100 bars, then that fast and solid beat, that high trip and trumpet solo. Sonny had the ups on a wild rip and was comin' on down when he stopped. Stood still, with the horn to his lips, and we waited. "Come on, wrap it up. You want a drum now? What's the story, Sonny?" Then he started to blow. The notes came out the same almost, but not quite the same. They danced out of the horn, struck razor sharp and sliced up high and blasted low, and the cats all fell out. Do it. Go, man. Ooh, I'm out of the boat. Don't pull me back. Sing out, man. The solo lasted almost 7 minutes. When it was time for us to wind it up, we just about forgot. The crowd went wild. They stomped and screamed and whistled, but they couldn't get Sonny to play any more. He pulled the horn away from his mouth. I mean, that's the way it looked, as if he was yanking it away with all his strength, and for a second he looked surprised, like he'd been goosed. Then his lips pulled back into a smile. It was the damnedest smile. Freddie went over to him at the break. "Man, that was the craziest. How many tongues you got?" But Sonny didn't answer him. Things went along all right for a little while. We played a few dances in the city, some radio stuff, cut a few platters, easy walking style. Sonny played Sonny, plenty great enough. And we forgot about what happened in El Paso. So what? So he cuts loose once. Can't a man do that if he feels the urge? Every jazz man brings that kind of light at least once. We worked through the sticks and were finally set for a New York opening when Sonny came in and gave us the news. It was a gasser. Lux got sore. Mr. T shook his head. "Why? How come, Top?" He had booked us for the Corn Belt, the old-time route, exactly, even the old places back when we were playing razzmatazz and feeling our way. "You trust me?" Sonny asked. "You trust my judgment? Come off it, Top, you know we do. Just tell us how come. Man, New York's what we've been working for." "That's just it," Sonny said. "We aren't ready." That brought us down. How did we know? We hadn't even thought about it. We need to get back to the real material. When we play in New York, it's not anything anybody's liable to forget in a hurry, and that's why I think we ought to take a refresher course. About 5 weeks. All right? Well, we fussed some and fumed some, but not much, and in the end we agreed to it. Sonny knew his stuff, that's what we figured. Then it settled, and we lit out. Played mostly the old stuff dressed up. Big gig, only us chickens and the rest. Or head arrangements with a lot of trumpet. Illinois, Indiana, Kentucky. When we hit Louisiana for a 2-nighter at the Tropics, the same thing happened that did back in Texas. Sonny blew wild for an 8-minute solo that broke the glasses and cracked the ceiling and cleared the dance floor like a tornado. Nothing off the stem, either, but like it was practice, sort of, or exercise, a solo out of nothing that didn't even try to hang on to a shred of the melody. Man, it's great, But let us know when it's going to happen, here? About then, Sonny turned down the flame on Roseanne. He was polite enough, and the stranger wouldn't have noticed, but we did, and Roseanne did, and it was tough for her to keep it all down under, hidden. All those questions, all those memories and fears. He stopped going out and took to hanging around his rooms a lot. Once in a while he'd start playing. One time we listened to that horn all night. Finally, it was still somewhere in Louisiana, when Sonny was reaching with his trumpet so high he didn't get any more sound out of it than a dog whistle, and the front cats were laughing up a storm. I went over and put it to him flat-footed. His eyes were big, and he looked like he was trying to say something and couldn't. He looked scared. "Sonny, look, boy, what are you after? Tell a friend, man, don't lock it up." But he didn't answer me. He couldn't. He was coughing too hard. Here's the way we doped it. Sonny had worshipped Spoof like a god or something. Now some spoof was rubbing off, and he didn't know it. Freddie was elected. Freddie talks pretty good most of the time. "Get off the train, Jack. Old Massa's gone now, dead and buried. Mean what he was after ain't to be had. Mean he wanted it all and then some, and all is all. It just isn't any more. You play the greatest, Sonny. Now go on, ask anybody. Just fine, so get off the train." And Sonny laughed and agreed and promised. I mean in words. His eyes played another number, though. Sometimes he snapped out of it, looked like, and he was fine then, tired and hungry, but with it. And we'd think he's okay. Then it would happen all over again, only worse. Every time worse. And it got so Sonny even talked like Spoof half the time. "Broom off, man. Leave me alone, will you? Can't you see I'm busy, got things to do? Get away." And walked like Spoof, that slow walk-in-your-sleep shuffle, and did little things like scratching his belly and leaving his shoes unlaced and rehearsing in his undershirt. He started to smoke weeds in Alabama. In Tennessee he took the first drink anybody ever saw him take. And always with that horn, cussing it, yelling at it, getting sore, because it wouldn't do what he wanted it to do. We had to leave him alone finally. "I'll handle it. I understand, I think. Now just go away. It'll be all right." And nobody could help him. Nobody at all. Especially not Roseanne. End of the Corn Belt route, the way Sonny had it booked, was the Copper Club. We hadn't been back there since the night we planted Spoof, and we didn't feel very good about it. But a contract isn't anything else. So we took rooms at the only hotel there ever was in the town. You make a guess which room Sonny took. And we played some cards and bruised our chops and tried to sleep and couldn't. We tossed around in the beds listening and waiting for the horn to begin, but it didn't. All night long it didn't. We found out why. Oh, yes. Next day we all walked around just about everywhere except in the direction of the cemetery. Why kick up misery? Why make it any harder? Sonny stayed in his room until 10 before opening, and we began to worry. But he got in under the wire. The Copper Club was packed. Yokels and farmers and high school stuff. A jazz connoisseur here and there. To the beams. Freddie had set up the stands with the music notes all in order, and in a few minutes we had our positions. Sonny came out wired for sound. He looked powerful. And that's a hard way for a 5'4" bald-headed white man to look. At any time. Roseanne threw me a glance, and I threw it back and collected it from the rest. Something bad. Something real bad. Soon. Sonny didn't look any which way. He waited for the applause to die down, and then he did a quick 1, 2, 3, 4, and we swung into the Jim Jam Man, our theme. I mean to say that crowd was with us all the way. They smelled something. Sonny did the thumb and little finger signal, and we started Only Us Chickens. Bud Meunier did the intro on his bass, then Henry took over on the piano. He played one hand racing the other. The front cats hollered, "Go! Go!" and Henry went. His left hand crawled on down over the keys and scrambled and didn't buzz once or slip once, and then walked away cocky and proud like a mouseful of cheese from an unsprung trap. "Ooh, boy! Play, Henry, play!" Sonny watched and smiled. "Bring it on out," he said, gentle, quiet, pleased. "Keep bringing it out." Henry did that counterpoint business that you're not supposed to be able to do unless you have 2 right arms and 4 extra fingers, and he got that boiler puffing, and he got it shaking, and he screamed his Henry Walker, "Ooh!" and he finished. I came in on the tubs and beat them up till I couldn't see for the sweat, hit the cymbal and waited. Mr. T, Lux, and Jimmy fiddle-faddled like a coop of capons, talking about their operations for a while. Roseanne chanted, "Only us chickens in the henhouse, Daddy. Only us chickens here. Only us chickens in the henhouse, Daddy. Ooba-baroo, ooba-baroo." Then it was horn time, time for the big solo. Sonny lifted the trumpet. 1, 2, he got it into sight. 3. We all stopped dead. I mean, we stopped. That wasn't Sonny's horn. This one was dented in and beat up, and the tip end was nicked. It didn't shine not a bit. Lux leaned over. You could have fit a coffee cup into his mouth. "Jesus God," he said, "am I seeing right?" I looked close and said, "Man, I hope not." But why kid? We'd seen that trumpet 1,000,000 times. It was spoofs. Roseanne was trembling, just like me. She remembered how we'd buried the horn with spoof, and she remembered how quiet it had been in Sonny's room last night. I started to think real hophead thoughts like, where did Sonny get hold of a shovel that late? And how could he expect a horn to play that's been under the ground for 2 years? And that blast got into our ears like long knives. Spoof's own trademark. Sonny looked caught, but like he didn't know what to do at first, like he was hypnotized, scared, almighty scared. But as the first sound came out, rolling out sharp and clean and clear, a new trumpet sound, his expression changed, his eyes changed. They danced a little and opened wide. Then he closed them and blew that horn. Lord God of the fishes, how he blew it, how he loved it and caressed it and pushed it up higher and higher and higher. High C, bottom of the barrel. He took off and he walked all over the rules and stamped them flat. The melody got lost, first off. Everything got lost then while that horn flew. It wasn't only jazz, it was the heart of jazz, and the insides pulled out with the roots and held up for everybody to see. It was blues that told the story of all the lonely cats and all the ugly whores who ever lived. Blues that spoke up for the loser lamp and sunshine out of iron-gray bars, and every hophead hooked and gone for the bindle stiffs and the city slicers, for the country boys in Georgia shacks and the high yellow hipsters in Chicago slums, and the bootblacks on the corners and the fruits in New Orleans. A blues that spoke for all the lonely, sad, and anxious downers who could never speak themselves. And then, when it had said all this, it stopped, and there was a quiet so quiet that Sonny could have shouted, "It's okay, spoof, it's all right now. You'll get it said, all of it. I'll help you. God, spoof, you showed me how. You planned it. I'll do my best." And he laid back his head and fastened the horn and pulled in air and blew some more. Not sad now, not blues, but not anything else you could call by name, except jazz. It was jazz. Hate blew out that horn then. Hate and fury and mad and fight like screams and snarls like little razors shooting at you, millions of them, cutting deep. And Sonny only stopping to wipe his lip and whisper in the silent room full of people, "You're saying it, spoof. You are." God Almighty himself must have heard that trumpet then. slapping and hitting and hurting with notes that don't exist and never existed. Man, life took a real beating. Life got groined and sliced and belly punched. And the horn, it didn't stop until everything had all spilled out, every bit of the hate and mad that's built up in a man's heart. Roseanne walked over to me and dug her nails into my hand as she listened to Sonny. "Come on now, Spoof. Come on. We can do it. Let's play the rest and play it right. You know it's got to be said. You know it does. Come on, you and me together." And the horn took off with a big yellow blast and started to laugh. I mean, it laughed, hooted and hollered and jumped around, dancing, singing, strutting through those notes that never were there. Happy music, joyful music. It was chicken dinner and an empty stomach. It was big-butted women and big white beds. It was country walking and windy days and fresh-born crying, and, oh, there just doesn't happen to be any happiness that didn't come out of that horn. Sonny hit that last high note, the spoof blast, but so high you could just barely hear it. Then Sonny dropped the horn. It fell onto the floor and bounced and lay still, and nobody breathed for a long, long time. Roseanne let go of my hand at last. She walked across the platform slowly and picked up the trumpet and handed it to Sonny. He knew what she meant. We all did. It was over now. Over and done. Lux plucked out the intro. Jimmy Fritch picked it up and kept the melody. Then we all joined in, slow and quiet, quiet as we could, with Sonny. I'm talking about Sonny, putting out the kind of sound he'd always wanted to. And Roseanne sang it clear as a mountain wind, not just from her heart, but from her belly and her guts and every living part of her. For the old massa, just for him, Spoof's own song, Black Country. The Traveling Salesman by Robert Bloch. Robert Bloch says, upon graduating from high school in the depths of the Depression, I was presented with two alternatives, work or starve. I decided to combine both choices by becoming a writer. Fortunately for his readers, he has become a prolific writer. His novels, in addition to the famous Psycho, include Firebug, The Will to Kill, The Couch, Shooting Star, The Kidnapper, Spiderweb, The Dead Beat. His little oddity, The Traveling Salesman, is what he calls a sample of the type of humorous fiction I seldom get an opportunity to indulge in, but enjoy doing. It is the traveling salesman story to end all traveling salesman stories. A black art is throwing a party, see? His real name is Arthur Schlagenheimer, but we call him Black Art on account of him being a wizard. Sort of a gag, see? Because he is really very serious and raises the dead and all that kind of stuff. But every once in a while, Black Art knocks off from that old black magic and throws a big party. He is a good Joe, even though screwy, and he has a lot of liquor, so we always come to his brawls. Well, this time we are sitting around in the big French parlor he calls the Louis Zero room. The Black Art won't allow any mirrors or glassware in his pad, because if he sees his reflection, then old John Q. Satan will foreclose his mortgage on him. There is Subconscious Sigmund, the head shrinker, and Floyd Squelch, and a lot of other big wheels, and we are all drinking Pernod out of paper cups and talking about Gilles de Retz and the Marquis de Sade and Howard Hughes and the other characters Black Art knows in the good old days. I notice Black Art is nervous tonight, and when he gets nervous, something always happens, I can always tell. To begin with, his beard usually stands up, like there was a wind blowing on it from across the stars, he says. Well, tonight his beard is standing up so straight it damn near hits him in the nose. He gets up and walks over to the window, and I can see he is shaking all over. So I sneak across the room and see he is looking out at the moon. Something flies across the moon. I can make out 7 little specks. The 7 geese. I hear him whisper it, and then there is an awful squawk as the birds fly past and the moon goes behind a big black-horned cloud. He is coming, Black Art whispers. I see the omens.
Sure enough, a minute later there is a paradiddle on the front door. Everybody looks while Black Art goes and opens it. A strange cat comes in. Now, there is nothing really wrong with this guy and the way he dresses. He is tall and thin, and he has big sad eyes, but lots of finks look that way. He wears a set of black threads, plenty dusty, like a burlap bag with lapels. He carries a big bulging suitcase, which is also dusty. There is something about the way he wheels in that makes you feel he is real dragged. Everybody digs it. Here is somebody who travels a long, long way for a long, long time. A little cold wind runs around the room as Black Art closes the door. He looks at the dust on the guy's shoes and at the dust in his eyes. "I expected you," he said. "I saw the signs." The stranger sighs like somebody letting air out of his tires. "Then you know who I am?" The Black Art goes into his educated bit. "When the dogs howl and the 7 geese keen mournfully from afar, I know. A man would be stupid indeed not to recognize you for what you are." "Yes," the cat looks at all of us. "I am the traveling salesman." He sets the suitcase down with a thump, and dust flies all over the room. Floyd Squelch comes up to him. "What you mean, the traveling salesman?" he asks. "There's a lot of those characters around." The stranger smiles his tired smile. "Yes, but there's only one traveling salesman known all over the world. The traveling salesman of the dirty jokes. And that's who I am." He sits down on the sofa very carefully, like part of him is made of expensive glass, which he is afraid of breaking. Black Art hands him a drink, and we all stand around. "Thanks," he says. "It's cool to take 5 like this. Haven't been in the city for years, you know. Just one damned rural route after another. I go from farm to farm, year in and year out. What an awful life I lead." "Yeah," I say. "What about all those farmers' daughters?" "Nyeh," yells the traveling salesman real loud. He jumps up like he is being gnawed by mice. "That's all they ask me about. What about all those farmers' daughters? I'll tell you what. I'm sick of farmers' daughters. I'm sick of farmers. I'm sick of their wives, their rickety farmhouses, their squeaky beds, their outdoor plumbing." I shrug. "Then why travel?" I ask him. "Why?" snarls the salesman. "Because I'm cursed, that's why, like the Flying Dutchman and the Wandering Jew." "Cursed?" "By men like you, men who tell stories about the traveling salesman. You created me, you and your mass thought through the ages. After millions of men, their minds inflamed through telling bawdy tales, had thought about me in groups for hundreds of years, I just materialized. All those mass thoughts created a physical being, me, the traveling salesman, and so I am cursed to wander every night visiting a new farmhouse, never a change of routine, a greasy supper, a fight over where to sleep, then to bed, and there's always some damn daughter. Those daughters, dumb ones, fat ones, ugly ones, but they all have insomnia, or cold feet, or they snore." The traveling salesman begins to groan. We get closer. "It's my fate to live through the details of every one of those thousands of stories men have invented around my legend. I must engage in 100 foolish acts, 1,000,000 excesses, in barns, in haylofts, in horse stalls, even in cow pastures. I have been accused, abused, subjected to every indignity by the demands of those lousy jokes. Nyeh." Everybody looks sympathetic and drinks while he shudders. "We understand, Dad," says Black Art, patting his shoulder. "Why not stay here and rest up for a few days? I'll lend you a pad." The salesman gets to his feet. "Thanks," he mumbles, trying to smile. "Mighty nice of you to ask me, but I really can't do it." He sighs. "Some party in Omaha just figured out a new story for me. Something involving a double bed, 3 daughters, and a horse yet. I have an appointment tomorrow to try it out, so I must grab a train." He reaches down for his suitcase. Black Art lifts it for him. "Hey," he comments, "this is a real heavy drag. What's in this grip?" The traveling salesman blushes. Then he looks sick. "Bricks," he whispers.
Bricks? The salesman opens the door and turns around. Yes, he snarls. Bricks! That's the real tragedy of it all. Here I am, one of the best salesmen on the road, and it means nothing. Nothing at all. I might as well carry bricks as anything else. Because, he says, and then he begins to scream, because in all those god-awful stories about the traveling salesman, nobody ever mentions that I sell anything. Weeping foolishly, the traveling salesman closes the door behind him and falls down the stairs. Weird Show by Herbert Gold. The presence of Herbert Gold in a book of horror stories is what is called in the theater a bit of offbeat casting, and is a good example of the way in which Playboy encourages writers to experiment in genre and styles not usually associated with them. A useful discipline which benefits Playboy by producing some highly provocative fiction, and benefits the writers by keeping them from becoming, if we may again filch from the theatrical idiom, typecast. Mr. Gold, of course, is a distinguished mainstream novelist, whose delineations of the contemporary scene include Fathers, Salt, The Optimist, Therefore Be Bold, and The Man Who Was Not With It. A Playboy author from the magazine's earliest days, he has contributed no less than 36 stories and articles to our pages, of which impressive number only one can be classified as a story of the macabre. That story is Weird Show, and it is proof positive that Herbert Gold need not take a back seat to anybody when it comes to the grotesque, the gruesome, and even the downright grisly. You have been warned. Before Marshall Jenkins made his home in the Weird Show, he had done other things. Sometimes the nasal, small-town newspaper people would touch their pencils against their tongues and ask, "But what? What other things? What did you do before, Mr. Jenkins?" "Other things," he would repeat, showing his teeth in a mirthless smile. And if the newspaper person were a woman, she might giggle. He had a way of creating unease on all sides. It was part of the act. Marsh had a soul to go with his liver, and a liver to go with his body. A tall, thin, sallow body, obscurely ill and as tight and secretive as a switchblade. The liver trickled bile into his heart. The heart pumped like that of a human being. "And Mr. Jenkins has had a varied career," little Suzanne would continue for him, following him with her eyes as he stalked out. Stalk is the word. Too long a stride for his stiffened form, making too much of the gesture of walking. Solemnly, Suzanne continued, "Mr. Jenkins likes to entertain people. Mr. Jenkins enjoys thrilling the folks and giving them what—" Suzanne, we're not unpacked yet." And she ran to follow him. She would do anything for Marsh. She did. She was sawed in half nightly, twice on Saturdays, when he was Marshal the Great in most of the small towns of Michigan, Ohio, Illinois, Indiana, and as far down the Mississippi as St. Louis. They traveled to thousands of Saturday nights all over the Middle West and Mid-South, and in their made-over school bus, painted with gypsy gilt letters, Weird Show, Spook Show, Marshal the Great. "Ape Show," said Will. There was Will, a college student of acting, who did the work of controlling the lights and supplying macaroni. Will was a different young man almost every year, but Marshall always called him Will. He trained the young man to answer. He taught him how to soak and fling the noodles. There was Suzanne, who was sawed in half. Suzanne was Marshall's girl, not his joy, just his girl, and she was always the same Suzanne. And, of course, there was Marshall, who thought of new tricks and variations on old ones and had a knack for it. It didn't take too much of him. He reserved most of himself for some secret continuing duty which no one ever understood. The spook show needed just what he was willing to give it, which was about what every spook show takes, which is: the theater is called the Granada, or the Toledo, or the Palace. and would have been built during the boom of the late 20s, when yellow stucco and false balconies spoke for fantastic luxury, and flickering stars in the ceiling twinkled for romance. Popcorn machines came later, but blended nicely with the Moorish decor. When Marsh went into action, the lights flickered out and the screaming began. Reflectors sent ghostly shadows leaping and prancing. The spook record sang out howls and screeches and murderous strangling sounds. Will stood up on the balcony throwing great handfuls of warm macaroni down into the crowd, while Marsh cried, "Worms! Worms!" The usual double horror movie set the mood, of course. One of the films was often an old-time serial, all 15 chapters spliced together. By the time Marsh began his act, the small-town nerves, frazzled by vampires, werewolves, pigmen, and reds from outer space, were interacting powerfully with stomachs that withered under successive waves of assault by ginger ale and popcorn. The kids loved it. A weed sprinkling of silent adults also sat isolated in the crowd, loving it. But mostly it was kids at the necking age for matinees or owl shows. They went steady until the girls' hems came down and the seams of the boys' clothes were drenched with protest. They exchanged tender promises amid a rain of macaroni until they thought they would die. "Oh, Georgie," the girl would say, "you make me crazy, but stop or I'll tell Mother." Stella, honey, I'll tell her just as soon as I get home, I will. Hey, look at the ape man." And the hand of Georgie, or Sheldon or Red, traveled fast. But it wasn't Stella's fault, was it? She had a biological, scientific, purely educational interest in the gorilla prancing down the aisle. Oh, it's beautiful," she gasped. Georgie's hand was teaching her to express her feelings about apeness. It was Marshall in the gorilla suit. The kids necked, the popcorn flowed like wine, the cola flowed like popcorn. The happy crunch of teeth on candy and male mouth on female mouth set up a din of profit in the theater owners' delicate ears. They rubbed their hands contentedly and purred. They brought Weird Show, Spook Show, Marshall the Great back at 6-month intervals. Marsh did nicely. Stella thought Crazy did crazy. The owners didn't even mind the necessity of hiring extra ushers to patrol the aisles, poking flashlights at the lovers only when vileness seemed imminent. Love with candy bought outside, not in the lobby, seemed the vilest of all. But love with the Granada's own caramel crackerjack or salty popcorn only made the owners tenderly murmur, "These kids, this crazy mixed-up generation. Well, at least we're winning them away from TV." At a signal from Marsh, Will turned up the Screedy-Jeeby record to full pitch, and Marsh ran up and down the aisles in his gorilla suit while the ushers played their lights on him. It was enough to scare a sensitive girl right out of her pants. Sometimes it did just that. But nobody ever claimed the 5 or 6 square inches of elastic nylon swept up from under the seats. Marsh, in his gorilla suit, was enough to weaken a moral, strong-minded girl so that her boyfriend could have one more good feel for the road, which was what the moral, strong-minded girl wanted to be weakened for, too. If you don't know what you're doing, how can you be blamed? Suzanne argued that it was part of their duty to help young America face life and stop twitching. "What an idea," said Will. "There must be another way to learn about life. Not that I'm complaining. It's a job, and I sure am learning." Perhaps more than anyone, Marsh liked the work. After the ape show section, he ran backstage, zipped himself out of the gorilla suit, and moved swiftly into the climax of his program. Originally, he had used the conventional magic act, "I saw a woman in half before your very eyes," in which Suzanne curled up in a box with false feet protruding from one end. But that seemed out of keeping with his basic theme, and so he developed an unusual notion. Instead of sawing and then letting Suzanne do the classic unharmed leap out, He had her head protrude at one end and made her scream, twist, gurgle, and in general vigorously complain while she died a red death, the red stuff supplied by genuine Heinz ketchup. The Neckers loved it. The theater owners loved it. Suzanne needed cough drops against an occasional hoarseness from overindulgence and shrieking, but Marsh relieved her of the task of helping him shout, "Worms! Worms!" during the plague of macaroni. This summer was one of their most successful seasons. Will Jonas, the chief assistant, had been on the job last summer also. He handled details with authority, like a shrunken caravan crossing the laggard tail of the corn-stubble deserts of Midwestern America. Will's slate-gray and dented little tin-can trailer followed the big made-over school bus which Suzanne and Marsh shared together with the moth-eaten gorilla suit and the other equipment. Will, who had been a graduate student in dramatics, told Suzanne with great solemnity that he believed this gave him more practical experience in acting than the fly-by-night stock productions of The Man Who Came to Dinner, to which most of his friends were condemned. Suzanne listened and turned her great starved eyes all over his face. Will tried not to notice and mentioned that Marsh fascinated him. As a person, he added. He believed that Marshall Jenkins was a man who eventually would come to accept that he was a gorilla, and that the macaroni really became worms, 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 that the horrors he imagined and played out with tricks were real. "Well, he is an artist, more than an artist," he told Suzanne. "Oh, yes, more," said Suzanne. "In college," Will began, but did not finish the sentence. "I studied abnormal psychology. Sometimes he's difficult." It was as if she could read his thoughts after so many hot afternoons together, after so many coffees huddled over the counter of diners, and the fans turning and turning while the flies circled warily, watching. Suzanne again turned her large, unblinking, quietly astonished eyes on Will. "I believe, like, he resents how your real name is Will." He loved to put down all the boys by making them answer to what he called them. "Will," she said. "Will." Will laughed and patted Suzanne's cropped head. "You're a cute kid. Someday when I'm a big-time director or actor, you come to me. You look like a ballet dancer type. You know, Swan Lake." "Tchaikovsky," she said. "I know cultural things, too." "I'll saw you in half any day, Susie. I know just the saw for you." Suzanne's laughter rippled out soft and heavy, as if this particular laugh had been waiting too long and the poor joke was merely a needed excuse. The colder Marsh grew toward her, the more she needed Will's jokes. She laughed slowly until the tears came out of her eyes, tears of gratitude and loneliness. Her laughter did not yet have any joy in it. She was no longer so sure as she once had been that her daddy had raised her to be sawed in half by Marshall the Great. Marsh took her without pleasure. It had been that way for over 2 years now. He seemed to enjoy her most when they spun round a curve of a hillside road and she was frightened and begged him to drive more slowly. And then sometimes abruptly he braked to a skidding stop and made her go back with him into the rear of the bus, and never thanked her for anything. No pleasure. Something secret in him, silent and unmoving, nothing more. "He's no friend," she morosely confided in Will. I wish... Oh, he's no friend to any living person, not even himself." "Lonely for him," said Will. "He cares for himself in terrible ways," and she fell silent. "You started to say you wish. You wish what?" Will asked abruptly, touched by this unhappy little creature, pretty face and small, tanned, rounded body, a white showing when she stretched, when she moved, leaned. A hunger and straight aim for love deflected by Marsh for almost 7 years now. Waste. Waste. "What does a pretty girl wish?" he asked. "Shush you." The smile retreated over tips of teeth. I wish I had never gotten into this, she said dully. I had to be an artist the quick way, because he said I was pretty and people would like to look at me. Stare is what they do, and think, just like him. Dirtiness is what they think. I wish I'd stayed at work in a dime store like a nice girl. Maybe I could even have gone to college for a year, business school, you know, and met a sweet, considerate fellow like you.
Will flushed. Looking away, he put his arm around the girl.
I didn't mean anything by that, she said. But I do. I heard you. I've thought about you, too, Sioux girl.
The soft, senseless, sweet little words were like pressing a button, for with them, and with his gesture of pressing his arm about her shoulder, she flung herself sobbing into his arms. Loneliness and pity and less lofty feelings, the health and the unsureness of a young man traveling and without women, combined to do it very rapidly. What Will remembered now he had dreamed of in his trailer during the long, lonely, starlit nights parked behind Marshall the Great's bus. He kissed her lightly for an instant. Then her lips parted and his mouth opened into hers. They clung to each other, they started fearfully away and stared. They stared and stared with that blank searching of two people who know they have found something important which they do not yet understand. It was the middle of the dusty afternoon, and they were backstage of the Alhambra in Jackson, Michigan. Marsh was up front tinkering with the lights.
He'll hear us. No, he's busy, she said with loathing, and said no more. She was trying to catch her breath. Oh, Suzanne. Abstracted, pushing him away, the girl suddenly had the face of a frowning, pouting, thoughtful child. Her lip was swollen. You stay here, she said. What do you mean? For a while. I'll go back to the trailer. I'll say I'm sleepy. I'll see you in 10 minutes, Will whispered. Soon, she said. Right away. She turned away so that he could not see her face. She slipped by him. In a moment, Will heard her sweet, slightly hoarse little girl's voice conferring with Marsh. Then he heard her heels on the stone of the lobby and out. The 10 minutes were an agony. Like all agonies, they had to come to an end. 10 minutes later, he possessed her, or at least he claimed her, and it was the miracle of his life. Her need was enormous. She had been deprived, mistreated, she had been stunned with contempt. It was as if her health had been driven beneath the surface to wait and had come up, gasping with desire. She was lovely in gratitude. It was what he, like any young man, needed most of all in the first unsure days of early manhood. They discussed going away together, but of course this was a ridiculous notion. She was older than Will. They had their loneliness and their desire in common, but they had heard that tenderness is not enough. They were obedient pupils to what they had heard, despite the violence they felt within themselves, and the tender violence which they had spent clashing against each other. He would follow his talent through school and then to New York. She could do nothing but stay with Marsh. The thought of the Wills who might follow him, this would have to be his last summer in the Weird Show, maddened Will Jonas, put a snake of jealousy to slithering in his stomach. But he was possessed of some of the careful egotism of the actor. He knew that the desperate clinging between Suzanne and him would not forever be enough. He wanted more. The dank, dusty, bricked-up streets of small towns made him need her, but not for always. He would move fast in years to come. He would remember her with a pang, sweet and keen, but it would be a drag to try to take her with him, or so he tried to decide. "You're awfully sweet, you know," he told her. And that was the most he would say, although sometimes, despite himself, a groan of pleasure and gratitude seemed to promise her more, promise himself more. They would steal this summer. It would be enough. Or so they promised themselves. Suzanne was patient. Her skin grew pink and creamy. Her short black hair had an electric vitality. She seemed once more the girl of 20 whom Marsh had met in a dime store 7 years before, with a deep, happy privacy within her and the smell of her like crushed petals in Will's hands. Marsh suspected nothing. He was deep in the manipulations of his act.
He was considering buying a new gorilla suit. When the lights went out in the school bus, and Will lay hot, sleepless, brooding and alone, he had jealous fantasies. He heard the bugs crashing against the street lamp overhead. But the next day Suzanne would promise and promise him, "No, nothing, nothing, honey." And at last Will came to believe. Marsh was too far gone in the tribute he paid to his nuttiness, the controlled madness of the psychopath who could pretend to be a human being and flirt with the girl in the lobby who was dressed up as a nurse, standing near the smelling salts and the bottles filled with colored powders. By smiling, he got a better rate. He picked up a nurse in each town. "He's not crazy," Will told Suzanne. "He's a high-type American businessman. It's just his business. Gorilla business." "Monkey business," said Will, smiling. August. The heat of a low-topped trailer. Release after boredom and a dusty job near the ceilings of theaters, in basements and behind rotting curtains, and only shrill pleasure to console them. Suzanne lay huddled in Will's arms on the bed in his trailer, parked in the lot behind the Carthage Theater in Grand Rapids. They had left Marsh shifting the lighting in the Carthage. He had an itch to play with lights. Fine. Excellent. And now Will was talking to Suzanne, not necessarily because he believed that she could understand, but because the long habit of love produces trust. He had to talk to someone. Suzanne was the only someone in his life, and she had a tenderness for him, which is better than cleverness after all. "I'm fascinated by him," Will admitted. "He touches the nerve of the audience because he barely pretends it's about magic. He likes the horror as much as they do. He believes. When you scream and he's sawing, I think he takes it each time." "He smiles sometimes," said Suzanne. My mouth is dry. I need some gum." "No, I need you to kiss me." He did. "Now talk some more," Suzanne said. "I love to hear you talk. I don't have to hear what you say. I hear your voice talking to me, to your Suzanne. Now go ahead, talk." He kissed her. "Talk," I said. He held her in their silent, shared laughter. Then Will went on. "It's as if he resents being human. He. Notice how I say that? I don't use his name. I just say he. Him." She sighed, stretched, yawned. She rubbed farewell against him. Yes, but I better get dressed now, honey. It's about time for him to finish up in the theater." "Him," she says, Will thought. He released the girl, but lay there himself, still figuring as she moved about the room, retrieving panties, bra, the silky spume of their abrupt and untidy passion flecked throughout the small space of the trailer. He feels right about the weird show. It's his home. He likes to throw the worms from the balcony. I think he'd rather it really were worms. Then he'd scream, "Macaroni, macaroni." And if he did that, they would all scream with him. In his way, he's an artist. He can do anything he wants. He shuddered. "Loony." "You better pick yourself up, honey." She bent to kiss him and put her cheek next to his shoulder, rubbing it against the tender fur of his chest. "He shouldn't go too far that way. He's playing with things a man shouldn't know about. It's a risk. He's going out of control. Now, don't tickle, baby." They were both mostly arranged again when there came a rattle at the door of the trailer. Suzanne opened. An enormous black-bellied gorilla stood bowing and grunting in the doorway. It entered, lurching, and brushed its claws against her face. It swayed back and forth through the trailer, knocking dishes off the table and shedding its sour animal smell. "Marsh!" said Will. "What the devil are you doing?" "Marsh!" Suzanne cried. "Worms! Worms!" the muffled voice inside called out. Suzanne, shivering, stroked the gorilla's head. She laughed. "Nice gorilla. I see you got your new gorilla suit, Marsh. It's swell. You wanted to try it out on us?"
Marsh stopped and slipped off the head. Inside he was perspiring fiercely, his thin hair pasted to the narrow skull. His sallow skin stretched tight and gleaming, the gray pouches of his eyes streaming with fine tears of sweat. "I thought you folks ought to see it first," he said. "They didn't give me much trade-in on the old one, but what can you do? Well, I'm off to the showers. You better get yourself some dinner. It's going on toward showtime." They watched him hobble into his bus, stripping off the costume as he went. "Did he see? Did he hear?" Will hissed at Suzanne. "Does he know?" And they looked at each other and shook their heads. He could not have played jokes if he knew. He could not have been spying outside. No, it was not possible. No, he did not suspect. Even Marsh would have some more human response than to frighten them with the gorilla suit. Even a psychopath has feeling. Only a total madman could have played this amiable joke on them after listening and spying on their lovemaking from outside the trailer, where once Will's foot had rung out against the tight tin drum of a wall. He knew nothing then. The evening show went well. The theater was filled and the aisles crowded with standees. After the two movies, Vampire Attack and It, the great weird show went on. Bells, howls, darkness, shrieks, worms, gorillas, explosions. When he finished his last stint at throwing worms from the balcony, Will Jonas went outside for a smoke and some serious thinking about what lay ahead. Maybe he should take a chance and take Suzanne with him. Why not? Did a man have to plan every step of his life? And didn't Suzanne give what he really wanted, and wouldn't she forever look slender and lovely for him? In the meantime, Marsh, dressed in the black tails which made him look taller than his 6 feet, with the light coming upon him from below as from an inner flame, did the perfunctory magic tricks which led to the main event. "I now, Marshal the Great, only and especially for you, saw a live woman in half. Stand up, Suzanne." Suzanne, in tights and fancy bra, leaped out from the wings and curtsied. A roar of approval went up from the crowd. They knew what to expect. Marsh touched her with his magician's baton. She went into the box. He strapped and locked it securely. The crowd howled when he put a pillow under the head which stuck out at one end. He turned the box to show the audience all sides of it. Some who had seen the act before interrupted their necking to say, "Realistic, ain't it?" and returned to kissing work. Marsh picked up the sharp-toothed saw. "And now," he said, and did not finish the sentence. He bent to the head lying with its eyes closed on the pillow, the body curled up in the box. He whispered to the head, "I know." She began to scream even before she felt the vibration and crazy raw bite of the saw. It was working so high on the box that there was no place, nowhere, nothing for her writhing, trapped body. The screams of terror and pain, the head twisting and contorted, the mouth open to bursting, these things gratified the marvelous nightmares of children. A thick red liquid trickled from the screaming mouth. The neckers hawed with nervous laughter. The saw played its shrill tune. This was the best yet, the best ever. Outside, on the deserted evening street, Will Jonas was smoking his cigarette, dreaming vaguely about the life together of two people who care, need, love. The Life Work of Juan Diaz by Ray Bradbury. This story, Ray Bradbury tells us, resulted from my visiting Guanajuato, Mexico, and seeing the mummies of that town dug out of the earth and placed down in the catacombs, there to be viewed by the turistas. The car I was traveling in broke down, and I had to stay overnight in the town of the mummies, fearing all the while I would suffer a heart attack and be left behind down in the tomb hallways with those dreadful chaff-dry friends. Strangely enough, Juan Diaz is a love story above all, though it uses the dry machineries of mortality to make its point. Writing it, I didn't know this. Reading it, I know it very well. And we might add, so will you. Philomena flung the plank door shut with such violence the candle blew out. She and her crying children were left in darkness. The only things to be seen were through the window, the adobe houses, the cobble streets, where now the grave-digger stalked up the hill, his spade on his shoulder, moonlight honing the blue metal as he turned into the high, cold graveyard and was gone. "Mamacita, what's wrong?" Felipe, her oldest son, just 9, pulled at her. For the strange dark man had said nothing, just stood at the door with the spade and nodded his head, and waited until she banged the door into his face. "Mamacita!" "That grave-digger." Philomena's hands shook as she relit the candle. "The rent is long overdue on your father's grave. Your father will be dug up and placed down in the catacomb, with a wire to hold him standing against the wall with the other mummies." "No, mamacita." "Yes." She caught the children to her. "Unless we find the money, yes." I will kill that grave-digger," cried Felipe. "It is his job. Another would take his place if he died, and another after him." They thought about the man and the terrible high place where he lived and moved, and the catacomb he stood guard over, and the strange earth into which people went, to come forth dried like desert flowers, and tanned like leather for shoes, and hollow as drums which could be tapped and beaten, an earth which made great cigar-brown rustling dry mummies that might languish forever, leaning like fence-poles along the catacomb halls. And thinking of all this familiar but unfamiliar stuff, Philomena and her children were cold in summer and silent, though their hearts made a vast stir in their bodies. They huddled together for a moment longer, and then, "Felipe," said the mother, "come." She opened the door, and they stood in the moonlight, listening to hear any far sound of a blue metal spade biting the earth, heaping the sand and old flowers. But there was a silence of stars. "You others," said Philomena, "to bed." The door shut. The candle flickered. The cobbles of the town poured in a river of gleaming moon-silver stone down the hills, past green parks and little shops, and the place where the coffin-maker tapped and made the clock sounds of death-watch beetles all day and all night, forever in the life of these people. Up along the slide and rush of moonlight on the stones, her skirt whispering of her need, Philomena hurried with Felipe, breathless at her side. They turned in at the official palace. The man behind the small, littered desk in the dimly lit office glanced up in some surprise. "Philomena, my cousin." "Ricardo." She took his hand and dropped it. "You must help me." "If God does not prevent, but ask." "They—" The bitter stone lay in her mouth. She tried to get it out. "Tonight they are taking Juan from the earth." Ricardo, who had half risen, now sat back down, his eyes growing wide and full of light, and then narrowing and going dull. "If not God, then God's creatures prevent. Has the year gone so swiftly since Juan's death? Can it truly be the rent has come due?" He opened his empty palms and showed them to the woman. "Ah, Philomena, I have no money." "But if you spoke to the grave-digger, you are the police." Philomena, the law stops at the edge of the grave." "But if he will give me 10 weeks, only 10, it is almost the end of summer. The day of the dead is coming. I will sell the candy skulls and give him the money. Oh, please, Ricardo." And here at last, because there was no longer a way to hold the coldness in, and she must let it free before it froze her so she would never move again, she put her hands to her face and wept, and Felipe, seeing that it was permitted, wept too, and said her name over and over. "So," said Ricardo, rising, yes, "I will walk to the mouth of the catacomb and spit into it. But, Philomena, expect no answer, not so much as an echo. Lead the way." and he put his official cap, very old, very greasy, very worn, upon his head. The graveyard was higher than the churches, higher than all the buildings, higher than all the hills. It lay on the highest rise of all, overlooking the night valley of the town. As they entered the vast ironwork gate and advanced among the tombs, the three were confronted by the sight of the gravedigger's back, bent into an ever-increasing hole, lifting out spade after spade of dry dirt onto an ever-increasing mound. The digger did not even look up, but made a quiet guess as they stood at the grave's edge.
"Is that Ricardo Albanese, the chief of police?"
"Stop digging," said Ricardo. The spade flashed down, dug, lifted, poured.
"There is a funeral tomorrow. This grave must be empty, open and ready."
"No one has died in the town."
"Someone always dies, so I dig. I have already waited 2 months for Philomena to pay what she owes. I am a patient man."
"Be still more patient." Ricardo touched the moving, hunching shoulder of the bent man.
"Chief of police."
The digger paused to lean, sweating upon his spade. "This is my country, the country of the dead. These here tell me nothing, nor does any man. I rule this land with a spade and a steel mind. I do not like the live ones to come talking, to disturb the silence I have so nicely dug and filled. Do I tell you how to conduct your municipal palace? Well then, good night." He resumed his task. "In the sight of God," said Ricardo, standing straight and stiff, his fists at his side, "and this woman and her son, you dare to desecrate the husband-father's final bed?"
"It is not finally not his. I've rented it to him."
The spade floated high, flashing moonlight.
"I did not ask the mother and son here to watch this sad event. And listen to me, Ricardo, police chief. One day you will die. I will bury you. Remember that. You will be in my hands. Then, then...
"Then what?" shouted Ricardo. "You dog, do you threaten me?"
"I dig."
The man was very deep now, vanishing in the shadowed grave, sending only his spade up to speak for him again and again in the cold light.
"Good night, senor, senora, niño. Good night."
Outside her adobe hut, Ricardo smoothed his cousin's hair and touched her cheek. "Philomena, God. You did what you could. That terrible one. When I am dead, what awful indignities might he not work upon my helpless flesh? He would set me upside down in the tomb, hang me by my hair in a far unseen part of the catacomb. He takes on weight from knowing someday he will have all of us. Good night, Philomena. No, not even that, for the night is bad." He went away down the street. Inside, among her many children, Philomena sat, with face buried in her lap. Late the next afternoon, in the tilted sunlight, shrieking, the school children chased Felipe home. He fell. They circled him, laughing. "Felipe, we saw your father today, yes." "Where?" they asked themselves shyly. "In the catacomb," they gave answer. "What a lazy man! He just stands there. He never works. He don't speak. Oh, that Juan Diaz!" Felipe stood violently a-tremble under the blazing sun, hot tears streaming from his wide and half-blinded eyes. Within the hut, Philomena heard, and the knife sounds entered her heart. She leaned against the cool wall, wave after dissolving wave of remembrance sweeping her. In the last month of his life, agonized, coughing, and drenched with midnight perspirations, Juan had stared and whispered only to the raw ceiling above his straw mat. "What sort of man am I, to starve my children and hunger my wife? What sort of death is this, to die in bed? Hush!" She placed her cool hand over his hot mouth, but he talked beneath her fingers. "What has our marriage been but hunger and sickness and now nothing?
Ah, God, you are a good woman. And now I leave you with no money even for my funeral.
And then at last he had clenched his teeth and cried out at the darkness and become very quiet in the warm candle shine, and taken her hands into his own and held them, and sworn an oath upon them, bowed himself with religious fervor. Philomena, listen. I will be with you. Though I have not protected in life, I will protect in death. Though I fed not in life, in death I will bring food. Though I was poor, I will not be poor in the grave. This I know, this I cry out, this I assure you. In death I will work and do many things. Do not fear. Kiss the little ones. Philomena, Philomena. And then he had taken a deep breath, a final thing, like one who settles beneath warm waters. And he had launched himself gently under, still holding his breath for a testing of endurance through all eternity. They waited a long time for him to exhale, but this he did not do. He did not reappear above the surface of life again. His body lay like a waxen fruit on the mat, a surprise to the touch. Like a wax apple to the teeth, so was Juan Diaz to all their senses. And they took him away to the dry earth, which was like the greatest mouth of all which held him a long time, draining the bright moistures of his life, drying him like ancient manuscript paper until he was a mummy, as light as chaff, an autumn harvest ready for the wind. From that time until this, the thought had come and come again to Philomena, how will I feed my lost children, with Juan burning to brown crepe in a silver-tinseled box? How lengthen my children's bones and push forth their teeth in smiles and color their cheeks? The children screamed again outside in happy pursuit of Felipe. Philomena looked to the distant hill, up which bright tourists' cars hummed, bearing many people from the United States. Even now they paid $1 each to that dark man with the spade so they might step down through his catacombs among the standing dead to see what the sun-dry earth and the hot wind did to all bodies in this town. Philomena watched the tourists' cars, and Juan's voice whispered, Philomena. And again, this I cry out, in death I will work. I will not be poor. Philomena. His voice ghosted away, and she swayed and was almost ill, for an idea had come into her mind which was new and terrible and made her heart pound. Felipe! She cried suddenly. And Felipe escaped the jeering children and shut the door on the hot white day and said, Yes, mamacita? Sit, niño. We must talk. In the name of the saints, we must. She felt her face grow old, because the soul grew old behind it, and she said, very slowly, with difficulty, Tonight we must go in secret to the catacomb. Shall we take a knife? Felipe smiled wildly. And kill the dark man? No, no, Felipe, listen. And he heard the words that she spoke. And the hours passed, and it was a night of churches. It was a night of bells and singing. Far off in the air of the valley you could hear voices chanting the evening mass. You could see children walking with lit candles in a solemn file, way over there on the side of the dark hill, and the huge bronze bells were tilting up and showering out their thunderous crashes and bangs that make the dogs spin, dance, and bark on the empty roads. The graveyard lay glistening, all whiteness, all marble snow, all sparkle and glitter of harsh gravel like an eternal fall of hail, crunching under their feet, as Philomena and Felipe took their shadows with them, ink-black and constant from the unclouded moon. They glanced over their shoulders in apprehension, but no one cried halt. They had seen the gravedigger drift, made footless by shadow, down the hill in answer to a night summons. Now, quick, Felipe, the lock! Together they inserted a long metal rod between padlock hasps, and wooden doors which lay flat to the dry earth. Together they seized and pulled. The wood split.
The padlock hasps sprang loose. Together they raised the huge doors and flung them back, rattling. Together they peered down into the darkest, most silent night of all. Below, the catacomb waited. Philomena straightened her shoulders and took a breath. One, and put her foot upon the first step. In the adobe of Philomena Diaz, her children slept, sprawled here or there in the cool night room, comforting each other with the sound of their warm breathing. Suddenly their eyes sprang wide. Footsteps, slow and halting, scraped the cobbles outside. The door shot open. For an instant the silhouettes of 3 people loomed in the white evening sky beyond the door. One child sat up and struck a match. "No!" Philomena snatched out with one hand to claw the light. The match fell away. She gasped. The door slammed. The room was solid black. To this blackness Philomena said at last, "Light no candles. Your father has come home." The thudding, the insistent knocking and pounding shook the door at midnight. Philomena opened the door. The gravedigger almost screamed in her face. "There you are, thief, robber!" Behind him stood Ricardo, looking very rumpled and very tired and very old. "Cousin, permit us, I am sorry. Our friend here—" "I am the friend of no one," cried the gravedigger. "A lock has been broken and a body stolen. To know the identity of the body is to know the thief. I could only bring you here. Arrest her." "One small moment, please." Ricardo took the man's hand from his arm and turned, bowing gravely to his cousin. "May we enter?" "There! There!" The gravedigger leaped in, gazed wildly about, and pointed to a far wall. "You see!" But Ricardo would only look at this woman. Very gently he asked her, "Philomena?" Philomena's face was the face of one who has gone through a long tunnel of night and has reached the other end at last, where lives a shadow of coming day. Her eyes were prepared now. Her mouth knew what to do. All the terror was gone now. What remains was as light as the great length of autumn chaff she had carried down the hill with her good son. Nothing more could happen to her ever in this life. This you knew from how she held her body as she said, "We have no mummy here." "I believe you, cousin, but—" Ricardo cleared his throat uneasily and raised his eyes. "What stands there against the wall?" "To celebrate the festival of the Day of the Dead Ones." Philomena did not turn to look where he was looking. "I have taken paper and flour and wire and clay and made of it a life-size toy, which looks like the mummies." "Have you indeed done this?" asked Ricardo, impressed. "No, no!" The gravedigger almost danced in exasperation. "With your permission," Ricardo advanced to confront the figure who stood against the wall. He raised his flashlight. "So?" he said. "And so?" Philomena looked only out the open door into the late moonlight. "The plan I have for this mummy, which I have made with my own hands, is good." "What plan? What?" the gravedigger demanded, turning. "We will have money to eat with. Would you deny my children this?" But Ricardo was not listening. Near the far wall he tilted his head this way and that, and rubbed his chin, squinting at the tall shape which enwrapped its own shadow, which kept its own silence, leaning against the adobe. "A toy," mused Ricardo. "The largest death toy I have ever seen. I have seen man-sized skeletons in windows, and man-sized coffins made of cardboard and filled with candy skulls, yes. But this... I stand in awe, Philomena." "Awe?" said the gravedigger, his voice rising to a shriek. "This is no toy. This is—" "Do you swear, Philomena?" said Ricardo, not looking at him. He reached out and tapped a few times on the rust-colored chest of the figure. It made the sound of a lonely drum. "Do you swear that this is papier-mâché?"
"By the Virgin, I swear."
"Well, then," Ricardo shrugged, snorted, laughed. "It is simple. If you swear by the Virgin, what more need be said? No court action is necessary. Besides, it might take weeks or months to prove or disprove this is or is not a thing of flour paste and old newspapers colored with brown earth." "Weeks, months, prove, disprove." The gravedigger turned in a circle as if to challenge the sanity of the universe, held tight and impossible in these four walls. "This toy is mine, my property, mine."
"The toy," said the Philomena serenely, gazing out at the hills, "if it is a toy, and made by me, must surely belong to me. And even," she went on quietly, communing with the new reserve of peace in her body, "even if it is not a toy, and it is indeed Juan Diaz come home, why then does not Juan Diaz belong first to God?"
"How can one argue that?" wondered Ricardo. The gravedigger was willing to try, but before he had stuttered forth a half-dozen words, Philomena said,
"And after God, in God's eyes, and at God's altar, and in God's church, on one of God's holiest afternoons, did not Juan Diaz say that he would be mine throughout his days?"
"Throughout his days? Ah, ha, ha, ha! There you are," said the gravedigger. "But his days are over, and now he is mine."
"So," said Philomena, "God's property first, and then Philomena Diaz's property, that is, if this toy is not a toy and is Juan Diaz, and anyway, landlord of the dead, you evicted your tenant. You so much as said you did not want him. If you love him so dearly and wish his return, will you pay the new rent and tenant him again?"
But so smothered by rage was the landlord of silence that it gave Ricardo time to step in. "Gravekeeper, I see many months and many lawyers and many points, fine points to argue this way and that, which include real estate, toy manufacturers, God, the Philomena, one Juan Diaz wherever he is, hungry children, the conscience of a digger of graves, and so much complication that death's business will suffer. Under these circumstances, are you prepared for these long years in and out of court?"
"I am prepared," said the gravedigger, and paused. "My good man," said Ricardo, "the other night you gave me some small bit of advice which I now return to you. I do not tell you how to control your dead. You now do not say how I control the living. Your jurisdiction ends at the tomb-yard gate. Beyond stand my citizens, silent or otherwise. So," Ricardo thumped the upright figure a last time on its hollow chest. It gave forth the sound of a beating heart, a single, strong, and vibrant thump, which made the gravedigger jerk. Ricardo finished. "I pronounce this officially fake, a toy, no mummy at all. We waste time here. Come along, citizen gravedigger, back to your proper land. Good night, Philomena's children. Philomena, good cousin."
"What about it? What about him?"
said the gravedigger, motionless, pointing. "Why do you worry?" asked Ricardo. "It goes nowhere. It stays if you should wish to pursue the law. Do you see it running? You do not. Good night. Good night." The door slammed. They were gone before Philomena could put out her hand to thank anyone. She moved in the dark to place a candle at the foot of the tall, corn-husk, dry silence. This is a shrine now, she thought. Yes. She lit the candle. "Do not fear, children," she murmured. "To sleep now, to sleep." And Felipe lay down, and the others lay back, and at last Philomena herself lay with a single thin blanket over her on the woven mat by the light of the single candle, and her thoughts before she moved into sleep were long thoughts of the many days that made up tomorrow. In the morning, she thought, the tourist cars will sound on the road,
and Felipe will move among them, telling them of this place. And there will be a painted sign outside this door. Museum, 30 centavos. And the tourists will come in because the graveyard is on the hill, but we are first. We are here in the valley and close at hand and easy to find. And one day soon, with these tourists' money, we shall mend the roof and buy great sacks of fresh corn flour and some tangerines, yes, for the children. And perhaps one day we will all travel to Mexico City, to the very big schools, because of what has happened on this night. For Juan Diaz is truly home, she thought. He is here. He waits for those who would come to see him, and at his feet I will place a bowl into which the tourists will put more money than Juan Diaz himself tried so hard to earn in all his life. Juan, she raised her eyes. The breathing of the children was hearth warmth about her. Juan, do you see? Do you know? Do you truly understand? Do you forgive, Juan? Do you forgive? The candle flame flickered. She closed her eyes. Behind her lids she saw the smile of Juan Diaz, and whether it was the smile that death had carved upon his lips, or whether it was a new smile she had given him or imagined for him, she could not say. Enough that she felt him standing tall and alone and on guard, watching over them, and proud through the rest of the night. A dog barked far away in a nameless town. Only the gravedigger, wide awake in his tomb yard, heard. Comet Wine by Ray Russell. Ray Russell's work is staggering, wholly convincing, filled with the dark powers of life and mind, according to the tough-minded Virginia Kirkus Book Review Bulletin. His Faustian Comet Wine, which will reacquaint you with Lord Henry Stanton and Sir Robert Cargrave of his Sardonicus earlier in these pages, is set in the late 1870s, numbers among its characters such real-life composers as Rimsky-Korsakov, Mussorgsky, Balakirev, and reflects Russell's own musical background. As a conservatory student, he composed several songs and half an opera before abandoning music for writing. Not surprisingly, he is a weaver of highly lyrical prose. There is a marbling of mysticism in his best work, a resonance that caused the critical journal Bestsellers to say, "Mr. Russell has a strong sense of the metaphysical ultimates of life." In Comet Wine, this sense of metaphysical ultimates is forcefully conveyed. I'm a bloodhound. Ask anyone who knows me, and they'll tell you I'm a meticulous researcher, an untiring zealot, a ruthless bloodhound when pursuing facts. I'm not a professional musician, granted, not even a gifted amateur, but my fondness for music can't be disputed, and my personal fund of musical and musicological knowledge happens to be huge. All the more remarkable, wouldn't you say, that no catalog, no concert program, no newspaper file, no encyclopedia, no dictionary, no memoir, no interview, no history of music, no grave marker has rewarded my efforts by surrendering the name V.I. Chelajenko. Such a person, it would seem, never existed, or if he did exist, became an Orwellian unperson, who was whisked from this world as completely as were Ambrose Bierce, Judge Crater, or the passengers and crew of the Marie Celeste. I'm well aware of the transliteration problems regarding Russian names, and I've doggedly searched under the spellings C-H, T-C-H, T-S-C-H, S-H-C-H, and even Z-H, but to no avail. True, I haven't had access to archives within the Soviet Union. My letters to Shostakovich and Khachaturian appear to have gone astray. But I've queried Russian musicians on tour in the United States, and to none of them is it a familiar name. Its exclusive appearance is in a ribbon-tied bunch of old letters, crisp and desiccated, purchased last year by me along with items of furniture and art at a private auction of the effects of the late Beverly Hills attorney Francis Cargrave. They had belonged to his grandfather, Sir Robert Cargrave, an eminent London physician, to whom they are addressed. and all were written in elegant, if somewhat epicene prose, by Lord Henry Stanton, a fashionable beau and minor poet of the period. The curiosity, the enigma, lies in the fact that all the people mentioned in the 3 pertinent letters are real people, who lived, whose names and achievements are well known, all, that is, but the name and achievements of Chalajenko. Even the briefly mentioned Colonel Spaulding existed, as will be noted later. Down to the most insignificant details, such as the color of the famous host's eyeglasses, Lord Stanton's letters can be substantiated, the only exceptions again being the references to the elusive Chalajenko. Is the man a fabrication? Was Stanton the perpetrator of an elaborate hoax? If so, I can't in all honesty understand why. The letters were written to his closest friend, a presumably sober pillar of the medical profession and knight of the British Empire. Both men were no longer youngsters, and undergraduate pranks strike me as uncharacteristic of them. But if it was not a prank, how can we explain the way Chalajenko has been ripped from history, his music not even a fading echo, but a silence, a vacuum, completely forgotten, as totally unknown as the song the sirens sang? I don't presume to solve the mystery. I merely present the 3 letters for what they are worth, and invite other bloodhounds to make what they will of them. Such bloodhounds will sniff out, as I did, a glaring discrepancy, for the very survival of these letters seems to discredit Lord Henry's colorful insinuations, but he would probably counter our incredulity, if he were here, by urbanely pointing out that if God, proverbially, moves in mysterious ways his wonders to perform, might not his adversary do the same? For reasons of scholarship and accuracy, I haven't condensed or edited the letters in any way, except to eliminate the redundant addresses in all but the first, preferring to let even irrelevant or trivial observations stand, in the hope that they may contain clues which eluded me. I've also kept Stanton's not always standard, though phonetically accurate, transliterations. In a few places I've inserted short bracketed notes of my own, in italics, which I shall read as notes. The letters bear month and dates, but no year. Stanton being English, I assume these dates conform to the Gregorian calendar familiar to us, rather than to the old Julian calendar, which was still in use in Russia at the time. On the basis of internal evidence, such as the first performance of Eugene Onegin, I believe the letters to have been written in 1879. 5 April. Sir Robert Cargrave, Harley Street, London, England. My dear Bobby, no, do not scold me. I know full well that I have been a renegade and most delinquent comrade. If I seem to have avoided your home these many months, if I have neglected you, your dear Maud, and your brood of cherubim, one of whom, young Jamie, must be quite ripe for Oxford by now, then ascribe it, I pray you, not to a cooling of our friendship's fires, nor to a crusty bachelor's disdain for familial hearthstone, but rather to my persistent vice, travel. I have set foot on divers shores since last I sipped your sherry, old cohort, and I write to you from St. Petersburg. Yes, I am cozily hugged by the rugged Russian bear, a cryptic creature, I assure you, warm and great-hearted, quick to laugh, and just as quick to plunge into pits of black Tosca, a word that haughtily defies translation, hovering mystically as it does somewhere between melancholy and despair. Neither melancholy nor despair, however, have dogged my steps here in this strange land. I have been most cheerful. There are wondrous sights to bend one's gaze upon, exotic food and drink to quicken and quench the appetite, fascinating people with whom to talk. To your sly and silent question, my reply is yes. There are indeed ladies here, lovely ones, with flared bright eyes and sable voices, lambent ladies, recondite and rare. There are amusing soirees as well. I will tell you of one in a moment. And there are evenings of brilliance at the ballet and the opera. The opera here would particularly captivate both you and your Maud, I am certain, for I know of your deep love of the form.
How enviously then will you receive the news that just last month in Moscow I attended the premiere of a dazzling new opus theatricum by the composer Pyotr Tchaikovsky. It was a work of lapidary excellence, entitled Yevgeny Onegin. I transliterate it as best I can from the spiky Cyrillic original, derived from a poem of that name by a certain Pushkin, a prosodist now dead for decades, who, my friend Colonel Spaulding tells me, enjoys a classical reputation here, but of whom I had not hitherto heard, since his works had not been translated into English, an error the Colonel is now busy putting right. A note. Lieutenant Colonel Henry Spaulding's English translation, transliterated as Eugene Onegin, was published in London in 1881. End of note. The opera is a shimmering tapestry of sound, brocaded with waltzes and polonaises. But St. Petersburg, I find, is richer in cultural life than even Moscow. I have been awed by the art treasures of the Hermitage, humbled by the Baroque majesty of the Alexander Nevsky Cathedral, chastened by the mighty gloom of the Peter Paul Fortress, and properly impressed by the Smolny Monastery and the Winter Palace. Apropos of winter, I have also been chilled to the marrow by the fiercest cold I have ever known. Winter in April, I can hear you say? Yes, the severe season stretches from November to April in this place, and the river Neva, which I can see moonlit from my window as I write, is frozen over and has been thus, I am told, for the past 6 months. It is a great gleaming broadsword of ice cleaving the city in two. As for music, just last night, thanks to a letter of introduction from Spaulding, I was received at a famous apartment in the Zagorodny Prospect. Nothing ostentatious, a small drawing-room, a few chairs, a grand piano, a table in the dining-room loaded with the simplest food and drink. But what exceptional people were crowded shoulder to shoulder in that place. It was the apartment of Rimsky-Korsakov, who, I was pleased to discover, is not only a gifted and amiable gentleman, but speaks excellent English, an accomplishment not shared by many of his compatriots, whose social conversations are customarily couched in, or at least liberally laced with, French. The guests, myself excluded, were to a man composers and performers, some, I later learned, being members of a kuchka, or clan of musicians, of which Rimsky-Korsakov is the nucleus. You will laugh when I tell you that not 5 minutes after being welcomed into the salon, I committed a faux pas. Wishing to take part in the musical discussion, I minutely described and lavishly praised the Tchaikovsky opera I had enjoyed so recently at the Moscow Conservatorium. My tall host's gentle eyes grew cold behind his blue-tinted spectacles, which he wears because of ailing sight, and I felt a distinct frost. The awkward moment soon passed, however, and a dark young man took me aside to dryly inform me that our esteemed Nikolai Andreevich considers Tchaikovsky's music to be in abominable taste. Do you share that opinion? I asked. Not precisely, but I do feel Tchaikovsky is not a truly Russian composer. He has let himself be influenced by bad French models, Massenet, Bizet, Gounod, and so on. We were joined by a bloated, wild-haired, red-nosed, bleary-eyed, but very courteous fellow, who, after addressing me most deferentially, asked eagerly about the Tchaikovsky work. "It is good, then, you think?" "Ah, splendid. An excellent subject, Onegin. I once thought of setting it myself, but it's not my sort of thing. Pyotr Ilyich is the man for it, there's no doubt. Don't you agree, Vasily Ivanitch?" he added, turning to my companion. That intense young man shrugged. "I suppose so, but to tell the truth, I am growing weary of these operatic obeisances to Pushkin. One cannot blame a composer of the old school, such as Glinka, for setting Ruslan and Lyudmila. But what are we to think when Dagomizhsky sets not one but 3 Pushkin subjects, Rusalka, the Triumph of Bacchus, and the Stone Guest? When you joined the cortege 5 years ago with your own opera, and when Tchaikovsky now follows the pattern with Onegin," he threw up his hands, "may that be the last
he sighed. "There is still the Queen of Spades," said the unkempt man mischievously. "Perhaps you will undertake that one yourself?" "Thank you, no," snapped the other, rather irritably, I thought. "I leave that to you." "I may just do it," was the smiling reply, "unless Tchaikovsky is too quick for me." A note. He was. Tchaikovsky's setting of the Queen of Spades, or Pique Dame, was presented in 1890, and later Rimsky-Korsakov drew upon Pushkin for his operas Le Coq d'Or and Mozart and Salieri, and Rachmaninoff also turned to Pushkin for his Alyeko. End of note. Elaborately excusing himself, the wild-haired man left us and began chatting with another group. "Talented," my young friend said in appraisal of him after he left, "but he lacks technique. His scores are crude, grotesque, his instrumentation a disgrace. Of course, he isn't well, an epileptic, and as you may have noted, he drinks heavily. Still, somehow, he goes on writing music. There is a tavern in Morskaya Street called Mali Yaroslavets. Any night you will see him there drinking vodka, scribbling music on napkins, menus, the margins of newspapers, feverishly, almost as if, He broke off. "As if possessed," I said. "A somewhat lurid allusion, don't you think?" "No, I was about to say, almost as if his life depended on it. As I suppose it does, for his interest in music is probably the only thing keeping him alive. To look at him now, Lord Henry, you would never guess that he was once an impeccably groomed Guards officer, or of refined breeding, a wit, a lady's man." He shook his head dolorously. "Poor Mussorgsky," he sighed, looking slowly about the salon. He then said, "The Kutchka is not what it was, sir. Do you see that pathetic creature sitting in the corner?" The gentleman indicated was indeed pathetic. A wraith, who looked with glazed eye upon all who passed before him, responding feebly and mechanically to greetings like an old man, although he was not old, then sinking back into motionless apathy. That is, or was, the Kutchka's vital force, its spine, its heart, its tingling blood. It was in his apartment we were wont to meet. He who held the group together, his hands that firmly gripped the reins, his whip that goaded us to frenzied effort. No man was more steeped in the classical scores, no memory was so vast as his. Now look at him, a coffin, his mind blighted by a mysterious malady. There he sits, his Tamara languishes unfinished. Music has ceased to interest him, he who breathed exotic harmonies every minute of the day. We had been walking toward this pitiful wreckage, and now my guide leaned close and spoke to him. "Miloi Alexeyevich, how is it with you?" The man looked up and blinked vapidly. It was quite obvious he did not recognize the speaker. "It is I, Vasily Ivanovich," he was forced to add. "Vasily Ivanovich?" A small, crooked smile of recognition twisted the poor man's face for a moment, although the eyes did not kindle. "Allow me to present an honored guest from England, Lord Henry Stanton. Lord Henry, Mili Balakirov." The wretched fellow offered me a limp, dead hand, which I briefly shook, and then we left him staring vacantly into the empty air again. "Tragic," my Virgil murmured. "And the final offense is that poor Miloi, who once was the most vociferous of scoffers, now mumbles prayers and bends his knee to icons." "I hope you are not an unbeliever," I said lightly. "I believe," he said, a reply that would have satisfied me had it not been for its dark color, which seemed to imply meanings beyond the simple words. "Surely," I asked him, "such ruination of body or mind is not typical of your group?" "Mussorgsky and Balakirov are possibly extreme examples," he agreed. "But there, at the table, stuffing himself with zakuski," he said, indicating a man in the uniform of a lieutenant general of engineers, is QE, who suffers from the worst disease of all, poverty of talent, and Rimsky, whose soul is corroded by his envy of Tchaikovsky. The music of Tchaikovsky's Yevgeny Onegin still rang in my memory, and I was therefore reminded of the poet on whose work the opera was founded. "You spoke of Pushkin some moments ago," I said. "I have been told he was an extraordinary poet. Why do you hold him in low esteem?" "I do not," he replied. "Pushkin was a genius. But suppose your English musicians persisted in setting only the plays and verses of Shakespeare, ignoring today's English writers. This preoccupation with the past is stagnating most of Russian culture, and the music itself is as dated as its subject matter. Even Mussorgsky, whose crudeness is sometimes redeemed by flashes of daring, is being obtunded and made inoffensive by Rimsky, a pedant who gets sick to the stomach at the sound of a consecutive fifth." Does it strike you, Bobby, that this chap was annoyingly critical of his illustrious colleagues? It so struck me, and a little later in the evening I had an opportunity to challenge him. But at this precise moment in our conversation we were joined by our host, Rimsky-Korsakov. My initial offense regarding the music of Tchaikovsky was now happily forgotten, and Rimsky's eyes were warm behind the blue lenses. "Our Lord Henry," he said, "I see you have met our young firebrand. Has he been telling you what old fogies we are, the slaves of tradition, and so on? Dear boy, for shame. Our English visitor will carry away a bad impression of us." "No, no," I said. "His views are refreshing." "He is our gadfly," Rimsky said with a diplomatic smile. "But we must all suspend our conversations, refreshing though they may be, and turn our attention to some music a few of our friends have consented to play for us." We all found chairs, and a feast of sound was served. Mussorgsky provided accompaniment for a song sung by a basso they called Fyodor, note, not Shalyapin, of course, who was only 6 years old at the time, but possibly Fyodor Stravinsky, the singer-father of Igor, end of note. After which a chemist named Borodin played pungent excerpts from an uncompleted opera. "He's been at it for 15 years, whispered my young companion. "Keeps interrupting it to work on symphonies. A chaotic man, disorganized. Bastard son of a prince." Next, Rimsky-Korsakov himself played a lyrical piece I found charming, but which my self-appointed commentator deprecated as conventional, unadventurous. I had by this time had a surfeit of his vicious carping. Taking advantage of a lull in the musical offerings, I now turned to him, and with as much courtesy as I could summon, and in a voice distinct enough to be heard by all, said, "Surely a man of such austere judgment will condescend to provide an example of his ideal? Will you not take your place at the keyboard, sir, so that others may play at critic?" He proffered me a strange look and an ambiguous smile. A profound hush fell upon the room. Our host cleared his throat nervously. My heart sank as I realized that somehow, in a way quite unknown to me, I had committed another and possibly more enormous faux pas. But I see the dawn has begun to tint the sky, and I have not yet been to bed. I will dispatch these pages to you at once, Bobby, and resume my little chronicle at the very next opportunity. Your peripatetic friend, Harry. 8 April. My dear Bobby, I left off, if I remember rightly, at that moment in Rimsky-Korsakov's apartment, when I committed some manner of gauche blunder merely by suggesting that a rather unpleasant young man, who had been so superciliously critical of his colleagues, play something of his own composition for the assembled guests. The embarrassed silence that fell upon the room thoroughly discomfited me. What had I said? In what way was my suggestion awkward or indelicate? Was the young man bitterly hated by our famous host? Unlikely, for he was a guest. Did the poor fellow have no hands? Not so, for even now he held wine-glass and biscuit in long, slender fingers. I was bemused. I may have blushed. Only a moment passed, but it seemed an hour. Finally the young man, still wearing the smirk with which he had greeted my challenge, replied, "Thank you, Lord Henry. I shall play something of my own, if our host gives me leave." He cocked an eyebrow toward Rimsky. Recovering his aplomb, Rimsky said hurriedly, "My dear fellow, of course, the keyboard is yours." And so, raking the room's occupants with an arrogant look, the young man swaggered to the piano and was seated. He studied the keyboard for a moment, then looked up at us. "I am in the midst of composing an opera," he said. "Its source, you may be surprised to learn, is not a poem by the indispensable Pushkin or an old Slavonic tale. It is a modern novel, a book still in the writing, a work of revolutionary brilliance. It rips the mask of pretense and hypocrisy from our decadent society and will cause an uproar when it is published. I was privileged to see it in manuscript. The author resides here in St. Petersburg. It is called The Brothers Karamazov, and this," he concluded, flexing his spidery fingers, "is the prelude to the first act of my operatic setting." His hands fell upon the keys, and a dissonant chord impaled our ears. Rimsky-Korsakov winced. Mussorgsky's bleared eyes went suddenly wide. Borodin's jaws, with a caviar savory half-masticated, stopped chewing. The chord hung in the air, its life prolonged by the pedal. Then, as the long fingers moved among the keys, the dissonance was resolved. An arresting modulation took place. A theme of great power was stated in octaves, and then that theme was developed with a wealth of architectural ingenuity. The theme took wing, climbed, soared, was burnished with rich harmony, took on a glittering texture, yet not effete, but with an underlying firmness and strength. The Kuchka and the other guests were transfixed, myself among them. Balakirev alone seemed unthrilled. Cascades of bracing sound poured from the piano. When the prelude reached its magnificent conclusion and the last breathtaking chord thundered into eternity, there was an instant of profound silence, followed by a din of applause and congratulatory cries. The composer was immediately engulfed by his colleagues, who shook his hand, slapped his shoulders, plied him with questions about the opera. If I were pressed to find one word to best describe the general feeling exuded by these men, the word would be surprise. It was plain to me that they were but stunned not only by the vigor and beauty of the music, but by its source, the young gadfly. I wondered why. My unvoiced question must have been written on my face, for at that moment Rimsky-Korsakov drew me aside and said, "You appear to be puzzled, Lord Henry. Permit me to enlighten you, although I confess I am extremely puzzled myself. The fact is, you see, that this is the very first time young Cholodenko has shown even the dimmest glimmer of musical talent." "What? But that's prelude." "Astonishing, I agree. Daring, original, moving, soundly constructed. A little too dissonant for my taste, perhaps, but I have no hesitation in calling it a work of genius." "Then how—" Incredulous, more baffled than ever, I stammered out my disbelief. "That is to say, a man does not become a genius overnight. His gifts must ripen and grow. His masterworks must be foreshadowed by smaller but promising efforts." Rimsky nodded. "Exactly. That is why we are all so surprised. That is why I am so puzzled. And that, you see, is why we were so uncomfortable when you asked Cholodenko to play. Hitherto, his attempts have been painfully inept, devoid of any creative spark, colorless, derivative, drab. And his piano playing, the awkward thumpings of an ape." "You exaggerate, surely." "Only a little. The poor boy himself was aware of his shortcomings, shamefully aware. We tried to be polite, we tried to encourage him, we searched for compliments to pay him, but he saw through us and declined to play at these soirees." "Yet he attends them." "Yes, although his very presence has been a discomfort to himself and the rest of us. Music has a kind of insidious attraction for him. He is goaded by it as by a demon. He behaves almost as if, He searched for words. "As if possessed," I said for the second time that evening. "As if it were food and drink to him, and yet for some time now he has been merely an observer." "And a critic. A caustic critic.
He has been an embarrassment, an annoyance, but we tolerated him, we pitied him. And now, suddenly—"
"Yes," said Rimsky, "suddenly." The eyes narrowed behind their cool blue panes as he gazed across the room at the triumphant Chelyadchenko. "Suddenly he is a keyboard virtuoso and the creator of a masterpiece. There is a mystery here, Lord Henry." And at that I burst out laughing. Rimsky said, "You are amused?" "Amused and appreciative," I replied. "It is a very good joke. You have my admiration, sir." "Joke? You had me completely gulled. An absolutely inspired hoax." Rimsky's brow now creased in an Olympian frown. "I do not waste time with hoaxes," he said with dignity, and walked stiffly away. Determined not to be daunted by this, I pushed my way through to Chelyadchenko and shook his hand. "I am only a profane listener," I said, "and have no real knowledge of music, but my congratulations are sincere." "Thank you, Lord Henry. You are most kind." His demeanor had undergone a subtle change. Victory and praise had softened the prickly edges of his character. "How wrong, Bobby, is the axiom of our mutual friend Acton." Note. Obviously John Emmerich Edward Dahlberg Acton, 8th Baronet and 1st Baron, 1834 to 1902. End of note. "Power corrupts," he says. "Absolute power corrupts absolutely." This is bosh, and I've often told him so. It would be much truer to say, lack of power corrupts. Absolute lack of power corrupts absolutely. The soiree was nearing its end. As the guests began to leave, my curiosity impelled me to seek out Chelyadchenko and accompany him into the street. The cold hit me like a cannonball. Nevertheless, I strolled at Chelyadchenko's side along the banks of the frozen Neva. The embankments of Finnish gray and pink marble were iridescent under the moon. Both of us were buried in enormous greatcoats of fur, but I was still cold. "Be patient but a few more days," said my companion, "and you will see spring split open the land. Our Russian spring is sudden, like a beautiful explosion." "I shall try to live that long," I said, shivering. "You need a fire and some wine," he laughed. "Come, my apartment is only a few more steps." I was eager to learn more about this man, although custom urged me to make a token demur. No, it is late. I should be returning to my quarters." "Please," he said, "I am wide awake from this evening's triumph. I should not like to celebrate it alone." "But I am a stranger. Surely your friends—" Chelyadchenko snarled bitterly. "Those vultures? They condescended to me when they felt me their inferior. Soon they will hate me for being their superior. Here is my door. I entreat you." My face felt brittle as glass from the cold. With chattering teeth, I replied, "Very well, for a little while." We went inside. His apartment was small. Dominating it was a grand piano of concert size. Scores and manuscript paper were piled everywhere. Chelyadchenko built a fire. "And now," he said, producing a dust-filmed bottle, "we will warm ourselves with Comet wine." His strong thumbs deftly pushed out the cork, and the frothing elixir spewed out into the goblets in a curving, scintillant jet, a white arc that brought to mind, indeed, a comet's tail. "Comet wine?" I repeated. He nodded. "A famed and heady vintage from the year of the comet, 1811. This is a very rare bottle, one of the last in the world. Your health, Lord Henry." We drank. The wine was unlike any I had ever tasted, akin to champagne, but somehow spicy, richer, dry, yet with a honeyed aftertaste. I drained the goblet, and he poured again. "A potent potation," I said with a smile. "It makes the mind luminous," he averred. I said, "That heavenly wanderer for which it is named imbued it with astral powers, perhaps?" "Perhaps. Drink, sir, and then I will tell you a little story, a flight of fancy, of which I would value your opinion. If you find it strange, so much the better, for surely
One must not tell mundane stories between draughts of Comet wine. Of that story, and of its effect on me, I will write soon. Your friend, Harry. 12 April. My dear Bobby, forgive the palsied look of my handwriting. I scribbled this missive on the train that carries me from St. Petersburg, and the jiggling motion of the conveyance is to blame. Yes, I take my leave of this vast country, will spend some time in Budapest, and will return to London in time to celebrate your birthday. Meanwhile, I have a narrative to conclude, if this confounded train will let me. The scene, you may recall, was the St. Petersburg apartment of Vasily Ivanovich Chelyzenko. The characters, that enigmatic young man, and your faithful correspondent. My head was light and bright with Comet wine, my perceptions sharpened, as my host lifted a thick mass of music manuscript from the piano and weighed it in his hands. "The score of the brothers Karamazov," he said. "It needs but the final ensemble. When it is finished, Lord Henry, all the impresarios in the country, in the world, will beg me for the privilege of presenting it on their stages." "I can well believe it," I rejoined. "After that, other operas, symphonies, concerti—" His voice glowed with enthusiasm. "There is a book that created a scandal when it was published 3 years ago, Anna Karenina. What an opera I will make of it." "My dear Vasily," I said, only half in jest, "I see a receptacle for discarded paper there in the corner. May I not take away with me one of those abandoned scraps? In a few short years, an authentic Chelyzenko holograph may be priceless." He laughed. "I can do better than waste paper," he said, handing me a double sheet of music manuscript from a stack on the piano. It was sprinkled with black showers of notes in his bold calligraphy. "This is Alyosha's aria from the second act of Karamazov. I have since transposed it to a more singable key. This is the old copy. I have no further use of it." I thanked him then and said, "This story you wish to tell me, what is it?" "No more than a notion, really. Something I may one day fashion into a libretto. It would lend itself to music, I think. I would like your thoughts as a man of letters, a poet. A very minor poet, I fear, but I will gladly listen." He poured more wine, saying, "I had in mind a Faustian theme. The Faust, in this case, would possibly be a painter, but it would be patently clear to the audience from the opening moments of the first act, for his canvases would be visibly deployed about his studio, that he is a painter without gift, a maker of wretched daubs. In a poignant aria, baritone, I think, he pours out his misery and his yearnings. He aspires to greatness, but a cruel deity has left him be born bereft of greatness. He rails, curses God. The aria ends in a crashing blasphemy. Effective, yes?" "Oh, please go on," I said, my curiosity quickened. "Enter Lucifer, and here I would smash tradition and make him not the usual booming basso, but a lyric tenor with a seductive voice of refined gold. The fallen angel, you see, a tragic figure. A bargain is reached. The adversary will grant the painter the gift of genius, for 7 years, let us say, or 5, or 10, and then will claim both his body and his immortal soul. The painter agrees, the curtain falls, and when it rises on the next scene, we are immediately aware of a startling transformation. The canvases in the painter's studio are stunning, masterful. A theatrical stroke, don't you agree?" I nodded and drank avidly from my goblet, for my throat was unaccountably dry. I felt somewhat dizzy. Was it only the heady wine? And my heart was beating faster. "Most theatrical," I replied. "What follows?" Chelyzenko sighed. "That is my dilemma. I do not know what follows. I had hoped you could offer something." My brain was crowded with questions, fears, wild conjectures. I told myself that a composer was merely seeking my aid in devising an opera libretto, nothing more. I said, "It is a fascinating premise, but of course it cannot end there. It needs complication, development, reversal. Possibly a young lady? No, that's banal.
Suddenly a face was in my mind. The remembrance of it, and the new implications it now carried, I found disturbing. The eyes in this face were dead, as blank as the brain behind them. The smile was vacuous and vapid. It was the face of that living corpse, Balakirev. My thoughts were racing, my head swam. I set down my goblet with a hand that I now saw was trembling. Chelyadchenko's solicitous voice reached me as if through a mist. "Are you well, Lord Henry?" What?" "You are so very pale, as if you had seen—" I looked up at him. I peered deep into the eyes of this man. They were not dead, those eyes. They were dark, yes, the darkest eyes I have ever seen, and deep-set in the gaunt face. But they were alive. They burned with fanatic fire. At length I found my voice. "I am quite all right. A drop too much, I fear. Comet wine is unpredictable." "Are you sure?" Yes, don't concern yourself." I inhaled deeply. "Now then, this opera story of yours. You must not feel obligated to— "Suppose," I said guardedly, "that you invent another character, a fellow painter, but a man immensely gifted and acclaimed. You introduce him in Act 1, prior to the appearance of Lucifer." "Yes," said Chelyadchenko quickly. "As the opera progresses, we watch an uncanny transferal. We see the gifts of this great painter dim in direct proportion to the rate with which your Faustian painter is infused with talent, until the great artist is an empty shell, and his opposite number is a man of refulgent genius." Chelyadchenko smiled sardonically. "The devil robs Peter to pay Paul, is that it?" "That is precisely it. What do you think of the idea?" "It is arousing," he said, his dark eyes watching my face intently. "It is very clever." Then, waxing casual again, he asked, "But is it enough?" "No, of course not," I said, rising and pacing. His eyes followed me, flickering from left to right and back again. "There must be the obligatory finale, wherein Lucifer returns after the stipulated time and drags the condemned painter to fiery perdition. Quite a scene, that. Think what you could make of it." "It's trite," he snapped. "The weary old bourgeois idea of retribution, I detest it." I stared at him, mouth agape. "My dear boy, you needn't bite my head off. It's merely an opera." "Isn't it?" He mumbled, I apologize, but that scene has been done before. Mozart, Gounod, Dagomishki." I shrugged. "Then we will change it." Yes, he said almost desperately. "We must change it." "What would you suggest? That your Faust be spared?" "Why may he not be spared? Must he be punished because he wished to bring the world great art?" "No," I said slowly, "not for that." "Then for what? Why must he be damned for all eternity? Why, Lord Henry?" We were facing each other across the piano. He was leaning forward, his hands gripping the instrument's lid, his nails digging into the very wood. When I answered him, my voice was even and low. "Because," I said, "of the man who was drained of his God-given genius to satisfy the cravings of your Faust. The man who was sucked dry and thrown aside. For that someone must pay. For that your Faust must burn in hell." "No!" The syllable was torn from his depths. It rang in the room. "Why must he burn for that? He had no way of knowing whence that talent came. Even if later he began to suspect the truth, if he saw the great master wane as his own star ascended, there was nothing he could do, no way he could stop it. The pact had been sealed. The fiend had tricked him. Comprehend, if you can, the horror he would feel, the guilt, the shame, as he watched that blazing talent become cold ashes, sacrificed on the altar of his own ambition. He would hate and disgust himself. He would loathe himself far more than one would loathe a vampire, for a vampire drains only the blood of his victim, whereas he—" Chelyadchenko's voice stopped, throttled by emotion. His face was a mask of anguish. Then he took a shuddering breath, straightened, and summoned the shadow of a laugh. "But what a very good story this must be indeed to sting us to such passion. I fear we are taking it too seriously."
"Are we?"
"Of course we are. Come, hand me your glass."
"I have had enough, thank you." "Perhaps we both have."
"You may be right. It has made us irritable. I'm sorry I burdened you with my problems."
"Not at all. It is stimulating to collaborate with a fellow artist, but it is really very late and I must go."
I reached for my greatcoat, but he gripped my arm.
"No, please, Lord Henry. Stay, I beseech you.
Do not leave me here
alone."
I smiled courteously and gently extricated my arm from his grasp. I put on my coat. At the door I turned and spoke. "That final scene," I said. "You wish something different from the usual plunge to hell. Here is something that might prove piquant, and is certainly theatrical." Although he did not respond, I continued. "Lucifer drags your Faust down to the pit, but the opera does not end, not quite. There is a little epilogue. In it, those lustrous paintings fade before the audience's eyes and become empty canvases. I suppose that might be done chemically or by a trick of lighting. And the poor chap whose gifts were stolen is restored to his former glory. As for your Faust, it is as if he never lived. Even the memory of him is swallowed in hell. How does that strike you?" I do not know if he heard me. He was staring into the fire. I waited for a reply, but he said nothing and did not look at me. After a moment, I left. "Please pass on to Maud the enclosure you will find herein. It is the piece of music Chalajenko gave me, Alyosha's aria from Karamazov. Bid her play it. I am sure it is beautiful. And you will be the envy of London, the first of your circle to be granted a foretaste of a bold new opera that is certain to be greeted as a masterpiece. Your friend, Harry." Lord Henry Stanton's account of his Russian sojourn ends there. The other letters of his in the packet purchased at the Beverly Hills auction are interesting enough to possibly justify future publication. But all the material bearing upon what I may call the great Chalajenko mystery is contained in the 3 letters you have just read. To them I can add nothing about Chalajenko, although I can supply some peripheral data available to any researcher willing to spend a little time digging into the history of Russian music. In the years following Lord Henry's visit to Russia, Miloi Balakirev enjoyed a miraculous recovery. He returned to his abandoned Tamara, completed it, and in 1882 saw it produced to acclaim so tremendous that it secured for him in the following year a coveted appointment as director of the court chapel. He again became an active host, filling his home with musicians and others eager for his friendship and guidance. He composed his 2nd symphony and his piano concerto. He conducted. He organized festivals in homage to Chopin and Glinka. He personally prepared a new edition of Glinka's works. He energetically composed and edited music even into his retirement years and outlived the other members of the Kuchka, with the single exception of Kui, dying in 1910 at the age of 73. A final curiosity. A yellowing sheet of music paper, presumably the one Lord Henry mentioned, the page, he said, contained Alyosha's aria from the brothers Karamazov in Chalajenko's own hand, actually is folded into his April 12th letter. But, except for the printer's mark and the orderly row of staves, it is blank. The end.
Reproduced by the CNIB Library exclusively for the use of persons with a perceptual disability as defined in the Canadian Copyright Act. This book is protected by copyright and may not be duplicated.